Maybe don't say things like that, to be fair. No, I will say things like that, and I'll stand by it, because the people on your side literally watch terrorist fucking videos and they cheer them on. So suck a fucking dick.
Regarding biology remain, and that...
The facts regarding biology. God damn! Holy shit!
Hey, jackass, why don't you try having that discussion with any of the thousands of anti-Zionist Jews?
Sure, gladly. Here's the deeper discussion if you want to run that down. You can say it's anti-Zionism.
This asshat with no fucking idea what's happening since Israel has been paying influencers unthinkable sums of money for many, many years.
Suck my dick, you lying piece of shit. I've never gotten paid by any country to do propaganda for them, and you have no proof of that, and you will never have proof of that, because I've never gotten paid unless fucking the Mossad is sneaking into my apartment, leaving 20s underneath my pillow or some shit, and I thought it was just the tooth fairy. You know, if you really wanted to have a really good back and forth, we used to do this way back in the day. It was called a debate. You cowardly, spineless fuck.
His response is to bring up some random thing that Hassan Piker said once that his camp will forever quote out of context to demonize him.
Okay, out of context? You are a fraud, and you are a fraud. I think that one, the Israeli dude, I think one of the reasons he triggered you was right, because you do lie about being a professor. I don't know why you constantly put that in all of your videos, and then you say, well, I was a assistant teacher one time at a college. You're not a professor, you don't have a PhD. But, I mean, the amount of cope for why I'm apparently the worst person on the planet to debate when you've literally made a living on debating, like, flat earthers and science denialists is crazy. That wants me to watch the intro to this.
The blatant manipulation, opportunism, and perpetual victim complex is par for the course when dealing with disgusting Zionist frauds like him. Anyway, science as much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite.
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbara tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism at everyone that hurts your feelings is just going to hasten your demise tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist pile of filth.
And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zion. Oh, just as a quick thing, the reason why it's so weird is like the video that he's responding to. This guy is like a weird. I think he's a fuck, I don't want to. It's like a flat earther. It's something weird, or he believes in like the ether or something. It didn't have anything to do with Zionism, or at least not in the Professor Dave video. I didn't see anything about Zionism. Oh, he believes in aliens or something. So it was just so weird that he kept bringing in like, oh, this guy, everybody hates that you're a Zionist. I was like, what? Why?
It's tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist pile of filth.
And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you know you don't. This is Nazism right here. Right?
Hell yeah.
Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that
Holocaust.
Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you,
and they use the Holocaust to do it.
Control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust.
Oh God, we get it, bro.
The reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust. Whoa, chill. This is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check, basically, to deceive you and to control society. It's kind of crazy to just, but whatever. Apparently he was unhappy with that.
As you know, I'm a science communicator who explains science and
Time to do politics, though. When it comes to Israel-Palestine, though, woo!
debunks science-denying frauds. Quite the Venn diagram exists between anti-science propaganda, predatory capitalism, Christian nationalism, and Zionism, which means I end up...
Like, I feel like Jews are some of the more educated people on the planet, no? Are we really saying that Israel in particular
Is a country susceptible to fraud and like conspiratorial nonsense? Okay.
bringing up Israel from time to time. Zionists hate that, so they attack me constantly, like what happened recently with a guy named Destiny.
Let's
talk about him. If you don't know who Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, is, he's a media personality who takes to defending liberal and progressive viewpoints on most political topics. He sounds smart enough when debunking MAGA talking points, and if that's all he ever did, you'd be hearing nothing negative about him from me. But that activity is dramatically overshadowed by his unrelenting Zionism and support for the never-ending parade of human rights violations being perpetrated by the genocidal ethno-state that is Israel. Whether he is being paid by Israel or is genuinely just dumb enough to have fallen for Israeli propaganda and is in too deep now to admit it, I can't say. But he recently decided to poke the hornet's nest by doing a particularly slanderous live stream about me, accusing me of being a Jew.
Slanderous?
Hating neo-Nazi. It's called Professor Dave Goes...
Okay, I don't think I ever accused him of being a neo-Nazi. I'm just pointing out that the rhetoric he's using is neo-Nazi rhetoric. The deception and self-victimization are like the two big tenets of like neo-Nazi criticism. But I don't think he's a neo-Nazi. I think he's a fucking tanky. I don't even think he's a tanky, actually. He's just mind-fucked on Israel-Palestine. Like the entire fucking United States is, I guess, or the world is.
Mask off. And the thumbnail says, "These fucking Zionists," where Zionists is covering the word Jews.
True.
Implying that I really just hate all Jews.
True. No, not all. Just like 90%, I think, identify as Zionists. So not all of them, just 90%.
In it, he is reacting to my third and most recent video exposing Avi Loeb, the astrophysicist and charlatan, in which, amidst breaking down his endless lies about science, I point out yet again in passing his ties to the Zionist lobby and how he employs Zionist tactics of gaslighting and playing the victim to deflect when his fraudulence is exposed. I'll just play you Destiny's intro stinger to his video so you can get a sense of it. The blatant manipulation,
I didn't even need to watch my thing.
Complex is par for the course when dealing with disgusting Zionist frauds like that. Anyway. As much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite.
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbro tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism and everyone your
Hasbro.
is exploited minus tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist pile of filth.
And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. The reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you and to control society. It's kind of crazy to just, but whatever.
Yes, he is literally calling me a Nazi. Deconstructing this.
Well, are we using literally here as figuratively? I'm not calling you a Nazi. I'm just saying that these are. Whatever. I said it. I even said this is like neo-Nazi rhetoric, but okay.
Farce will come at the end of this video, but we have a lot of context to set up and information to get through first. Honestly, so many people have asked me to make a video formally summarizing my stance on Israel, and this was an excuse to do it, while also highlighting what a douche this guy is. Beyond his nauseating defense of Israel, he also has some really bizarre skeletons in his closet that I was able to come across. Hornet's nest, remember? But we will get back to him in due time. Now, many of you are aware.
I don't think he knows what skeletons in his closet. I don't think he knows what that means. Like, I don't think you would say like an active litigated court case or things that people say about you all the time are skeletons in your closet. That seems like stuff that's out front and out in front and center of everything, but okay.
That this is not the first time I've been harassed and slandered by Zionists, not by a long shot. Right after the genocide began, for several months I was spending way too much time on Twitter, relentlessly combating Zionist propaganda being disseminated by hordes of paid influencers whose job it was to brainwash the masses and manufacture consent for genocide. You've never seen propaganda anywhere in your life like what was being vomited up at that time.
Okay, so just as a heads up, there was a thing that I used to call this the October 8th test to find out how fucking insane you are. And Professor Dave fails or passes extraordinarily depending on how you consider that. These were the tweets that this guy was firing off on October 8th. October 8th, okay? If you feel the need to tweet about one innocent dead woman in a truck, but have never tweeted about the thousands of innocent Palestinians who are brutally murdered on a daily basis, thousands murdered on a daily basis under an illegal military occupation, you are part of the problem. October 8th, by the way. Zionism is not a religion, bud. Condemn Israel with 1,000 times the vigor and frequency that you condemn Hamas to be proportional to the death toll, and we won't have anything to disagree about. Now remember, for Israel, because we support them, I guess, is why we have to criticize them so heavily, and then also because of the ratio between how many people the IDF kills versus Hamas kills, like, the ratio is really important there. But then when it comes to, like, the other actors in the region, like Hezbollah or the Houthis or Iraq or Iran or anything else, the numbers don't matter because I guess just because we don't support them directly. They always use this argument, but I feel like if we were to withdraw all support from Israel and then they were to begin like really genociding the Palestinians, would you just say we shouldn't do anything? That never made sense to me. I don't know. The idea that we only care because we support them, and then you have to criticize them more than other people because of the death count. But if you look at the death count of anybody else, it's, yeah. If Israel didn't dehumanize Palestinians, Hamas wouldn't exist. That's the fucking point. They exist because of the blockade, the colonizers, the brutality. Use your brain. The blockade came after Hamas, but I wouldn't expect history to be done by any of these fucking people. October 11th, you naive toddler. Hamas didn't start it. They are the reaction to 75 years of brutal military occupation. Fucking educate yourself, okay? It's not a double standard because I know that Israel is lying literally always. They are manufacturing consent for genocide by fabricating beheaded babies. I think there was a French outlet that reported that incorrectly, the 40 beheaded babies thing. It didn't come from an Israeli outlet. And rape and countless other things. Sorry. Now, that's January 3rd, to be fair, of the next year. It's not a Jewish organization. He's the president of AIPAC, the most influential lobby in America that has billions of dollars flowing to Israel with which to commit genocide. He should be in prison with a death sentence, so stop shitting your pants. I wonder who that's about. The president of AIPAC. I don't even know who that is. Is that me? Hamas doesn't have anywhere to hide. They are not a military. They're just people in Gaza. And Israel blows up civilian targets, simply claiming they're tactical. It's bullshit. October 13th. Nice. Most of what you're hearing about Hamas is fabricated. And whatever isn't, doesn't amount to 0.1% of what Israel has done to Palestine over the past 75 years. Get your priorities straight. They're under a military occupation. The radicalization is Israel's. Ha! Minimize non-combatant casualties. Holy fuck, you are naive. Israel routinely does what Hamas did. They did it today. Who's talking about it? Fucking nobody. Pre-planned evil? They have a military occupation of Palestine. Just stop. You're ridiculous. This is October 10th. This guy is fucking unhinged. I don't know how many fucking tweets I've archived here, but holy shit. Anyway, based.
A fabrication of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographed.
He said he saw photographs of beheaded babies. He shouldn't have said this. I don't know where. He might have actually seen it, though. But this claim was not originated by Israel. It was I think it was somebody said Channel 4. Is that a French outlet that fucked up and spread this claim? But
graphic evidence of, only to later walk back and admit that no such evidence exists, since it's not a thing that happened. Fabricated claims of a baby being cooked in an oven. Endless claims of rape, when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable.
People don't talk about it much because nobody pushes these people, because nobody actually cares. Also, I don't know why they say, I know why. It's not 75 years of occupation. It would be like 60 years, but whatever. So, they don't believe that any rapes happened on October 7th. Or if they did, it was like one or two bad apples. All of them are consistent on this position. They're just never really pushed on it much.
A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns.
Everybody acknowledges this. Even Amnesty International. Everybody acknowledges that these are bases that are used or co-opted. Like Amnesty International in 2014 did big reports on Al-Shifa Hospital, for instance, being used by Hamas for torturing people and as a base of operations. And there's like tunnels underneath. It was a huge blow to UNRWA's credibility when they discovered another big like underground thing that was right next to like the entrance of the hospital, or in such a way that they obviously knew they were operating there. But
several hours after entering, and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner...
People say this, where the fuck was the mountain of Israeli propaganda after October 7th? It was exclusively pally slop. You can tell this too, because these people, by the way, today, people like Professor Dave or Hassan will still tell you that big hospital bombing on like the 13th or whatever, that was an Israeli JDAM that hit a hospital and killed 500 people. It was like a Palestinian Islamic Jihad like rocket misfire that maybe I think like hurt like 30 or 40 people or whatever. Like it was not a fucking missile that hit a parking lot. Like, but this guy and other people will still believe that it was an Israeli JDAM.
Support from the West for a totally pre-planned campaign of ethnic cleansing and land theft. At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day.
Who? I keep hearing this claim. Who is getting paid? I haven't met anybody. I didn't get paid. Who was getting paid for this? Source? Nope.
I was shitting all over these disgusting frauds day and night for several months, and the wrong people noticed, so they dogpiled on me and got my account suspended.
Imagine getting suspended for anti-Semitism on a fucking neo-Nazi platform. That's crazy. That's wild to me.
People often note that you can find some really egregious anti-Semitism on social media, so my tweets must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites. They quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims. Scary anti-Semites who want all Jews to die, whether a particular instance being referenced is real or not, are a key facet of this narrative. So that's not what gets targeted for suspension. What gets targeted is anyone who is effectively combating and exposing the state-sponsored Hasbara narratives, which I was doing with a passion. So I was booted from the platform, which honestly was a relief more than anything else, as this activity was starting to take a toll on my emotional well-being, and then their campaign to smear me began. First, the social media activity. This actually started before my account was...
Let's see, the smears. It's quite disappointing to read Dave's content. He's someone I follow for a long time, and it's disheartening to see someone who claims to be a scientist diving into conspiracy theories without taking the time to understand the actual facts. Regrettably, I've chosen to follow him. Damn! Oh my God, the smear! It's so disappointing to read at Dave Explains. He's someone I follow for a long time, and it's a bit sad that someone who calls himself a scientist falls into conspiracy theories and doesn't bother to learn the facts. Unfortunately, I follow. Holy shit! I find it disheartening to read Dave's content, despite being long. Oh my God, are these bots actually? These kind of read like bots.
Terminated. Hundreds of tweets like this. Very obviously scripted and disseminated for all the lemmings to copy and paste. Pretending to have been followers of mine. Regrettably, they must unfollow because I'm a Nazi. It's all quite unconvincing. They do this all the time. You can always find clusters of scripted copy-paste tweets, like this recent campaign that Destiny would probably enjoy.
I hate both of these motherfuckers. I don't even know who these two down here are. These guys literally have it tagged that these are paid tweets, but okay.
You can always find clusters of scripted copy-paste tweets, like this recent campaign that Destiny would probably enjoy. Then came the harassment on YouTube. Thousands, and I'm not joking, literally fucking thousands of these for weeks. These came from the bot farms that Israel employs to shift the narrative on every platform they can. Optics are everything, and
where they lost on every single platform, by the way. Damn.
even this very blatant artificial activity can skew things in their favor to some degree. But that's just the beginning. Organizations like StopAntisemitism.org and Canary Mission are a form of weaponized retaliation against those who speak up for Palestine on social media. I was named Anti-Semite of the Week, along with countless actors and activists like John Cusack, Susan Sarandon, Mark Ruffalo, Roger Waters, Cynthia Nixon, Greta Thunberg, Bassem Youssef, Mamdani, of course, basically anyone who draws significant attention to Israeli crimes against humanity, thereby posing a challenge to the Hasbara narrative. You know, horrible, vile anti-Semites like Miss Rachel, the children's content creator who scandalously requested on social media that Israel stop bombing children, and who who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers. How dare she humanize children who have had their legs children, and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers. How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters. As part of these smear attempts, founder of Stop Antisemitism, Leora Rez, and other wastes of human life enact brutal campaigns to ruin the lives of whomever they target, doxing them and doing whatever they can to get them fired from their jobs, especially for medical professionals. For me, there was not much they could do. I'm self-employed. They tried to smear me on LinkedIn, but nobody gave a shit. Eventually, they move on. But perhaps with how much I've finally been talking about Israel in my YouTube content, as opposed to simply tweeting about them, a second wave of attention is coming my way. To demonstrate how no amount of criticism of Israel will ever be enough,
there was a post on the sub about how that TikTok he just showed of an Israeli bot farm with some Korean advertising company based. Was it a Jewish Korean though?
Going to talk a lot about how awful Israel is. Truly, they are the most potent force of pure evil in the world since the Nazis.
Jesus Christ!
Ironically, the level of disdain they have for human life is beyond comprehension. Not simply the ability to murder tens of thousands of children like they're termites, but the delight they express in doing so, and the overwhelming support
it's good to kill babies
that is expressed by Israeli citizens for this genocidal activity. More than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of the Palestinian people. It is a twisted, psychotic society that celebrates the destruction of innocent human life. They proudly announce it openly, their desire to wipe Palestinians and other Arabs from the face of the earth.
אבל בוא נאמר...
תעשי את זה, אני מכיר אותך קצת, תעשי את זה אם תוכלי.
יכול להיות, אבל בוא נאמר ככה, הצבא צריך לגמור כמו שעבד בצפון, הוא צריך לעבוד בדרום, ולהשאיר את עזה ללא ערבים, ולהקים התיישבות יהודית בכל חבל עזה. כאשר אומרים ביישובי העוטף שרוצים לראות את הים. זאת אומרת, כדי לראות את הים צריך שלא יהיו לא בתים.
שאני מבין במקומות שלנו, עם הפרעים האלה לא היה שלום, אין שלום ולא יהיה שלום. לא שאני לא רוצה שלום, גם אני רוצה שלום. ארץ נשייכת אך ורק.
We need to do the Patrick Bateman thing now. Like, I want to see Hamas's videos. Let's see Hamas's videos.
לעם ישראל, וכל עזה וכל לבנון, כל זה צריכים לשאוף לנקות את הארץ מרוכבי הגמלים.
I don't care about Gaza. I literally don't care. For all I care, they can go out and swim in the sea.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה.
ICC warrant, by the way.
אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם, ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה, וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
שחיילי צה"ל הם מעל הוויכוח הזה, ואי אפשר להאשים אותם מה שנעשה בעזה, חבל שלא נעשה גרוע יותר. אין בלתי מעורבים. כל מי שיעמוד בפניו וירצה לחבל במדינת ישראל, כולל אם הם ישלחו ילדים.
The very article I just cited corrected the number and the fact that he mentioned. A lot of these things are like half-truths or like crazy people that are interviewing. I think that Yoav Gallant thing, I think I've looked that up before. I think he was explicitly referring to Hamas when they were going into fight there. This was said like, I think within a week or two, I think after the war began, because I think that quote made it into the South African case that they brought against Israel for the genocide prevention stuff. And I feel like I looked into the source of that quote, and I think a few of them that they'll say they're talking about all Palestinians, but they're referring to Hamas. But the clip was dated the 9th of October 2020. Yeah.
Have you seen enough? No, I don't think you have. Israeli lawmaker Yitzhak Kreuzer says there are no innocent children in the West Bank, defending the bloodthirsty behavior of settlers that murder helpless Palestinians. That Kreuzer...
Like, do I want to go look all these up? Like, I'm curious, is this guy actually saying there are no innocent children in the West Bank? Or is he saying of the people that got killed in this incident, none of them were innocent children? If I were to look that article up. That guy's from Ben Giver's party? Oh, well, in that case, he probably does want them all dead. A lawmaker from the far-right Otzma Yehudit party told the Knesset on Wednesday that there are no innocent civilians, no innocent children in Jenin, I think they might call this. Okay, so this is a fairly unhinged quote, but like Jenin is known as a place that you shouldn't go because you'll probably get fucking killed. Like even our Palestinian tour guide that was willing to take us to Nablus wouldn't take us to Jenin. That's like, I'm not saying that that's that it's an acceptable quote, but that's like I think a seat is like one of the most like you're gonna get fucking rocked if you go to this place. So it's probably more specific to this area. Again, still like not the best quote, but a little bit different than saying all children in the West Bank aren't innocent. That would be crazy to make a statement saying that you could like kill children because they're settler babies. I don't know who would say that.
Says there are no innocent children in the West Bank, defending the bloodthirsty behavior of settlers that murder helpless Palestinians and steal their homes on a regular basis with total impunity. The West Bank, no Hamas here, just Palestinians living under a brutal system of apartheid, steal their homes on a regular basis. Innocent children in the West Bank, defending the bloodthirsty behavior of settlers that murder helpless Palestinians and steal their homes on a regular basis with total impunity. The West Bank, no Hamas here, just Palestinians living under a brutal system of apartheid. Whether they are children or women, it doesn't matter to me. Journalist Shimon Ricklin says Gaza should be wiped from the face of the earth.
It's time for Nakba too.
Journalist and politician Yinan Magal says it's time for Nakba 2, which means another massive wave of killing Palestinians and cleansing them from their territories to acquire these lands for Israel. Revital Gottlieb of the Likud party says, bring down buildings, bomb without distinction, stop with this impotence.
Like, I would never defend the crazy. There are some fucking insane Israelis, like there are, but you can find them saying insane stuff all the time. It's really weird to come down on somebody saying insane shit like on October 7th, though. Destiny, why don't you just debate Dave? Dave will never talk to me on this subject. The pro-Pallies have to remain as isolated as possible on this topic because they have known nothing about the region, they know nothing about the history, and they have no prescriptions of what to do in this place. Obviously, I would debate him if he wanted to, but I think he's even in his own comment section right now, fighting for his life. Not fighting for his life, but telling everybody, I'll never debate Destiny on this. Oh, he might have deleted the comments, but like, yeah, like October 7th tweets, like, I feel like I would give a little bit of leeway for somebody to be a little unhinged after you got, like, terrorist attacked that fucking hard, you know? Like most of your stuff, Dave, but question you, if you're so passionate about the topic, why not just have a direct conversation? Why not just grow the fuck up and watch this video? Damn! Got him.
You have ability. There is worldwide legitimacy. Flatten Gaza without mercy. This time, there is no room for mercy. You think this hatred is reserved only for Palestinians? Think again. Israeli Minister of National Security Ben Gvir says that for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep.
This is fucking unhinged.
All of Lebanon must burn. Are you fucking listening? All of Lebanon must burn? This is not Israel-occupied Palestine. This is a sovereign nation with territory that Israel has lusted after since its inception, and which it is currently successfully stealing. But back to Gaza, Israeli military official Eliyahu Yassian says, there is no population in Gaza. There are 2.5 million terrorists. There is no meaning to giving them warning missiles. Israeli politician Moshe Feiglin states outright that Hamas is not the enemy. It's every child in Gaza. Every child. Toddlers. Babies. Babies are terrorists. Anyone who would say this is a sadistic monster.
Who said that? Who says that? Who's the famous baby settler guy?
There are entire databases filled with hundreds of instances of very clear incitement to genocide. They openly announce that they intend to commit genocide, not just random nut jobs on social media. Israeli officials, legislators, military personnel, decision makers, they all state this openly, the desire to completely wipe out the Palestinian population. Take a second and read this crap. This is a drop in the bucket. You listen to any of these assholes for long enough, you get some shit like this about human animals, or Amalek, who their God commanded them to destroy in the Torah, or whatever other rhetoric they can think of to justify the extermination of an entire race of people. Just like
you debated that Moshe Feiglin guy. Was he the guy? I've debated a few far right Israeli people, but over here it's always like the pro-Pallies that I'm generally fighting. If he is who I don't remember debating many people. There was one. I mean, all of the super Zionist guys are generally fucking unhinged.
Nazis did to the Jews in calling them vermin, parasites, rats, whatever they could do to dehumanize them. It's identical. They proudly announce genocidal intent and then later deny the actualization of that intent when accused of the genocide they are committing, gaslighting the world with rhetoric about how the IOF is the most moral army in the world, rather than the reality.
Gaslight the world. True.
That they are actual terrorists. Here's Israeli Minister for Social Equality announcing how proud she is of the ruins of Gaza, and that every baby 80 years from now will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did. They take pride in the complete annihilation of a people.
אני אישית גאה בהריסות של עזה, ושכל תינוק, גם עוד 80 שנה מהיום.
What does IOF mean? Israeli Occupation Force.
יספר לנכדיו מה עשו היהודים.
And you don't have to take the word of officials. You can ask the soldiers themselves. They proudly brag about children they've killed.
We are looking for babies, but there is no babies left.
What babies? Say that again.
Huh?
Say it again.
No, maybe I killed a girl, she was 12, but I'm looking for a baby.
Do you like Palestinian children?
Yes.
Does it make you feel good when you bomb a hospital? Really?
Yes.
You guys kill children.
What are these videos?
In Lebanon, is that okay?
Yeah, this is okay because in Hamas.
What about the children, the babies?
The babies is good too.
Really? In Lebanon?
Yes, in Lebanon.
Is this like with the M4 or whatever? I don't even know what that gun is, actually. Like, is this a real video, or is this just like a fucking propaganda piece? Like, I got my rifle here and everything. Let me talk about how much I love killing babies.
In Gaza, in Iran.
Really? It's okay to kill babies in Iran?
Yes, yes.
And
okay.
in Gaza?
Yes.
And in Lebanon?
Yes.
What? I need to know what the source of this video is.
You really believe that?
Yes.
Really? Have you ever killed any Palestinians? Have you ever killed any Palestinian children? How many?
I don't know.
You don't keep track?
No, but I can.
If anybody has a source of that video, I'd love to see it. Debate him, bet you won't, you're scared, lol. Why do none of you debate bro shitheads ask him why he's too afraid to debate me? He sure as fuck didn't reach up for calling me a Nazi. You're pathetic. Well, I think I did look for him on Twitter because somebody suggested this when I watched the first video, but his Twitter account is banned and I have no idea how to reach him. But but I'm pretty sure I said that. I wonder if I said that in the video, because if I did, then he would have seen me say, of course I would debate him on this topic. Destiny, Professor Dave explains.
The blatant manipulation.
The blatant manipulation. Okay, I didn't say the word debate at least. When Professor Dave asks for that face-to-face debate fade, don't run away, my boy. Oh, you done fucked up, son. Oh, 5 hour. Oh, these are all from the recent video that he just published. If he wants to chat, I'd love to have a conversation on this. Wait, this is him. I couldn't find an exact video.
Hello, IDF, Israeli soldier. How many Palestinians have you killed?
What?
How many Palestinians have you killed?
20.
Is this like real life?
I don't know what is Palestinians. I know Hamas. In Gaza there is not civilians.
In Gaza,
all Hamas. Terrorists.
In Gaza there's no civilians, they're all Hamas? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Okay. So the 1 million kids in Gaza, they're Hamas?
Yeah.
What kind?
Oh God, and he's got this fucking lunatic on, of
Hello.
course.
Hello.
How are you?
I can't believe how much you guys included laundered this fucking lunatic's reputation here. Oh.
How are you? Where are you from, guys?
Israel. You love Israel.
I love Palestine. I'm from Palestine.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you? Where are you from, guys?
Israel. You love
Oh, hello. I've been looking for you.
What's up, man? You've been looking for me. What's going on?
I've seen your videos. I'm Israeli. Every day, on the news, at least one soldier dead in Gaza.
Oh. Tens of Palestinians are killed every single day.
Okay, and you know what happened on October 2nd? At least
Does that excuse...
2,000 babies were murdered. At least.
What? Hold on. How many babies were killed on October 7th?
At least 100, I think.
You just said 2,000.
ואנחנו קיבלנו את הפקודה לחסל את שלושת האובייקטים כי הם נכנסים לתוך שטח השמדה שלנו. חיסלנו אותם, יש מג ונגב, שני נשקים, ולאחר מכן התברר שזה היה שני ילדים בגילאים בין 10 ל-12 והאימא שלהם, ואנחנו היינו צריכים לחסל אותם בסופו של דבר, 10 פקודות.
זאת אומרת, הרגתי ילד. אפילו לא... אני אומרת צבא, לא אומרת... לחשוב על זה קשה. זאת אומרת, הייתי חושבת על זה מלא ו...
This is how long of this video is just like quotes from Israelis or Jews or...
Drop in the bucket. Countless children in Gaza have been targeted and executed by snipers. There are so many accounts from both local and international doctors who received child after child with a single precise bullet wound to the head. Again, soldiers state outright that they intentionally murder children and that they're specifically ordered to do it, while officials continue to put on a show and act offended when it is suggested that soldiers do the things they openly admit they are doing. This is the definition of gaslighting. And how do Israeli soldiers and officials justify this grotesque behavior? Naturally, they have divine permission for it. They state this openly all the time as well. They are the chosen people, so they can do whatever they want. They say Israel is allowed to ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires. International law doesn't apply to them, so they should be able to commit genocide. They say they are entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries. This means that any land they desire is theirs for the taking. This is announced proudly, publicly, and supported by a citizenry that has been brainwashed into believing that they are genuinely superior to other peoples.
Kids trained to see Arabs as slaves and all non-Jews as inferior.
מה כמו שאתם פוגשים ילד חילוני? למה אתם בחיים עליו שלא נתחלדים? מה הוא עושים?
They are inferior. Babies are terrorists. This is Israel. This is not some fringe political group. This is the whole fucking country. This is how they justify the slaughtering of countless innocent people, a thing that has been going on for almost 80 years now, but never with such ferocity as the past 2.5. And because the media will never show you these victims or describe their slaughter with accurate language, I will.
Really? Nobody in the media is talking about this. Okay.
This is who Israelis are talking about. Look at these people. Look at these children. That anyone could look at these children and call them terrorists that deserve to die is beyond comprehension. Israeli officials who carry out this activity are rotten to the core and beyond saving. They are twisted and evil. But any member of the global public that can listen to these politicians or their puppets on social media say these things and look at these children and remain resolute in supporting Israel is also a lost cause.
Legitimate question, Destiny. What would it take to change your opinion on this? I don't know. It's difficult to engage with questions that are that fucking retarded. For the people that are saying unhinged, insane shit in Israel. These are bad statements. They're horrible. But it's even worse when you just show one side and you pretend like it's only one-sided. You're disqualified from the conversation. You shouldn't even have an opinion on it. You're fucking retarded. I'm sure there are unhinged, insane fucking people in Israel. I met a few, and I've talked to a few, and I've debated a few that are absolutely fucking unhinged. There's a reason why they're unhinged, though, right? There's a reason why the Palestinians are unhinged as well. Both of these people have enough ammunition in even recent history to use against each other forever. But when you want to just cover one side of it, you're engaged in some either insane anti-Semitic program where you're labeling every single Israeli citizen, which they now finally are openly doing. Every single Israeli citizen is actually an unhinged, crazy murderer. Or when you're saying every single Palestinian is trained from birth to want to kill and murder and rape every single fucking Jewish person, right? It's not helpful on either end. Both sides have enough ammunition against each other. They want to hate each other. You don't have to. It's presenting it so one-sidedly is so stupid.
Anyone who supports Israel is either completely brainwashed or a racist piece of shit. They bought into the brown people bad narrative that has been pushed in the media and entertainment for decades in order to justify American imperialism in the Middle East. They fell for precisely the same dehumanizing rhetoric that led to the Holocaust. If you support Israel, you are a Nazi. There is no meaningful distinction between support for Israel today and support for Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s. Given the age we live in, the horror show that
really
is this genocide can be viewed by anyone with the courage to see it. It is the first genocide in history that has been broadcast globally in real time on a daily basis. It is undeniable unless you deliberately look away. So-called liberal Zionists, which is an oxymoron, are in denial of this reality. Their everyday lives consist of endless mental gymnastics to avoid witnessing the carnage. Their social media feeds are filled with propaganda peddlers convincing them that none of it is real. Genocide isn't real. If you don't go and look at it yourself, then you can pretend it doesn't exist. Well, I'm going to show you to the best of my extremely limited ability what is happening. This video almost certainly will not be monetized. I'm fully aware of that and I don't care. But I can't show you the true extent of the carnage, as that would violate YouTube's community guidelines, and my channel could get deactivated from a single violation of place, and this boring out of their app haunts me every time I look. The countless bodies dirt bulldozed on top of them, often still of this genocide, and then they get their last glimpse of daylight.
Evidence of torture with nearly 400 bodies found in Gaza, mass graves. Weren't one of these graves wasn't it just like a reused or like an actual just I'm trying to remember. There were a bunch of bodies buried outside of a hospital, and I remember there was some fighting that happened, and then when there was like an explosion or something, some of these bodies were uncovered and people were like, oh my God, mass grave discovered. But it wasn't like a mass grave of like people who were murdered and thrown in a grave. It was like there was a ton of all the reporting on this was actual fucking AIDS for like 6 months at least. Well, I mean, all of it is still AIDS, but holy fucking shit.
There is no way for me to physically illustrate for you the true extent of this genocide. And that brings us to the main point of this video. Dickheads like Destiny deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide. This is beyond comprehension. Any honest person with the courage to look can instantly see what has been going on in Gaza for nearly 3 years now.
So courageous to join literally the most popular political movement online in the history of all the fucking world, which is Israel bad, Jew bad, and Palestine innocent and need to be protected, and get rid of AIPAC. What a brave position that is. Oh my goodness.
And it is objectively genocide. Anyone who wants to complain about how woefully unqualified I am to make that assessment, they can shut their dumb fuck faces, because you don't have to take my word for it. Every single human rights organization in the entire world has labeled this a genocide. Let me play a short clip from Mehdi Hassan, since he will be able to get this point across quite succinctly.
Gaza has been cut off from the world for almost 3 years and subjected to war crimes, ethnic cleansing, genocide. But if you say that, Israel and its supporters will accuse you of lying, of being anti-Semitic, of perpetrating a blood libel. So let me debunk this argument in less than 60 seconds by asking one very simple question. Start the clock. Do you believe Benjamin Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir, and Bezalel Smotrich about what's been happening in Gaza, or do you believe the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry, the UN Special Committee, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, the UN Special Rapporteur for the Occupied Palestinian Territories, 14 other UN Special Rapporteurs, the former UN Humanitarian Chief, UNICEF, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Bet Salem, Gisha, Physicians for Human Rights Israel, Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam, Save the Children, Christian Aid, Action Aid, Moses, the author of the book Danish Refugee Camp, Israel's Mossad, all of them, or Benjamin Netanyahu?
But Mehdi...
Those are the only two sides of that, by the way. And it's not even a question of what are the facts. It's a question of like... The most annoying thing too is it's a question of like, would you consider it a genocide? It's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine like a genocide where if one side surrenders, like everything stops. Like that's kind of hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine a genocide where the side being genocided like actively is continuing to hold hostages against the other side and refuses to release them for some reason. But it's just the most difficult question that these people have. That I've never heard a good answer to, and there's a lot of them that you can ask. It's like, what's the difference between like a bad one-sided war or just like a really violent war and a genocide? Like I don't know what the difference is, and I've never heard them actually enunciate a difference there. What is the difference between like a bad war or one-sided war versus like a genocide? I don't know.
Didn't you know that all of those organizations and all of those people are Hamas? The entire world hates Jews. Only Israel is telling the truth. Everyone else is a lying anti-Semite. Case closed. Anyway...
If they stopped calling it a genocide, what would the next point of contention you have be? I don't know. It depends on the specific claims they're making. But I think there's a lot of criticisms to be had for how Israel's conducted the war, especially some things that are like inexcusable. The WCK bombing, WCK or WKC, the World Kitchen whatever truck bombing is probably the worst in terms of them fucking up like horribly. But if the mindset is like all these fuck ups are intentional and they're just trying to murder as many civilians, not as they can, but as many as they can get away with, even though they're clearly not getting away with it. But I don't know why they won't murder more or whatever. Like it's kind of it's a conversation non-starter. Like how do you make peace with a group of people that you think is literally trying to genocide the other side? Like, it's stupid as fuck. You can't, like, and then these same guys who will say, well, 90% of Israel is on board with this, and all of them are brainwashed to want to genocide the other side, and we can't even accept a two-state solution anymore because that's apartheid, so we're going to do a one-state solution, but somehow all of these people are going to live in peace with each other? What the fuck? I don't know.
More effective than just listing organizations, we can go through the specific details which demonstrate that this is objectively genocide. Let's start with the death toll. You'll see propaganda peddlers on social media cracking up about how it's the only genocide where the population actually increased. Disgusting. It's impossible to get a true count, but any official numbers you'll see that hover around 70,000 killed are so far off the mark, it's insane. And anyone complaining that these are fabricated Hamas numbers, 70,000 killed, are so far off the mark, it's insane.
Do you know, a casualty is not a death. Does he think that this said 240,000 deaths, and that's why he thought this was super far off? Did he not read this?
And anyone complaining that these are fabricated Hamas numbers is brainwashed. An independent study in The Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was in July of 2024, 2 full years ago. Previous 180,000.
Oh my God, this...
fabricated Hamas numbers is brainwashed. An independent study in The Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was in July of 2024, 2 full years ago.
This was like an estimation based on like future deaths from bad conditions. This is like such a dumb, oh my God. Like somehow like 15 or 20% of the population has been killed, but we just don't know it. I don't know.
Previous estimates had been much lower because they only took into account bodies that were identifiable and directly correlated with airstrikes or gunshots. But thousands of bodies have been totally vaporized, leaving nothing identifiable behind. And thousands more bodies are still buried under rubble from all the carpet bombing or in still undiscovered mass graves. Additionally, so many people have died from wounds, from general poor health, from starvation, from freezing to death because they sleep through the winter in paper-thin tents, from disease because there's near zero health infrastructure. All of these are victims of genocide. They are deaths caused by the total and complete destruction of a territory and everything a society needs to survive. And Israel hasn't stopped bombing Gaza.
It gets cold in deserts. I'm just curious. Weather, January 1st, Tel Aviv. January 1st in Tel Aviv typically brings mild winter weather with average daytime highs around 64 to 65 and nighttime lows around 50 to 51. Are people freezing to death in the Mediterranean? Is this happening? Maybe.
Gaza for a single day since July 2024, ceasefire or not, so the number is much higher now. Israel has murdered hundreds of thousands of Gazans.
I like how we just got to that. Okay. Oh my God. I thought the Gazan Health Ministry is still saying 70,000. I think it's like 70 to 75, but I don't know. Whatever.
Likely at least
white people want that number to be way higher, so it is, I guess.
20% of the Gazan population. That's genocide. It is a maximization of thousands of Gazans. Likely at least 20% of the Gazan population. That's genocide.
At least 20% of the Gazan population. So now we're past 400,000, at least 400,000. But okay.
It is a maximization of casualties while still maintaining their version of plausible deniability. They also specifically targeted hundreds of journalists, well over 1,000 doctors, and other key personnel publicizing the genocide and keeping citizens safe. That's genocide. The continued use of white phosphorus and other illegal weapons as documented by Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International. That's genocide. It's very easy to get much more...
How is that genocide? White phosphorus, you're not supposed to use it on humans, but you can use it to cover retreats or whatever. Even if you did use it, I'm pretty sure, I don't remember the specific distinction. It would be some kind of war crime, but it wouldn't be genocide. But I guess you theoretically could commit genocide with white phosphorus. You start like trying to genocide civilians with white phosphorus.
Granular with it as well. Francesca Albanese of the UN Refugee Agency published a report way back in March of 2024 that outlined a determination of genocide, and she has continued to update that report ever since. It documents explicitly stated intent for genocide, the long list of violations of international law, systematic torture and sexual abuse of prisoners with no legitimate charge against them, a total erasure of culture, the stripping away of any sense of dignity for an entire people. Israel really hits every single point on the genocide checklist. For writing these reports and sharing these determinations with the UN, Francesca has faced a volume of harassment and threats to her personal safety that I can't even begin to imagine. And that's coming from someone who is harassed every day and receives threats sporadically. You heard Mehdi's...
The harassment that I couldn't even imagine. For her public stance, Albanese's life has been threatened and her family put in danger. She has faced the prospect of arrest in Germany for her choice of words. Okay. We have Donald Trump's administration has named her a specially designated national, a term usually reserved for terrorists, drug traffickers, and the occasional murderous dictator. She's the first UN official to receive the designation. I'm going to assume this article details other... It wouldn't surprise me if people were harassing her or whatever, I'm sure, because there are some mega pro-Israeli or probably Arab haters that I would imagine, but I'm just saying this... I'm sure it's in the article. I'm being charitable there, hopefully.
I can't even begin to imagine. And that's coming from someone who is harassed every day and...
What has she said, actually? Well, the Francesca Albanese, she was the special rapporteur lady or whatever for one of these, I think, right? I'm curious. I'm curious what she's actually said on this actually now. If Germany was considering arresting her, I don't know what prospect of arrest means. Francesca Albanese quotes Israel, I don't know, in her own word. Oh, the ADL. She's the first special rapporteur to be condemned by both Germany and France for anti-Semitism. Below are select statements from her. It's no longer a fragile minority, no longer diasporic people, no longer the people of the book, but the chosen people chosen to dominate. And Albanese claims that Jews have learned that to survive in this world, they need to be superior. Okay, and so they have accepted the Jews, but not all of them, especially those who have learned to survive in this world. That's not too bad. Albanese likened the systematic extermination of Jews under the Nazis' pure race policy to Israel's war on Hamas and Gaza. Oh, everybody does the Nazi shit now. The Nazi comparisons. It seems to be like standard, the standard kind of like tropish talking points. I don't think I see anything like exceptionally horrible here. Just what I would expect to see fucking pro-pally lefty people say.
Receives threats sporadically. You heard Mehdi's list, but let's expand a little. Human Rights Watch cited starvation as a weapon of war and the creation of conditions calculated to bring about the physical destruction of the Palestinian population. Doctors Without Borders cited the testimonies of doctors reporting that they routinely received children who have been shot in the head or chest by snipers, as we mentioned. UNICEF reported that essentially all of the million or so children remaining in Gaza need mental health and psychosocial support due to immeasurable trauma, especially the thousands who have lost limbs, usually amputated without anesthetic, and those who have lost their entire families. The International Association of Genocide Scholars stated that the legal definition is cleanly met, citing war crimes and crimes against humanity. Jewish Voice for Peace, Amnesty International, even several Israeli organizations. It's a long list of organizations, and the list of criteria that qualify this as genocide is never ending. 90% of Gazans displaced, absolutely all farmland unusable, continuous blocking of humanitarian aid, starvation and life-threatening malnutrition, mass executions of healthcare and rescue workers. Israel is a club of genocide overachievers. If you deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide, you are no different from a club.
What should you do as a casual viewer to not fall to propaganda like this? For the Jew shit, honestly, this was like you had to read all the original sourcing on everything because everybody gets fucking mindfucked when it comes to Israel. And then the sourcing is like you have to read like oftentimes at least from the stuff that I've read on the UN with their treatment of Israel, the fact gatherings themselves are actually usually pretty good. They seem to be pretty in line to me. It's just like the conclusions you'll reach will become like very weird. The most prominent example of this had to do with when they went through the unjustified killings during the border riots or whatever, like they use an analysis to tell you that like 120 people were murdered by Israel unjustifiably or whatever. But when you actually read the whole, I don't remember, it wasn't that long. It's like maybe, was it even 100 pages? The UN report on it. They explain their rationale for how they analyze it in the beginning, and they don't analyze it as an armed conflict event. They analyze it as a policing event. And when you use a policing event analysis, generally speaking, I guess, I don't know if this is like an international standard, but generally speaking, police don't kill people unless there's like an imminent threat to your life. Like it almost has to be a self-defense thing, or like a fleeing felon or somebody fleeing that you think might be about to murder somebody. So kills that you could generally say are fair kills in an armed conflict scenario don't become fair kills in a policing scenario. So that's how they get to that number of like 80 or 120 like unjustifiable kills or whatever, because they treat it as a policing event. So you have like during the border riots, you've got a ton of people that are setting the tires on fire. They're trying to cut the wire. They're trying to run through. Some of them have guns. Some of them have bombs or whatever. If you shoot and kill any of those people, that's considered unjustified because they're not presenting an imminent threat to somebody's life, which is the country just like fucking, it's like a brain break.
Climate change denier or an anti-vaxxer or a fucking flat earther. You are denying the very obvious reality that we live in. Did you hear that, Stephen? Then let's talk about the complete demolition of the entire territory. Israel wants people to believe that they're the most moral army in the world, taking every imaginable measure to protect innocent civilians while exclusively targeting filthy Hamas terrorists with laser precision. This is total horseshit. I mean, again, they proudly announced that they want to murder every last child in Gaza, so anyone who believes them when they say the opposite is a moron. But more importantly, there objectively is no precision whatsoever to the destruction in Gaza. More than 78% of Gazan infrastructure has been demolished by relentless carpet bombing.
I think that number that he's referring to, I think was in like the first year of the war. It's like 78% has some damage, not necessarily like completely destroyed or whatever, but I don't know what their number stands at now.
Every hospital, every school, every bakery, every city demolished.
What is it about the Israel-Palestine conflict that breaks the minds of people? It's just it's got enough for everybody to have like a strong opinion about it. Oppressor, oppressee, Western world versus non-Western world, Jew versus Arab, brown versus white, imperialism, colonialism, America, foreign involvement. There's just like everything. Occupier. There's like every possible thing that you could ever care about can be represented in Israel-Palestine.
Refugee tent camps were set up. They bombed those too. They tell them to evacuate even though they have nowhere to go and then bomb them anyway. They give them safe routes to evacuate and then bomb the safe.
You didn't address carpet bombing. Was there actually any? No, but I mean, like, There clearly isn't. Like, you can look at the death numbers. Like, as horrible as it might sound to say, like, if this was indiscriminate bombing, you would have expected to see way more people die. Like, the idea that they would have spent so much, that they would have bombed so much, and you would have, up to this point, 75,000 or whatever deaths to show for it, it just doesn't make sense. There are ways that you can... The way that they try to weasel out of that is like, well, Israel is trying to commit a genocide and kill as many people as they can, but they don't want to kill too many because then it'll be called a genocide, but everybody's calling it a genocide anyway, so yeah, I don't know. It's dumb.
Those two. They tell them to evacuate even though they have nowhere to go and then bomb them anyway. They give them safe routes to evacuate and then bomb the safe routes.
See, like, this is like true. There were some safe areas that were like declared by Israel, kind of like not official safe areas, but like recommended areas for passage. But the problem, and the reason why some of these started to get attacked, is because when they would declare these as safe passage areas, Hamas would begin fighting from these areas. They would do it intentionally. Like, there were no mutually agreed upon, unless it happened in the last year and I just didn't see it because I haven't followed as closely. But there were no mutually agreed upon like safe passage areas for civilians, because Hamas will never work to defend the civilian population, because they always utilize those deaths as much as they can. Their goal is always to incite maximum civilian death because it helps their side and their propaganda machine more.
They designate safe spaces and then bomb those too. And when they occasionally let in food, they shoot at Gazans when they try to get it. It's complete annihilation combined with twisted psychological torture.
Why are international institutions like the UN calling it a genocide, though? The UN, so the only body, as far as I'm aware, that can officially make that designation is the International Court of Justice. And I think we're still waiting for their ruling on that. Any special committee, special whatever thing is like whatever you want to consider it, but it wouldn't be like the UN. Like, it would be the International Court of Justice that could ultimately make that determination.
It's very easy to look at image after image of the destruction to see that there was zero regard for precision. They weren't aiming for some imaginary terrorist. They were never doing anything but destroying Gaza from day one. You're not convinced by these images? Too small in scope? Let's get a broader top-down view.
How do they mutually agree on shit like that, LOL, mid-conflict? Well, that if you're doing the rules of war, I mean, like, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be taking care of your civilian population and being regarding the enemy civilian population as well. That's part of your obligations as a party to a conflict. Wouldn't Israel also be worried about damaging their U.S. relations if they go too far? No, I think they would have to, I think the internal support wouldn't be as big either, because I mean, there are a lot of people in Israel that don't want to see the Palestinians genocided, despite these people always saying otherwise, like B'Tselem and these leftist organizations in Israel. These are Israelis, staffed by Israelis. Now, I don't know how that opinion has changed post October 7th. I'm sure that opinion has decreased a bit. But for the far right of Israel, I don't even know if they want to be attached to the U.S. anymore. Like, they might be happy to see that relationship wither a bit, because they might feel like it gives them more flexibility to operate without the U.S., restraining them in any way.
Down view.
Destiny, International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrant against Netanyahu and his deputy over genocide in Gaza. I don't remember if that was why those ICC warrants were issued, but the ICC cannot make a determination that a genocide has taken place or that a country has committed genocide. The ICC can only issue warrants against individuals for crimes that they think. It might be the crime of allowing a genocide or something. Maybe the ICC might be able to do that. I would have to go back and look. But the determination of if a genocide has occurred is done by the International Court of Justice. That's what rules with regards to states. Holy shit. It might have just been war crimes? Okay, yeah.
Presta atenção nessa cidade, ó. Uma cidade normal, né? Tá cheia de pessoas, avenidas, cheia de construção. Eu vou mostrar pra vocês como que isso daqui é uma foto de satélite de 2023. Agora, olha como é que ela tá agora. Cadê a cidade? Cadê? Cadê os prédios? Cadê as pessoas? Vou tirar o zoom pra você ver o tamanho dessa área destruída. Olha o tamanho dessa área destruída. Olha isso aqui. Isso aí é a cidade de Rafah, no sul da faixa de Gaza. Fica na fronteira com o Egito. Essa área destruída, só nessa área destruída, ao sul, toda essa área cinza.
Pangbergen said, I have offered Dave the date with Destiny, but he has declined. RIP.
Essa área que eu der um zoom aqui, eu vou ver uma área destruída. Essa área aqui é maior do que a área que foi destruída pela bomba.
What are the chances they rule that this was/is a genocide? I have absolutely no idea. The submission by South Africa, I was fucking retarded. So I don't know, like, a lot of the quotes and everything just don't really follow from what they were saying, but I don't know, who knows? Who knows?
De Hiroshima, a bomba atômica de Hiroshima. Qualquer lugar que eu aponte aqui, eu vou ver casas destruídas, destruição, uma das coisas mais horrendas da história humana. E isso aqui vai assombrar a humanidade por muito tempo. E o holocausto da Segunda Guerra se repetiu, infelizmente, e ninguém conseguiu impedir. E até agora os responsáveis por esse crime contra a humanidade estão rindo à toa. Fica aqui esse registro, porque é uma coisa assustadora. E como o olho que tudo sabe, tudo vê, não apaga a imagem, essa é a imagem real. Contra fatos não há argumentos. O que aconteceu aqui foi um genocídio.
It doesn't get any clearer clearer than this. Gaza is now an uninhabitable wasteland. Absolutely nobody can keep a straight face and say that this level of destruction had anything to do with targeting terrorists while keeping civilians safe. We can know this with even greater certainty by looking at what they're doing in Lebanon.
You have an issue with the framing that it's a genocide, but you don't have an issue saying that Israel is doing fuck shit right. Are people really upset with you over the word? People are upset over the word because they want to invoke maximum hatred for the country of Israel because they want the country to be eradicated as a Jewish majority state. They wouldn't even... Finally, they're masked off enough that we don't have to fight over that obvious point from October 7th onwards. This is so obvious. But they will say now that the existence of Israel as a Jewish majority state has to be eradicated. It needs to be a state... They'll say equal rights, but what that really means is the Palestinians will get the infinite right of return, millions will come back, and then Jews will be a minority, and then who the fuck knows what happens from there, is what they're generally... Not generally, that's what they push for now. That's why they push against the two-state solution. Israel destroys entire villages in Lebanon during 3-week ceasefire. I think the most annoying thing about all of the the one-sided coverage is that it really does seem like why does Israel attack all of these people? Why are they attacking Gaza? What's going on there? We never hear about that. Why is Israel trying to attack Lebanon? I guess just to invade and steal land? We never hear about why.
Village after village, town after town, not individual buildings, the entire town. This has nothing to do with terrorism. This has nothing to do with Hezbollah, whose label of terrorist organization is laughable to begin with. Hezbollah and any other group that is labeled
Wait, what? Hold on, sorry.
To do with individual buildings, the entire town. This has nothing to do with terrorism. This has nothing to do with Hezbollah, whose label of terrorist organization is laughable to begin with. Hezbollah and any other group that is labeled terrorists by Israel are simply people desperately defending themselves against Israeli terror.
This is just it's just really like a TikTok slop video. Hezbollah was literally founded by Iran and pushed into, or founded by Iran in Lebanon, and is like a militia now that runs a large part of that country. Hezbollah... It's pretty easy to say that Hezbollah are bad guys. This is also something really frustrating. These people will virtue signal to the ends of the earth on the genocide term, and anything less than that is completely and totally unacceptable. But for some reason, they can't acknowledge, really basically, the Houthis are not the good guys, and Hezbollah are not the good guys. You don't have to hand it to Hezbollah. You don't have to hand it to the Houthis or hand it to, torture and rape and murder and everything from Hamas. You can't actually. You can never criticize both sides on this. You literally have to be on one or the other. It's so fucking stupid.
Terrorism. Hezbollah formed as a direct response to the Sabra and Shatila.
We know why, ... but you don't have to blow up towns, ? I mean, it'd be nice if you didn't, but Hezbollah literally repurposes garages and houses to launch missiles and shit out of in southern Lebanon. This is what they do. They live in and they occupy towns, and then all of their weapons are stored there. You can see this. Again, Amnesty International, other people have literally reported on this. This is how they operate. It's not good, but man, it would be nice that if there was some pressure on the other side as well. That's just crazy to me that nobody says fuck all about the other side of this, ever.
Simply people desperately defending themselves against Israeli terrorism. Hezbollah formed as a direct response to the Sabra and Shatila massacres, for example. Israel is the aggressor state, slaughtering anyone they please, and anyone who stands in opposition to that is labeled a terrorist. These groups are the rebellion in Star Wars. Israel is the fucking empire. Do you think Emperor Palpatine would label Luke Skywalker a terrorist? Of course he would. Supporting Israel is like rooting for the fucking Death Star.
True.
But again, this level of destruction...
Did he really say that Hezbollah is not a terrorist organization? Really? Holy crap, brain rot much? That is the standard position of all lefties. You just don't know this because nobody knows anything about Israel-Palestine. Nobody in the mainstream media, nobody knows anything about this fucking region. So nobody asks any of the correct questions. But yes, every single lefty, every single far-left person, Hassan and all these people included, will say that Hezbollah is a legitimate governing force and military in Lebanon. That's it. You yourself make fun of people who both sides an argument. I'm trying to... How fucking retarded do you have to be to make that statement? Do we want to have pizza tonight or do we have burgers? I don't know. I can kind of see both sides, But Destiny, didn't you say both sides a bad argument? Yeah, when comparing Republicans and Democrats in the United States of America, it's fucking retarded. Does that mean that you can't see two sides of anything else on the fucking planet? Because I don't think there's a both sides argument to be had with how equally bad the Republicans and the Democrats are in the United States. In most international conflict, generally speaking, it's very rare that there's an entire group of people that are unhinged and unreasonable. Usually people have a reason for why they feel the way they do. Usually.
has nothing to do with Hezbollah or any other supposed terrorist group. This is demolition. This is an erasure of a people, their lives, their culture, to make room for Israeli expansion. A huge chunk of Lebanon is Israel now. They will build, settlers will come, and that's the end of it. Then they'll steal more land tomorrow. Chunk of Lebanon is Israel now.
Israel's mass evacuation orders in southern Lebanon. I don't know if this is all they're planning to take, but I like how, is this supposed to look like this is Israel and this is the new land they're taking too? Like they're doubling the size of their country? Obviously Israel is down here, but...
Now, they will build, settlers will come, and that's the end of it. Then they'll steal more land tomorrow, and the cycle continues. They'll tell you themselves if you ask them. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich sure did.
בוא נדבר על היום שאחרי המלחמה בהיבט הנדל"ני. אתה כבר התבטאת לא פעם לגבי חידוש ההתיישבות היהודית ברצועת עזה. שאלה פשוטה, איפה מבחינתך צריך לקום היישוב הראשון ברצועה?
אני מודה שלזה לא ציפיתי, אני מוכן להתחיל מהתוכנית הצפונית, אבל...
חידוש ההתיישבות היהודית ברצועת עזה. שאלה פשוטה, איפה מבחינתך צריך לקום היישוב הראשון ברצועה?
I mean, they literally pulled out of the strip in 2005, but aren't they literally about to lose their election? Who the fuck knows, bro? Netanyahu is the vampire that never goes away in Israeli politics. Hold on one second.
אני מודה שלזה לא ציפיתי, אני מוכן להתחיל מהתוכנית הצפונית, אבל סתם, זה לא מצחיק, יש תוכנית עסקית, תקשיבו לי טוב, יש תוכנית עסקית שנבנתה על ידי אנשים הכי מקצועיים שיש, שנמצאת על השולחן של הנשיא טראמפ. לאיך הדבר הזה הופך לבוננזה של נדל"ן, אני לא צוחק, מחזיר את עצמו. אגב, אני התחלתי משא ומתן עם האמריקאים, ואני אומר את זה לא בצחוק עכשיו, כי אני גם דורש, הרי אנחנו שילמנו המון כסף על המלחמה הזאת. אז אנחנו צריכים להתחלק איך אנחנו עושים אחוזים על שיווקי התחדשות.
Real estate mogul cosplaying as the president of the most powerful nation on earth. It's going to be a bonanza. When you decide that you want to steal some land, first you demolish every chosen people building is left. Do you understand now what has been happening since October 7th? Do you understand that it was never about terrorists or protecting Israel or getting back hostages or anything of the sort? Not for a single second was it ever about any of those things. Israeli officials...
Like I said this a long time ago, imagine how fucked... Like, this would have been a political outmaneuvering. Imagine how fucked Netanyahu would have been if Hamas released all the hostages, like, a month into the war. Whoo! That would have been a tough position for Netanyahu to be in, but they kept those hostages for so fucking long. Holy shit.
Didn't give two shits about hostages. They were an excuse to keep bombing. There were deals on the table early on that involved a ceasefire in exchange for all of the hostages being returned, and they refused.
And in exchange for Hamas remaining the power of the region that was going to be restricted by Israel, and it wasn't going to be a permanent ceasefire. We always leave the other conditions out, but okay.
In October of last year, they got all of the hostages back that they didn't kill with their carpet bombing. That still didn't stop them. And I wish I had saved my tweets from early in the genocide, but I didn't, so you'll just have to take my word for it. But I was saying all of this. From day one, I knew that this was premeditated ethnic cleansing and land acquisition, belligerent imperialism in the 21st century. Everything I was saying came true. That Gaza would become Israel, that they would do it to Lebanon too, and I was silenced for it. Anyone who didn't have their head up their ass could smell it, but if you couldn't see what was happening then, do you see it now? Smotrich says they paid for this war. They paid money to fabricate pretense for a military operation with the singular goal of clearing out Gaza to keep it, with Lebanon and Syria to follow shortly after. Now that they're most of the way there with Gaza, an American military base is being built within the territory.
On the flip side, if Israel didn't go full 1940s Germany as a response to October 7th, the entire world would have sympathized with them on the Hamas issue rather than being the most hated country on the planet. No, probably not actually. Most people don't give a fuck. Most people think that the border riots in 2019 were like peaceful protests at like the Great March of Return. Like, I don't think so. I don't think that would go. Nice one though.
And plans are
also what I mean. The Israeli country would have like torn itself asunder. Like, you expect them to just kind of like chill and do nothing after like the largest terrorist attack in fucking history? Like, Jesus, I don't know.
Their way to round up remaining Gazans and put them into concentration camps while they clear out the rubble and start to build new Gaza. You heard that correctly. Zionist Jews are going to put people in concentration camps. And you heard the other thing correctly too.
At Destiny, Hamas offered that multiple times. Israel said they weren't going to stop bombing them. It wouldn't have mattered. Then why keep them? Why not just release the hostages? You would 100x your international and even the domestic support. It would be so hard to justify anything like the continue. Why would you always give them that thing to fall back on? The reason why, like, and again, nobody that makes videos like this will ever acknowledge, is because Hamas invites the civilian death. They want as many civilians to die as possible. They want as many civilians to die as possible. It is the goal, so that people like, Professor Dave can jerk off over these dogshit fucking TikTok slut videos they make on it.
New Gaza is already being sold to the American public. Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump's husband and haunted marionette, unveiled the plans for New Gaza, which will be luxury resorts as far as the eye can see, with some land carved out for Trump as a thank you for greenlighting all of this. And guess what? If you were one of those folks thinking that Israel's actions are way over the top, but what are you going to do because October 7th? Well, I'm going to take that away from you as well. Israel almost certainly knew what was going to happen, and they did nothing to stop it. The music festival taking place just 3 miles from the Gaza barrier was moved there from its original location at the last minute.
Again, we could just say, we don't have to say anti-Semitism, I guess. But if you were to make any of these claims at all, about like an Islamic or Arab, country saying that they were intentionally moving civilians to be killed by enemy, they would call you Islamophobic, 1,000,000,000%. They call it Islamophobic. Like, not even close. You wouldn't even have to do a tenth of that. You're taking random quotes from Arabs? That's not fair. What, do you expect every Arab to denounce ISIS? Oh, do you expect every Arab to denounce 9/11? Oh, does every single Muslim have to say that they don't agree with the Ayatollah? Does every single Muslim have to denounce every single terror bombing in London, in Miami? Like, people say this shit all the time. But for Jews, it's literally every single Jew. I mean Zionists.
Military response to initial activity was delayed for hours in a way that is difficult to justify. Israeli soldiers were even ordered to cancel all patrols along the Gazan border on the morning of October 7th, with no justification given.
6:30 בבוקר, 7 באוקטובר, אתה במוצב. אצלנו ה-7 באוקטובר מתחיל לפני 6:30.
Wait, was October 7th, was that Yom Kippur or no? I never know this shit. Fuck me, these stupid fucking
That was
holidays.
October 7th to you.
It was Yom Kippur. I wonder I don't know if they normally get days off or whatever for holidays. I don't know. But, like, this would be such an insane, like, if this was true, it would be, like, insane. But there's no evidence ever given for this. It's just like the weird, like, circumstantial stuff, whether or not, it's Simchat Torah, not Yom Kippur. Okay. Wasn't there a famous war where Israel was attacked on holiday? The 73 war started on Yom Kippur. Yeah, the idea that, like, they knew this terrorist attack was this is like the 9/11 shit recycled for Israel, though, on their own territory.
אתה במוצב.
אצלנו ה-7 באוקטובר מתחיל לפני 6:30. אני הייתי לוחם במחלקת מרגמות בגדוד 13, גולני, ובאותו לילה, אני, יותם סרור, הסמל שלי איתמר בן יהודה, זיכרונו לברכה, שלושתנו עושים לילה לבן. הרשינו לעצמנו בשבתות וחגים במיוחד, לעשות לילה לבן עד לכוננות עם שחר, ואתם יודעים, יש לנו זמן לישון מחלקת מרגמות, עד לכוננות הבאה. אז ב-5:20 בבוקר, אנחנו יושבים ליד הקשר כדי לא להעיר מאזין, והסמג"ד שלי, ניר בוינפלק, שגם הוא נפצע קשה, וברוך השם הוא שרד, פתאום עולה בקשר בהודעה מוזרה. כל התחנות, לא יודע למה, לא יודע איך, משהו בסגנון הזה, אין סיור בגדר עד 9 בבוקר.
באיזה זה?
No more patrols until 9 a.m. for no reason.
20 בבוקר.
Penguin and all for Dave, the date with Destiny. He has declined. Breaking news.
Yeah, we got that broken a while ago. Wait, this has to be a troll, right? Can someone remind me who did this? I can't remember. This can't be a real tweet. And then the formatting is weird too. I would need to see like an archive dot whatever of this to think this is real. Allegedly the Taliban, but let's be honest, probably the Mossad. I would need to see like an archive of this.
אז מבחינת קרקע ואויב אין לנו דברים משמעותיים. מבחינת כוחותינו יצאה הנחיה מהחטיבה שעד השעה 9 בבוקר מול הערכת המצב. אף כלי לא מגיע לבורמה.
Oh my god, he's a third party voter? Oh man.
Wait, is he a Jill Stein voter?
I don't know, apparently he says he votes in California so it doesn't matter.
Oh, classic.
This is scienceandculture.com. I don't know if there's like a Jew website or not, but...
What does a Jew website mean?
Well, everybody names their shit like weird shit, so you have to be in the know to understand. When it's like Qatari or Emirati or Israeli, like the Middle East Eye or whatever, I think that's like it's like a pro-Jew website or whatever, and then there'll be other ones, but they never call themselves like outright, but you can usually tell by just looking at the headlines of the story.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I mean. Is it like and it doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, it's just good to know sometimes. Genuine question. You said that Hamas wants civilian deaths in order to garner public support, but you also said that releasing the hostages would have made them look good in the public eye as well. How do you square these two positions? Well, when I say releasing the hostages would have made them look good in the public eye, what I mean is that if they were conducting themselves in such a way that they wanted the war to stop immediately, releasing the hostages would have been a good decision. But they didn't. I agree with their strategy not to, but that's understanding that their strategy is to invite as much civilian chaos and destruction as possible. But most people don't recognize that that's their mission. They think they're legitimately trying to fight against the whatever Israeli government. I mean, you can argue this is their way of fighting, but it's through terrorism and self-destruction, basically. Martyrdom, I guess you could call it. Oh, wait, Middle East Eye is Qatari-based. What am I thinking of? I might be thinking of a camera or whatever. Is the Jewish one? Middle East Forum, might be? I don't know, whatever. They're out there somewhere.
אני חוזר שוב, עד 9 בבוקר ואל מול הערכת המצב, אף כלי לא יורד לבורמה. נמצאים בנקודות זינוק אחוריות, מהנחת חטיבה, לא יודע...
Don't you think it's strange that more hostages weren't killed during all of the bombings? I guess they were all that secure in the tunnels. I mean, weren't they literally? Weren't hostages hidden in tunnels? Like, didn't we know that as a fact? And then some were in civilian homes, but...
בדיוק למה, לא שווה יותר מדי, זאת ההנחיה, זה מה שאנחנו עושים.
קצת לפני שהכל.
עד 9 בבוקר ואל מול הערכת המצב, אף כלי לא מגיע לבורמה. כוחותינו יצאה הנחיה.
The brigade issued a directive for our forces pending a situation assessment until 9 a.m. No vehicle is approached Burma. I mean, is this saying that they're trying to let Hamas do the maximum damage and murder civilians? Or is it like there's a chaotic situation and they don't want people strolling into this place and then either getting killed or like, is that, I don't know. I guess we're just reading this as it was Kristallnacht or whatever, right? They just wanted them to be murdered, I guess? A reverse pogrom or whatever? Okay.
נמצאים בנקודות זינוק אחוריות, מהנחיית חטיבה, לא יודע בדיוק למה, לא שואל יותר מדי, זאת ההנחיה, זה מה שאנחנו עושים.
קצת לפני שהכל מתחיל. ואיתמר דופק דים ולא קצת פקודה. באמת, אני הייתי כמה אנשי צבא בכירים, מה בעיה פגעו? שישי, סך הכל לפני באוקטובר.
Beyond this, hundreds of the civilians...
מרגיש לי שתשמעי, אני לא יודע מה שם, אני רוצה להבין.
A little coincidental, no. Beyond this, hundreds of the civilian casualties were the fault of Israel due to...
Oh, fuck, I was going to say this earlier, that he only says hundreds, though, to his credit. I don't know what the actual number is. I feel like dozens or less. But a lot of people will say that the majority of the civilians killed on October 7th were actually just killed by Israeli... They won't even say friendly fire, because I think some were killed when either Hamas was retreating or they'll be in homes with hostages, and then the building will get bombed, and then the hostage will die. I think that did happen a couple times. I don't remember the exact number on that. But they'll say that it was the Hannibal Doctrine, that Israel will kill every single fleeing Hamas person, even if they have an Israeli with them, because they always try to kill their own people so that they don't get taken hostage or something. Of which there's zero evidence of this happening, or I think, or ever happening, but...
A little coincidental, no. Beyond this, hundreds of the civilian casualties were the fault of Israel due to both friendly fire from incompetent teenage pseudo-soldiers, as well as the Hannibal Directive, which involves killing their own citizens on purpose to prevent their captivity, including a tank firing on a kibbutz. This is how much Israeli officials value the lives of their citizens. When you remove military and police casualties, which are absolutely fair game, as well...
They're not, by the way. You can't surprise attack, like, military people and then claim that that's, like, a fair thing. Like, Pearl Harbor, I mean, I don't know if we had rules of war back then like that, but that would have been considered, like, a terrorist attack. Even if they're soldiers, you can't kill them when you're not at war with somebody and claim it's a fair kill.
Israeli officials value the lives of their citizens. When you remove military and police casualties, which are absolutely fair game, as well as friendly fire and Hannibal Directive deaths, you're left with a number of civilian casualties that are exceeded by Palestinian deaths on any decent day for Israel since October 7th.
Okay.
And countless days before as well. Gaza was the most heavily monitored population on the planet. Israel knew that this was their opportunity to get 9/11 levels of support for murdering Arabs, and they took it, plain and simple. Now, if you thought that Israel was only a menace to its Middle Eastern neighbors, think again. Israel is a threat to the United States and every single American too. Let's go over the countless ways that Israel is specifically ruining the US. Let's start with some recent news. Israel is trying to force the United States to formally merge the American and Israeli military.
I've seen so many libs fucking, even big libs in my media sphere falling for this fucking retarded shit that we're gonna merge our militaries. This is like the EU army talking point, bro. I wonder if Russia even does propaganda anymore, if like Americans take care of it all. No, a lot of these are probably foreign pushed Russian talking points. Jesus Christ.
Militaries.
They're laughing.
Did you hear what I just said? Israeli officials are trying to force America to merge its military with the military of a foreign country, the one committing genocide. Moving from aid to partnership is how Bibi tried to sell it on Fox News, and even the Fox News anchor said,
It certainly brings up some issues of sovereignty, but we'll have to work that out later.
While you're sitting there thinking about how incredibly fucked up this is, let me explain how it's way more fucked up than that. First, you know all those billions of tax dollars that we send to Israel every year, the ones that are used to murder children? Now that money will not require congressional approval. It's just part of the federal budget that the executive branch can arbitrarily provide at any time and in any amount. Next, the government is trying to bring back the military draft. If that were to happen, soldiers would be forced to fight for Israel. That would mean that young Americans could be drafted against their will and forced to go murder.
This is, I think this is insane. No, we were never gonna fucking merge. I don't know. I'm sure Netanyahu maybe would want it, like ideally, but Destiny, look at the Reddit post someone wrote on this vid. Oh, this is like the EU army memes. Like the European Union is going to make an army and start drafting Europeans to fight in EU wars or whatever.
To fight for Israel. That would mean that young Americans could be drafted against their will and forced to go murder Arabs for Israel, while also potentially just getting murdered by Israel themselves via the Hannibal Directive. And finally, this move would make the Pentagon totally dependent on Israel. Israeli AI systems would be integrated into all the highest classification functions of the US military. So no American intelligence could be withheld from Israel, including that on its own citizens, and any attempt to defy Israel's wishes by any future president could be regarded as a military coup. I need you to really wrap your head around the treachery here. Israel is another country, a totally separate country from this one. If it were...
Yeah, actually, that is pretty annoying. That is actually kind of weird too. At Destiny, isn't it funny that the evidence of half these claims are analogous to flat earthers using weird sources and pictures? Compare this vid against his others. That is true, but I don't know. The politics does something to the brain to like shut it off, I guess. Yeah.
Suggested that the American military merge with that of Switzerland, that already would be fucking insane. Now replace Switzerland's army with a literal terrorist organization that rapes and tortures and murders civilians every single day to expand the borders of a colonial ethno-state that violates international law. This is not a dystopian novel. This is real life, and it is happening. Zionists in Congress are trying to sneak this bill through through as part of a defense spending bill. This is happening because public opinion is so firmly anti-Israel that Israel has to find ways to thwart the public and entrench itself in the American power dynamic in ways that will be nearly impossible to undo, no matter how much we protest and boycott. This is a hostile takeover of the American government by a foreign entity. This is Netanyahu trying to place himself formally in charge of aspects of the American government. Every politician supporting this motion is guilty of treason, and nobody's doing anything about it. What's next? Well, it is common knowledge that Gaza is a testing ground of treason, and nobody's doing anything about it.
I like how he didn't actually call out Republicans and Democrats here. They are highlighted. Oh, I like how he only highlights the ones that voted for. Republicans had it here, and then Democrats voted here. It's 209 to 6. But whatever, don't say it. That's fine. Destiny, you're not even defending against any of his claims. You kind of just pause the video and then say, it's so easy to paint one side, and then just move on without addressing anything. None of these claims are strongly factual claims that can even be, for some of these I have, but other these, if you're going to find me videos of people saying unhinged things, there are videos of people saying unhinged things. Yeah, of course. There are crazy fucking Israelis and Jewish people. There are also crazy Hamas people. And then you can argue that, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. What, you want me to say there's no fucking insane Israelis? Of course there is. But for stuff like this, there was, Israel had forewarning on October 7th that a terrorist attack was going to happen. This would be one of the most scandalous things to happen in the fucking history of the Middle East. And you're asking me debunk his claim based on 3 soldiers saying there were weird commands in the morning to not, to stand down from the invasion point or whatever. How the fuck am I even supposed to, what am I supposed to debunk here?
It's the crazies going on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, this is not evidence of one of the largest conspiracies in the history of the Middle East is 3 soldiers coming on and saying that they told us not to go to where they broke through the fence and to stay away from Burma. I'm sorry, I don't know how I'm supposed to deal with that. They can do these claims of they're assassinating, hundreds of journalists and whatever the fuck else. But it's every random person in Palestine throws on a journalist vest. If you want to talk about a specific incident, the problem is that the specific incidents never seem to play out exactly as they say. That flour massacre where they were baiting civilians with tons of flour just to shoot and murder them, it looked more like people were trying to climb onto the trucks and turn over the fucking convoy or whatever. Now, is it because they were starving or other horrific things? I mean, maybe, but the people still think this. They still call it the flour massacre. The idea was that the IDF set a booby-trap fucking truck for starving Palestinians to run to, and they just shot and killed as many as they could right there for literally no fucking reason. And every single fucking incident is like this. People say that what was the name of the beach that was supposed to be Malwi? What was the beach? There was a beach that was supposed to be designated as a safe zone before they moved them all north from Rafah. Al-Mawasi, I think, that were saying that this was a designated safe zone, and then Israel started bombing it literally for no reason anyway. And then the footage gets released, and there's literally fucking rockets in a truck right next to this fucking camp where Hamas are fighting out of. And this happens over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. But there's zero expectation on behavior for the other side. Why is there not, of all the fucking hundreds of miles of fucking Hamas tunnels and everything, why is there not a single fucking bomb shelter in all of fucking Gaza? Not a single fucking one. Not even one. Why? Not even one. Not a single fucking shelter. How is that even possible? And nobody even asks a question about that. It's fucking retarded. No, I'm saying debunk his claim when he's citing a copious amount of sources and organizations deeming this a genocide. Arguing over whether or not a thing is a genocide is a perspective on the ongoing war that if you want to get into fact deliberation, we can deliberate facts, but I don't have a perspective on whether or not it's a genocide, or I'm not as interested in hotly contesting that topic. And I think that if you are, I think it signals that there's something fucked with your brain, that you're more concerned with the label of genocide than any of the facts that are going on the ground, especially because the people that seem to carry that genocide label the hardest are the ones that are pushing away any realistic solutions, and they just want to scream that the state of Israel should be completely disassembled as a Jewish state, which is a non-starter, obviously, and they know it's a non-starter, obviously. But yeah, a ton of international organizations, I'm sure there's 100 plus, have all said that they feel like what's happening in Israel, and there are organizations in Israel that say that. How can I contest that? That's true. There are people that have said that.
It's from Dangerous Antifa, preparation for the crackdown on Americans. But don't worry, social media violations. If content is Department of Homeland Security to give ICE the exact same tech that Israel uses in order to perform its own human rights violations, while also lending its tech to federal agencies who use data mining software to aggregate information from every single American. Palantir is a major entity pushing us towards an Orwellian police state here in America. More on that in a moment. Let's see, who else? Elon Musk. He has a direct relationship with Bibi. Agreements with Israel regarding Starlink. AI collaborations. Plans for an Israel-exclusive autonomous Tesla rollout. Mark Zuckerberg, along with Musk, both routinely censor pro-Palestine content on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Posts, stories, and entire accounts are regularly deleted, most notably anything depicting Israeli human rights violations.
I guess I would have to read. I feel like I only saw a deluge, a cornucopia of pro-Palestinian propaganda post October 7th. And I think that swarmed the entire media apparatus of the planet I don't know where this idea that all of the pro-Palestine stuff was getting censored, but I don't know. Maybe it feels like Israel lost the PR argument on everything. And I think that's evidenced by the fact that people still believe in a lot of stuff that didn't happen, like that hospital JDAM a week or two after the war started. And then most Democrats today even have a disfavorable view of Israel. So
if content is not outright deleted, viewability is altered such that it is seen only by followers and does not show up in general feeds. This is in direct
this is an AI answer too, right?
Response to requests from Israel's cyber unit.
In 2025, an investigation published by DropSite found that Meta complied with 94% of takedown requests issued by Israel since October 7. That same year.
Like, it is really crazy, too, that Professor Dave does, like, these super high-quality, like, science debunking videos of flat earthers and shit, and that comment in YouTube chat was true. He's using as his sourcing the same type of slop shit that conspiracy theorists that he argues against would use. Like, here is a TikTok video that has the spooky music and everything in the background playing while it gives you the opinion that you're supposed to have. It's like, Jesus.
Found that Meta complied with 94% of takedown requests issued by Israel since October 7. That same year, The Intercept reported that YouTube removed 700 videos published by official Palestinian human rights organizations.
And we heard, frankly,
Intercept reported that YouTube removed 700 videos published by official Palestinian human rights organizations.
And we heard, frankly, from high-level officials at Facebook who said, my job is to defend Israel. You know, so like, this isn't some sort of wild conspiracy. This is a thing that, you know, is happening in broad daylight, and there's nothing we can do about it because of these...
At Destiny, you have repeatedly over and over again denounced the claim of genocide because of some arbitrary distinction you have internally. The arbitrary distinction that you're talking about is the law in which genocide is usually considered. And the question is whether or not Israel has like a special intention to destroy like the Palestinian people in whole or some part. But you have to draw a distinction between a war and a genocide. I've never in my entire life heard lefties draw that distinction. Find me a single one that has talked about what acceptable military actions would be between Israel and Gaza, and I'll take you seriously. I've never seen a single one, ever. On October 7th, it was bad to go to war with Gaza, so...
consolidation of these monopolistic companies that manage the entire global internet space.
Why would tech oligarchs who fancy themselves above the law comply with requests from a foreign government? Ponder that. Then, of course, there is Zionist billionaire Larry Ellison, who purchased TikTok in January of this year. This was the platform where young people were most consistently learning about Israel's war crimes, so the Zionist lobby decided to put a stop to that. Ellison has long-standing personal and political ties with Israeli leaders.
It wouldn't surprise me if the TikTok stuff has changed a lot, but it also wouldn't surprise me if it was super ultra pro pushed on the other side because China was the owner of TikTok before that. But like he even admits here that TikTok, which was probably the largest way that young people get news disseminated to them, was rampantly pro-Palestinian, like crazy pro-Palestinian.
And he has personally donated tens of $millions to the IOF, as well as investing in AI data centers in Israel. I don't even need to tell you that once Ellison acquired TikTok, pro-Palestine content was censored almost completely, and prominent Palestinian journalists were abruptly banned, in a last-ditch effort to maintain a sliver of support among the younger demographics. But don't worry, social media manipulation is just the tip of the iceberg. Israeli tech firm Cognite is installing its system FalcoNet in American police SUVs. This is tech that pretends to be a cell phone tower, such that every phone in the vicinity connects automatically, and all its data is compromised. Texas, New York, Florida, and New Mexico are all currently using this tech.
That's not how encryption or anything works whatsoever. Maybe they can track location, maybe? I'm trying to think of how that would work, maybe. If you had 3 of them, would you need to triangulate? But okay. With the exception of there being some 0 days, okay.
Deconnect automatically, and all its data is compromised. Texas, New York, Florida, and New Mexico are all currently using this tech. A foreign company has built invasive surveillance technology that tracks American citizens in American streets. A foreign company has unlimited access not only to private data of American citizens, but also the details of how American law enforcement surveils its population. And the contracts are redacted. Nobody can see what data is being collected, why it's being...
Everything tied to Israel is evil, yes, for all of these people. Every single thing. This is why the BDS thing and everything's so important. They have to... Every AIPAC-related thing, every Jew-related thing, every Zionist-related thing, every Israel-related thing, whether it's a company or a person who serves on a board of one thing and another thing, like all of these things are fair game for these people, yes. Professor Dave is complaining that you yourself personally have not reached out to debate him in the comments. He might have said that, but Pangburn, who is a mutual contact of ours, says he reached out, and Professor Dave said no. I sent him a message on Instagram. He hasn't responded. Like, obviously, I debate anybody on, especially Israel-Palestine. It should also tell you something that this guy is like one of the most avid debaters on the fucking planet, as much as me, if not more, when it comes to the flat earth shit, but he won't talk to me on this subject, so...
collected, how long it's kept, or who has access. Mass warrantless cellular tracking without consent and with zero transparency. This would be unconstitutional even if being done by the US government, but for Israel to be doing it here is fucking insane. What could this lead to? Well, to see what could happen to Americans tomorrow, we only need to look at what Israel's doing to Palestinians today. Check out this newest insanity. Unmanned cranes with machine
like this
guns.
Kind of hearken to your point of like, you are scared of the space sometimes because people are saying like the most radical, crazy shit, and like, someone who really does believe that like this is going on, like this video could push them to doing like a violent act.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's the in a way, kind of the point, right? You had terrorists that attacked the Royal Air Force Base in the United Kingdom. There were planes that were stuck going to fucking Ukraine, but they attacked it. Yeah. By the way, that terrorist attack, Hassan literally cheered on. He watched it on his stream and he cheered on this terrorist attack. Those are a terrorist designated organization. That enough is a reason to never let Hassan into the United Kingdom forever, by the way, in my opinion. And then you have like the burn dipshit guy, the guy who set himself on fire outside of whatever. You had the DC shooter, I think, that shot and killed the two. One, I think, was a Jewish person. One was an Israeli coming out of the embassy, I think.
Are being used to murder Gazans. UNICEF reported a 12-year-old girl shot in the chest while in a tent. Another 5-year-old girl killed in her home. These cranes fire randomly and continuously at tents and exposed neighborhoods. Where will we see these next? Major intersections in American cities to protect all the patriots from dangerous Antifa? Jesus. Preparation for the crackdown on American citizens has already begun. Anyone who criticizes Israel is being monitored by the FBI. A new legislation known as the National Security Bill grants the government broad powers to prosecute almost anyone under terrorism charges simply for doing routine journalism or peacefully protesting. Countless supporters of Palestine have been arrested under such pretenses already. Same with protesting ICE. 8 anti-ICE protesters were recently each sentenced to 30 to 100 years in prison. One of them wasn't even at the fucking protest. He just moved a box of pamphlets. And yet they will spend their lives in jail. Why? To establish precedent for labeling the activity of individual protesters as part of large terrorism networks. This is the blueprint for the legal framework being built around criminalizing protests, expanding terrorism rhetoric, and cracking down on any dissent from the twisted goals of those in power. This is how you transform political opposition into a security threat, peaceful protest into terrorism. Want to jail subversive individuals?
I agree that the left may amplify the perceived image of the conflict, but you certainly downplay it so much, it's hard to take you serious. No, you downplay it, you fucking retard. When you guys act like Israel is the only bad actor in the region, you downplay it because you don't give a fuck about Arabs. You only give a fuck about Jews. That's why you don't have anything to say about the 500,000 fucking people that were killed under Assad and Hezbollah's watch. That's why you don't give a fuck about the fact that even Norway, other countries had to pull out of giving aid in fucking Yemen to the starving fucking children because the Houthis were literally killing aid deliverers and taking it all. That's why none of you guys give a fuck about anything that happened in Iraq under Saddam Hussein. None of you give a fuck about why do so many Arabs, especially in Kuwait, all of the Arabs fucking hated the Palestinians because fucking Yasser Arafat supported Saddam Hussein in the first Gulf War. There are so many issues over and over again, but you guys don't give a fuck about literally anything except for Jews. And they're like, I'm the only one that cares because this is the only conflict I've ever even remotely looked at in my life, and I'm calling it a genocide. And the fact that you will call it a genocide means you don't fucking care. You don't give a fuck, bro. You don't give a fuck because nothing here is going to be solved the way that you want it to be. There is no solution. You know that, I guess, right? Because it's so stupid. It's so annoying that a bunch of people that know nothing about this come in and then fucking virtue signal over some shit that you don't know anything about or give a fuck about. Right now, whatever solution exists for these people, there has to be immense political pressure, probably, from the United States of America, and it has to be a solution that both sides are willing to accept. But you guys think you can just wipe the fucking Jew rat off the planet, you don't have to give a fuck about it, and then never deal with it again, and whatever, but you're retarded. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? You're retarded.
Individuals with zero...
If you want to follow this line of questioning, show me a single fucking person that's ever dealt with this line of questioning. Okay, you want to erase the Jewish protected majority part of Israel, and you want to make it a one-state solution. Okay, fine. Do you accept the Palestinian right of return to Israel? It's been the one thing that they've never put on paper that they would negotiate anywhere in all of Israeli-Palestinian negotiation history. If you do accept that they're going to have the infinite right of return, which they would of course argue for, none of the Palestinians surrounding them in Lebanon and Syria, in Jordan, none of them have been given citizenship in any other Arab country because they're not allowed to because they have to keep them as refugees. When they go back to Israel, Jewish people will be a minority. At that point, when it's 60-40 Arabs to Jews, do you expect there to be violence? Do you expect there to be genocidal behavior? Or do you think that this is going to be the only Arab state on the planet that's going to handle a massive Jewish population that won't have any issues with them? And then when violence does happen, because it will, if it does happen, do you think that the international community is going to come to help the Jew, who they're going to blame for all the violence anyway, saying that it was their unilateral evilness towards... Because in your mind, if the only thing that's ever happened is Israel committing apartheid and ethnic cleansing and genocide for 75 years, I guess, with absolutely no reason whatsoever, but then don't they kind of deserve another Nakba? What does it mean when all these people say, go back to Brooklyn, go back to Europe? They're a colonial state. What do you do with colonizers? What do they do? What do they do in Algeria? Algeria. What do you do with colonizers? You kick them out. You kick them out and you send them back home. But... whatever. What do you want to say?
Just shout Antifa and your wish will be granted. This is an arbitrary category that can be expanded at will to encompass any political affiliation deemed unsavory to those in power. Doesn't matter what you did or didn't do. You're part of terrorist Antifa because they say so, and you go to jail for life. This is how you make people afraid to organize and resist authoritarian rule. On January 6th, people smashed windows at the Capitol. They assaulted police officers. They literally hunted down lawmakers. They erected actual gallows and called for the public execution of Mike Pence, who was in charge of the count. It was a coup that attempted to interfere with an election and install a dictator. What do they get? Jail time for being domestic terrorists? No. Trump pardoned them all and then tried to award them billions of dollars of taxpayer money for damages. What serves the state is good and heroic, no matter how obviously terroristic in nature, and whatever defies the state is terrorism, even if it's just holding a fucking sign or preventing ICE domestic terrorists from murdering civilians. This is already codified. The National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, or NSPM 7, officially directs federal agencies to aggressively investigate and disrupt groups and individuals that they decide are linked to political violence, which just means a legal way to target nonprofit organizations and absolutely any activist they please. Watch lists of suggested subversives already exist. What are the targets? Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, extremism on migration, race, and gender, opposition to traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. All of these labels are—
How is it still about Israel? Because every fascist entity works together. So MAGA and Trump and Israel are all the same thing. And probably the Democrats too, this guy was saying.
in there. I'm not making up a fucking word of this. It's a goddamn fever dream. What is this? This is the complete dismantling of free speech. The Constitution guarantees that you can't be imprisoned for things you say, for views you hold, or for protesting things. This administration is taking a big dump on freedom in the Constitution, and they're doing it for Israel just as—
For Israel.
Hey everyone.
Somebody said to look at the comments in this. You're lit as fuck, dude. Appreciate the high quality, attentive work. Also really random, but important, and in full transparency. It really comes down to my negligence in diving into the matter, but can you explain to me why Israel is without a doubt a genocide? Highlighted reply. Oh, was he must have been replying to somebody else? I hear streamers like Hassan and Destiny go over this topic and have differing conclusions. No idea he did a debate with Finkelstein, and he was coached by Zionists. It was disgusting. I don't do purely political content. I've simply mentioned the genocide where it comes up when debunking pseudoscience. It's given me an opportunity to say enough things about it that I feel satisfied with my contribution. Also, as smart as Destiny is, he has a gigantic blind spot and is a disgusting piece of shit when it comes to Israel-Palestine. Disregard him on that topic only. Hassan is great.
As much as the rest of the oligarchy it can barely be distinguished from. Other countries are doing the same thing. A new law in Britain gives sweeping powers to executive leadership to determine terroristic threats and imprison protesters, criminalizing journalism and activism, using broad provisions to put people in jail for a decade or more. Germany is on board as well, approving a bill that makes criticism of Israel a criminal offense punishable by 5 years in prison. Supporting a cause or quoting a source that is arbitrarily deemed a terrorist threat will be a crime, and countless people will begin going to jail for defending basic human rights. What is the justification for such draconian measures? Always, doesn't it? Yes, Israel can and would commit a terrorist attack on American soil. Maybe U.S. will not accept foreign rule. Just ask Israeli defense researcher Benny Sapti. He recently tweeted this. Maybe USA needs another Pearl Harbor or 9/11 to remember who is the enemy and who is the friend. Sounds like a threat, doesn't it? Yes, Israel can and would commit a terrorist attack on American soil, blame it on Arabs, and gaslight the world into supporting a renewed wave of violence on whomever they please, with full American economic and military support. Sounds too far-fetched? Think again. Israel has a history of this behavior. In 1967,
the USS Liberty, the favorite, the go-to.
Israeli aircraft and torpedo boats attacked the USS Liberty in nearby waters and killed 34 Americans. They thought it was an Egyptian warship, of course, since those usually fly American flags. This was an attempt at precisely this type of false flag operation.
Jews famously known for their 120 vision, where they can see with their eyes into the fucking distance and analyze the flags of ships.
Sink an American ship, blame it on Egypt, and lure America into war on their behalf. Benny knew he fucked up by saying the quiet part out loud, so he edited the tweet to seem less obvious, but it was too late. The internet never forgets. Anyone who thinks that Israel would only massacre Arabs and never white people clearly isn't paying attention. Look at what they did very recently to the European aid flotillas. Hundreds of European activists were detained, beaten, tortured, and raped. Israel did it proudly and brazenly with full knowledge that there would be no consequences for them. And if serious consequences ever did befall Israel, they can always resort to the Samson option.
Rapes?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I
but
know
I haven't
Ben
dug
Gvir
into
was
that.
doing crazy shit, but
well, he's not. I don't know if he was out on the boats, but there might have been. I thought there was one woman that accused soldiers of it was either rape or sexual violence. I would have to go and check, but I don't think I'm not aware of anything super credible that came out about that.
This is Israel's military strategy of massive nuclear retaliation as a last resort if the country is facing imminent destruction and existential collapse. Basically, if Israeli officials think everything has gone irreparably south for them and they are about to be destroyed by literally anyone, they will just nuke everybody. Israel refuses to confirm or deny having nukes, and they refuse to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which means they aren't obligated to be inspected for nukes, which means they absolutely have nukes. Meanwhile, over here in America, every effort is being enacted to ensure that nothing can slow Israel down in its quest to destroy everything. Anything deemed a threat to unchecked belligerence and imperialism must be eliminated. The International Criminal Court regularly calls out the war crimes of both Israel and the United States. So Trump and Bibi, along with thirsty Marco Rubio, are trying to dismantle the ICC entirely. The ICC makes light of American war crimes in Afghanistan, the Caribbean, Venezuela, and of course literally everything Israel does, so they are deemed a radical threat to democracy. Here's Marco whining about American sovereignty just because someone dares push back on Western barbarism and crimes against humanity. Basic accountability is tyranny to the gaslighters who don't want to stop bombing and murdering and seizing land. Marco and Bibi do look cute together though, don't they? And of course, any country reliant on US assistance that does not go along with the campaign to destroy the ICC will feel the blowback. This is just a continuation of the trend of this administration dismantling along with the campaign.
I would pay a lot of money. No, I wouldn't. But I would be interested to see what are the prompts that he's asking the AI for all of these. Because these are all AI answers, right? There's nothing wrong with AI answers and using AI to do research, but I am very curious how he prompts this.
To destroy the ICC will feel the blowback. This is just a continuation of the trend of this administration, dismantling absolutely any institution which serves the global citizenry at the behest of a twisted oligarchy. Want to pollute more? Destroy the EPA. Want to poison more? Destroy the FDA. Want to do more war crimes? Destroy the ICC. It's a trend, and it's one I've been highlighting in my content for a while now. None of this is normal. This is not business as usual. This current administration is the beginning of the fascist takeover. It is happening now. They are trying to eradicate democracy. Whoever doesn't see that is blind. Anyone crying about TDS can fuck themselves. This is the moment where we either fight all of this while we still have an outside chance, or we submit to tyranny and accept fascist authoritarian rule. There is not an ounce of hyperbole in anything I've said. The infrastructure for the authoritarian police state is being built and implemented right now. Today, people can sense the changes being implemented by Project 2025 personnel. Public opinion regarding Israel has shifted irreparably even among conservatives. The oligarch clamp surveillance require to ruin victims of Israeli terrorists. Their Zionism is the ideology behind it, an ideology of Jewish supremacy, ethnic cleansing, genocide, deception, and self-victimization. Okay, are we all up to speed on how Israel is an existential threat to all of humanity and the most vile source of pure evil since the Nazis, and how they are objectively committing genocide like 100% without a doubt, and anyone who says otherwise is either paid by Israel or a brainwashed idiot? Awesome. Now let's get back to Destiny and talk about his rose-colored relationship with this belligerent imperialistic ethno-state.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just drop its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like, that's about where I'm at.
You just think the Palestinians should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
First of all, I like that this fucking quote was before October 7th, so I had no clue even that much about Israel, and I had no clue. Obviously, there wasn't the terrorist act on all the attention on these, on anything related to Israel Palestine, number one. But number two, this is essentially their position just reversed, where they're like, well, both sides are probably going to genocide each other anyway, so it should just be like an Arab state, and maybe they have to kill all the Jews out for it to succeed. Like, it is the opposite position. But it's also very obvious here that my position is like, I don't know, man, doesn't sound like there's a solution. It seems like pretty shitty. I don't know. I guess if one side is going to kill each other, I mean, I'd probably side with the Israelis over the Arabs. They have like 60 states anyway. Do they really need a 61st? I mean, obviously we don't want either side to genocide them, but the problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, definitely the Middle East.
Right out of his own mouth. He is pro.
Yeah, maybe don't say things like that, to be fair. No, I will say things like that, and I'll stand by it, because the people on your side literally watch terrorist fucking videos and they cheer them on. So suck a fucking dick. It is such the tone policing by you loser fucks that also don't care about this conflict and don't know anything about it. Like, maybe you shouldn't actually say you're pro-genocide. Well, sit here with your fucking kafayas backwards and you're in the most retarded fucking statements you could ever make about like, oh, Hezbollah is just like the government of Lebanon and blah, blah, blah. Suck a fucking dick. Don't sit here and fucking virtue signal now, okay, when you're cheering for dead Palestinian babies because you can jerk off to them and send them to your fucking friends online. Get the fuck out of here, fucking retards.
Genocide. He supports the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. He thinks they should either be killed or removed, and that land should be Israel, because the whole world is...
What? Really, the entire world, definitely the Middle East.
Right out of his own mouth. He is pro-genocide. He supports...
Also, there's no world where you hear that statement and you're like, wow, it sounds like he really wants the genocide. It sounds like what I'm saying is the situation seems irredeemably fucked. There's no solution except for one side to kill or kick the other one out.
Supports the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. He thinks they should either be killed or removed, and that land should be Israel, because the whole world is just a bunch of dirty anti-Semites, so poor Israel gets to do genocide. Ethnic cleansing is super awesome, according to Destiny.
True. Destiny, you said after this joke that in reality, there is no real good solution. I think that it sounds like I'm already saying that. Maybe I say that right after. But even so, obviously I'm saying there's not a good solution. It sucks. Both sides are fighting. It doesn't seem like there's an end in sight.
Did you think I was exaggerating about this piece of shit? I'll take your apology now. And don't worry, we're just getting started. This is a fucking rabbit hole.
Oh,
Again,
boy.
This was a group of civilians, including children, who were waving white flags. They had done everything that Israel had told them to do. They were in an Israeli-declared safe area, and they were in the process of evacuating to a different safe area.
None of that is true! This is a no-go zone that they were alerted to already. That's why they already have the phones out and they're filming, and that's why they're walking slowly, side by side, with white flags, and it's why they have medical staff behind there, because they know they're gonna go get shot. Why are we watching a bad empanada video? I remember going over this. It's so fucking retarded. They knew they were gonna get shot at. There are fucking Israeli soldiers, I think in like in fucking tanks, like right around the corner here. They know it.
So what did Destiny think about this? Well,
the interview complete, our cameraman walked away.
So like why did he walk away? Because he knew they were walking to go get shot to get it on film. He is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's gonna happen. We know from this point, that's what's gonna happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's gonna happen. And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like bro! Are we serious? Oh, wait. Okay. After your husband gets shot, he might be dead, but after he gets shot, we're going to have the guy right behind you, okay, to catch you running up to... Come on. Come the fuck on. Grow the fuck up.
What is this? But they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe, so you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking
I'm sure she
killed,
was.
but I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people, we actually, like, have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence, right? What telling would means is that you're
That's not even an unhinged statement. When the camps got bombed, or outside the camp in the beach thing or whatever, I remember they were holding up the fucking headless Palestinian baby and shaking it in front of the camera. Holy shit.
During intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. And you kind of ignore the fact that, like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like, that's like Hollywood, I think. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing.
This is a literal active war zone, and they're saying, don't come here, don't go here. It's like, okay, we're going to go there and see what happens. What do you think is going to happen?
That's right. When people are executed by Israel, especially in what is deemed a safe zone, they deserve it because they were farmed.
They're not walking to a... Okay.
For TikTok clips. They have to provoke Israel into violence because Israel would never be violent on their own. The rhetoric here is beyond vile. This is like telling a rape victim she was asking for it because of her short skirt, but 1,000 times worse.
It's more like if you had a building and the building on the outside said, if you walk in here with a short skirt, we're going to fuck you. So probably don't come in here. And somebody has a short skirt on, and they're like, hold on, get your camera out. This is about to be crazy. Like,
uses the term Pallywood is a fucking monster. Once again, if you actually truly want to see what happens in Gaza on a daily basis, you can head over to archivegenocide.com and look for yourself. Bring a barf bag. People are ruthlessly slaughtered every single day, and the thousands of videos on that site are only a tiny fraction of the carnage that has been inflicted on Palestinians over the past 2.5 years. Pretending that they're faking it is identical to Holocaust denial, except way worse since this is happening today. Now here he is doing a fan meetup in Israel, giving advice to young
Hey, at least he said fan meetup instead of IDF coaching session. Nice.
IOF soldiers on how to hide their war crimes.
Well, IOF soldier. I mean, I guess everybody in Israel is a soldier eventually, huh?
Got this little worry that in the media and in the global, opinion, it's not such a good thing to be an IDF soldier.
It's not. It's absolutely. The opinion is really bad. Yeah. There's one piece of advice I'll give you. Okay, if you're joining the IDF, okay, leave your fucking cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos. Okay, because everybody's fucking you with them. Okay, and if you see a soldier, okay, go into a fucking drawer and listen. If you want to fucking wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture of it. Okay, Jesus.
Yeah.
Obviously, you shouldn't be wearing people's clothes at all. But the idea that this gets conflated with he's coaching them that when they're going to commit genocide, don't record them genociding people. Like, if you legitimately think that this is my opinion, you're lost. I'm sorry, you're lost. Like, I have 15 years of streaming. I've got 10 years of political commentary, like 8.5 years of which I've been like a decently far left, like center left, progressive, libcuck, social values and everything else. But on this, I have been anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian, pro-fucking Islamophobia the whole fucking time. I just managed to hide it except for this one comment. Like, give me a fucking break.
Destiny agrees it's cool to murder Palestinians. And when you're done, it's super funny to go through their belongings.
I didn't even mention, what are we talking about murdering Palestinians here? Also, at the time, all of the big fucking stories were, it was the stupid IDF soldiers going through fucking dressers and wearing clothes and shit. It was retarded. There are pictures of this. They were on some big fucking news articles.
Okay, Jesus.
Yeah, Destiny agrees it's cool to murder Palestinians. And when you're done, it's super funny to go through their belongings and even try on their clothes like a little trophy. If you didn't know that IOF soldiers do this all the time, now you know. Anyway, Destiny is totally on board for the post-slaughtering fashion show. But you guys, stop taking pictures and posting them to social media. You don't want the world to know what complete fucking monsters you are making a joke out of genocide. Keep it to yourself, okay? By the way, this little tidbit was part of a 2-week spree in June 2024 where Destiny went all around Israel interviewing dozens of Israeli officials and media personalities in what was very clearly an Israel-funded propaganda trip.
Oh, so we're just lying now. We're just lying now. Because we interviewed Palestinians as well, and we interviewed Palestinian Authority leaders, and we went to the West Bank and we interviewed people too. And we interviewed Palestinians and Arabs that were against the occupation inside of Israel. We interviewed a lady from Bet Salem, we interviewed Ahmed Tibi on the Knesset. But yes, all Israeli funded, no evidence, by the way.
Here he is with Eylon Levy, the shit stain who served as Israeli government spokesman during the first stretch of the genocide. So basically, he's the...
What was that interview about, though?
Here he is with Eylon Levy, the...
I realized very quickly. Yeah, this was him trying to bring me on here to just say a bunch of positive things about fucking Israel. This was a contentious conversation.
Shitstain who served as Israeli government spokesman during the first stretch of the genocide. So basically, he's the guy who sold the world on this genocide more than anyone else. He's the one who amplified narratives about beheaded babies and a baby in the oven on October 7th that definitely didn't exist. Hamas using Palestinians as human shields when that's actually what Israel does. The ultra-sophisticated Hamas bases under the hospitals that were never there. Shouting about how anyone exposing Israeli propaganda is part of an anti-Semitic propaganda campaign. Destiny is right at home here, naturally. Here he is with...
he does this thing that every single fucking person does, because you just have to, I guess, because he's on obviously the mega pro-Israeli side. And anytime I'm talking about like, yeah, the Palestinian people are kind of fucked up when they do this shit, he's like, absolutely, I agree with you. And I'm like, yeah, Israel's really fucked up when they do this shit. And he's like, whoa, that's where you lose me.
Specifically in this conflict, but you know what, also the Israeli-Palestinian conflict more broadly.
I feel like on a macro level, it feels like because both sides demonize each other so much, both sides will spend so much time trying to exonerate their own side to kind of sometimes a ridiculous amount. I mean, to go, we can get as razor focused or as macro as you want, but like on a very razor focused level, things relating to God, there's so many different examples. I guess the most recent thing I was kind of like reading into is like, for instance, like the Great March of Return. The peaceful Great March of Return was started off as like a peaceful idea for people to go to the wall.
Of border rights.
Yeah, and like wave flags and like have parades and festivals, and then maybe there were a couple bad actors. That's the story that the pro-Palestinian side gives. And then on the pro,
well, it's the story they give in English.
It's the story they give in English. Yeah, sure, yeah. And then on the obviously when you actually dig into the events, and not even dig, you just look at the videos posted, everything, you say, okay, well, this event was a lot more. I mean, even the idea, the concept of the Great March of Return, when you ask people what that means, a lot of people don't even know what that means. And the idea was, marching through the border wall and going back to, where your original villages were. And the hope was that other Palestinians from other refugee camps would join. And to call that event peaceful is a stretch, I think, even in the intention, let alone the fact that Hamas was active in the early days.
Well, you had Hamas's leaders standing among the crowds telling them you need to rip their hearts out of their chests, and they published maps pointing them how to get to the border communities. I mean, Israel was warning at the time.
Sure, yeah.
But the reason that it had to use gunfire against people storming the border, right, was because of a potential massacre that could be the sort of thing we found out on October 7th.
For sure. Yeah, but then, I mean, also, I'm sympathetic towards the Israeli side because the narrative on the Palestinian side is so much more popular online. But then I also noticed it true for like the Israeli side as well, that there seems to be issues with, and it's annoying because I go to bat sometimes probably for more the pro-Zionist side than the anti-Zionist side just because we argue with online. But, every time a situation comes up,
right,
it's like,
you can be a contrarian nowadays. Being a contrarian means taking the Israelis.
Yeah, I guess technically, yeah. But it'll be like, okay, well, this event just happened, a bunch of people died, we'll do an internal investigation. And then sometimes I feel like I never hear the results of that. Or if you look back and you see like, oh, okay, well, XYZ happened, or some amount of Palestinians were killed. And I think, man, I would love counterexamples, but when I dig back, I feel like no IDF soldier, no Israeli person has ever been held in prison for like more than, I think, 36 months for like...
I think it's like 8 months actually, when I dug even more to that.
Like an actual bad event where they were convicted of, manslaughter or murder or killing of, I don't know if they're called murder or whatever, but killing of people in the West Bank or Palestinians. So yeah, I feel like both sides have issues with being honest about what they're doing, but the Hamas side, the Palestinian side, is definitely way more successful in marketing their untruths in the international media, I think.
So specifically on that micro level, there have been so many examples. The fake Israeli airstrike on the Al-Ahli hospital when it was a piece of shrapnel.
You can watch this whole interview. It's online. Like, it's generally, every time I try to cite examples, especially when I was in Israel, I always try to give an example on each side because everybody wants to use you to launder their own opinion or whatever. But the whole thing is, it's still online.
Opposing Israeli propaganda is part of an anti-Semitic propaganda campaign. Destiny is right at home here, naturally. Here he is with Yishai Fleischer, an Israeli settler in the West Bank where Palestinians are brutally terrorized every single day as illegal settlements continue to...
I think every video posted with him was quite contentious. This guy is like the ultra-Zionist spokesperson. This guy is like, I am here to talk about how Jews literally need to have the entire West Bank. Actually, he wouldn't say West Bank. He would say the historic lands of Judea and Samaria all belong to the Jews.
With Yishai Fleischer, an Israeli settler in the West Bank where Palestinians are brutally terrorized every single day as illegal settlements continue to expand against international law, and a Kahanist who served as a political advisor to Ben-Gvir. Here he is with Benny Morris, an Israeli historian who tried to whitewash the 1948 Nakba.
Jesus. Most of the great information that even other scholars have about the Nakba has come from Benny Morris's books. But, okay.
Which is the true beginning of this campaign of ethnic cleansing and dispossession of Palestinians. He also did a 2-on-2 debate with Benny against Norman Finkelstein and Muin Rabbani on Lex Fridman, where he spewed a bunch of Zionist bullshit and got humiliated by Finkelstein, which is well worth a watch.
Everybody says this, knowing that nobody will watch the debate. And I've asked this, like, over and over and over again. What is an example of something I was incorrect about in this debate? Never a single example. They just say it's epic that Finkeldick was screaming at me the entire fucking time. Here's the Yishai interview. Oh, the one that we did on the fucking Watchtower.
What the fudge are you saying? What the fudge are you saying? We have a state of war to these people. They literally teach jihadism every single day, and you're telling me it's peace. Literally, you turn on PATV, they're telling you to kill Israel, to kill Jewish people.
You're officially in the so-called West Bank. You're officially in the so-called settlements. We just call them towns. This is actually a very beautiful town.
I want to try to watch this. 5 minutes?
And so I'm an elected official here, and in the town of Hebron, where we're going today, I'm the spokesman. So I work in 2 different hats, all in the area that was called for the last over 3,000 years the area of Judea, in the tribe of Judah, and even we have documents from 2,500 years ago in the Persian period. They called it Yehud Medinta, which means the Jewish state is here.
Like, we are actually an ethnic minority in this region, and we just have this small, tiny piece of land within the broader Middle East. Broader Middle East has 450 million Arabs, and we are a protectorate, a small Jewish enclave, a tribal land, if you will, that tries to hold on to this piece of land and defend it for our peoplehood. So I don't think of it. You're not going to hear me talk a lot about Israeli democracy and equality for everybody. I don't think that way. My thinking process is that we're an ethnic minority in this region. We have a piece of tribal land, and we have to defend it, just like any tribal area, just like the Kurds in northern Iraq, Kurdistan, or just like, I don't know, the Indians on an American reservation, or any ethnic group of people that wants to keep their place safe from incursion. So that is the way we understand it. So I see this whole thing as like a small little New Jersey-sized plot. Now, within this region, there are 22 Arab countries, and there's more Muslim countries, including Turkey and Iran, giant countries. So there's this small Jewish country. That's what it's there to do. We have minorities living amongst us, and they can live here in peace as long as they...
I don't care, bro. Call me biased. I don't know if I'm stupid, but even though I agree with you on almost everything here, the whole Israel trip felt like a weird whitewashing of Israel. Even though you argued with the crazy people there, it had a very weird vibe to it. That's because Israel is nowhere near as fucked up and crazy and bad as you've been told that it is constantly over here. They definitely do bad things, and they're not beyond reproach. But, like, given the opportunity to go back in time when I said, well, both sides are going to genocide each other, but, I guess I'd probably prefer the Israeli side to the Palestinian side, 100 to 0, obviously. Like, the Israeli side of this conflict is a trillion times more compatible with Western values, Western democracy, cultural values, whatever the fuck else you want to say, than the Hamas side of it. And you're just, if you have to even stop and think about that for a microsecond, you've lost the plot so much that you're just brain fucked on the entire Middle East. But most people don't give a fuck about the Middle East and don't know about the Middle East and don't care about the Middle East. So I would argue that Destiny got more pro-Pally after the trip. I don't know. The West Bank shit was pretty fucked, obviously. I mean...
Finkelstein and Muin Rabbani on Lex Fridman, where he spewed a bunch of Zionist bullshit and got humiliated by Finkelstein, which is well worth a watch. Then here he is with Yair Golan, former Israeli politician, Naz Daly, a content creator who whitewashes the occupation, Yossi Beilin, former Minister of Religious Services...
Wait, sorry, hold on.
Fridman, where he spewed a bunch of Zionist bullshit and got humiliated by Finkelstein, which is well worth a watch. Then here he is with Yair Golan, former Israeli politician, Naz Daly,
Yair Golan, I think, was representing this is a left-leaning leader of a center-left or left party or whatever. Nas Daily makes content. I don't know if it's all pro-Israeli or not. It might be. It wouldn't surprise me because the Elon guy wanted to come to this party. This is where we went to, and then we watched he was doing videos recently. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of his stuff was pro-Israeli now.
Content creator who whitewashes the occupation, Yossi Beilin, former Minister of Religious Services.
Yossi Beilin was it's been so long since I've done Israel-Palestine. He tried to put together a super comprehensive peace plan after the Oslo Accords failed. Was he one of the architects of Oslo 1 for Yossi Beilin? I think he was part of Oslo 1, I think. Yes, yeah. Led to the adoption of 93 Oslo Accords. I don't know why you would just describe him as a prior religious minister. That's really weird. Well, it's not weird. It's because this guy has no idea who this guy is at all, and he just probably looked up a random thing about him, but that's why we interviewed him.
Former Israeli politician. Naz Daly, a content creator who whitewashes the occupation. Yossi Beilin, former Minister of Religious Services of Israel. Ofer Shelah, journalist and politician.
I think that guy was Shin Bet. Is the internal security might have been?
And Shel Pfeffer, journalist and genocide denier.
That's a British journalist guy.
Haddad, genocide propagandist.
Okay, that's who they got.
Real. Ofer Shelah, journalist and politician. And Shel Pfeffer, journalist and genocide denier.
This guy, though, is a unashamed. You can always find a nicer name for your token figures. This guy, now, of all the people that he's shown, this guy right here is like an Arab who is unashamedly, massively pro-Israeli, pro-Zionist. He is like the guy that I think Israel would bring out to like do
Uncle Tom type.
Well, that's mean, but he's like, this is our guy to show how Arabs really want Israel to occupy everything. 100%, 1,000,000%, yeah.
Haddad, genocide propagandist. That's not even the full lineup. He has long playlists with way more content, which beyond interviews includes palling around with IOF terrorists and even reenacting the stealing of a Palestinian's home. With way more content, which beyond interviews includes palling around with.
So this palling around here was us getting kicked out of the West Bank by a crazy settler dude, and then the IDF showed up to check our IDs, and then we got kicked out. I don't know how we're palling around here, but okay.
IOF terrorists, and even reenacting the stealing of a Palestinian's home.
We weren't reenacting the stealing of a Palestinian's home. I think this man's son or father lived in a house, and then I believe he's an Arab Palestinian, and then we went through the weird... I took a ton of pictures of this. Fuck, it's been a long time since What was the story for this? There was like I think it was a Palestinian guy who lived in a house, and like the Israeli people, or maybe it might have been the Israeli owner of the home or whatever, would come and like dump a ton of trash in his fucking front yard. It was a pretty fucked up story. But this is like a pro-Palestinian story. So I don't know where he's getting like reenact taking over the house or something. Like all this trash and shit I think supposedly was dumped by Israeli neighbors until this guy would leave his home. But okay.
We won't dive into all that content today, but that's his little Hasbara field trip. Destiny was recruited by Israel to publish content to brainwash American liberals into...
This is just straight libel slander, no? I mean, I would say, yeah, 100%.
Denying genocide. Want more? Here he is mocking the death of Palestinian poet Rifat al-Arir, who was targeted and murdered in an Israeli airstrike. Want more? Here he is mocking the death...
This guy was mega sus. I would have to go back and read why. I don't remember. This is a long time ago. But this guy was Every single Palestinian is like a poet or journalist or medical professional. Like, you notice this. It's like 13-year-old killed. He was actually a member of the press, and he was a doctor in training, and he was a journalist and a poet and a singer-songwriter. And it's like, okay.
Death of Palestinian poet Rifat al-Arir, who was targeted and murdered in an Israeli airstrike. He's a garbage human who deserved to be murdered for speaking out against genocide. And what a horrible father he is for having children absolutely...
I don't know if I'd say he deserved to be murdered, but I'm pretty sure this was a guy who remained in the northern part of Gaza after like evac orders were given, and he stayed there with his whole fucking family, and then they end up getting bombed and killed. But okay.
Anywhere, since Israel bombs literally everywhere all the time, including and especially the places where they specifically tell Palestinians to go.
That's not true, but okay.
People have been telling us that the Palestinians are starving to death for decades. People have been telling us since October 7th that no aid is going to the country, that has been kept at a caloric deficit, and now here we are months and months and months in, where all the people dying for
And now we're years and years and years in.
starvation. Something is not adding up here. The math doesn't work. Something is not right about the story that's being told.
Yes, Destiny is denying the objective fact that hundreds of Palestinians have died of malnutrition and starvation.
That's hundreds? I've never seen that number. You have to go deep into the Al Jazeera archives to find that number. Hundreds? Even hundreds I haven't. But remember, the United Nations, they released a report saying that more Palestinians were at, it's like IPC level 5 of malnourishment and famine or whatever, that there were more Palestinians classified under starvation than all the other people starving in the world combined. I'm not misspeaking. All the other people in the world combined, there were not as many starving people as there were Palestinians. And somehow, day after day, week after week, month after month, somehow they all seem to have clothes on. None of them seem like emaciated. Like sometimes you'll get videos of kids that have like cystic fibrosis or some horrible ailment or whatever, but
he asks where the dead people are and can't even bother to look. Sam Harris does this too, by the way. Another nation during this genocide. He asks where the dead people are.
I don't know how hard it would be to find. I am curious, like, for these pictures, if they even, there's so much dumb shit about this, but I don't know. We were told for years that there were starving people, and for some reason, like, it just never, all the deaths or whatever didn't happen. Like, meanwhile, in other countries that have like these massive famines, there are tons of people that die. I want to say in Yemen it was like 60,000 children died of starvation.
Even bother to look. Sam Harris does this too, by the way. Another genocide-supporting piece of shit and incredible disappointment of a human being. Who knows? He may deserve a video at some point as well.
So you don't even deserve to be in
What do you want him to admit? What do you want him to admit?
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
Yeah, you tell me.
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
When you look at the fact that Israel's preventing cookies from going into Gaza, you know that it's not motivated
by military. Why would cookies be prevented from going in? What were custom rockets fueled with?
Yeah, with cookies? Yeah.
I mean, there were videos of people that would boil products to extract sugar to use it to launch some of the earlier crude rockets. The actual explanation for this apparently was that they had a whitelist for things that could go in, and then people would try to ship something in, and then they wouldn't be allowed. So they would say, well, this thing has been specifically forbidden, when that's not really the case. They just had apparently a whitelist of stuff that was allowed to go in. But
with sugar and fertilizer. Yes, that's how they made it.
We're going to deny Palestinians in Gaza sugar because it might be used.
First of all, they're not allowed back in because they're more sophisticated, right?
That's right. There has to be a blockade to prevent food from getting to starving Gazans because they will use the sugar.
Where starving? It's just like, it's the weirdest starvation of all time, where the population has been continuing to grow. You're not having people dying of malnourishment. You have like an obesity rate that's higher than like every other Arab country on the planet. You have, like, not to say that it's good, not to say that it's acceptable, but like when you lie about every single fucking thing that you talk about for this region, it just makes, I don't know how to even fucking engage.
To make rockets. That just came out of his dumb fuck face. Starving 2 million people to death is cool.
These are the...
Because we can't have tiny dinky little rockets damaging a bus stop while Israel continues to carpet bomb Gaza on a regular basis. Fuck me, what an asshole.
Genocide is a special crime that has two elements. One of the elements requires some kind of, like, destruction of a people or taking away of their children or sterilization, something like that, an obvious thing. But the second part is a highly specialized intent to destroy a group of people in whole or in part. And that highly specialized intent is what makes genocide so unique. And there are so many things related to genocide that don't apply to modern military conflict that you should take note of, because when you start to apply genocide in the way it's being applied to Israel, it basically would be applied to every single conflict.
No, it wouldn't, you delusional asshat. Israel's genocide is not a military conflict. Palestinians don't have a military. They're a prisoner population being indiscriminately slaughtered.
What is Hamas? So who did October 7th?
While their land is demolished and stolen. That's why it's a fucking genocide. There is no conflict happening in the world today that better fits the definition of genocide that he just listed, and yet it doesn't apply to Israel because reasons. In this clip, he also states that the invasion of Rafah needs to happen. Ethnic cleansing is not a real thing. He tries to deny the systematic sexual abuse of Palestinian prisoners. It's a fucking clown show.
You have statements going...
You understand? Why does he have so much feel on this video and doesn't want to engage? Because I think generally he has like he's got like a comprehensive understanding of the science topics that he talks about. So for debates related to like flat earth or whatever else, like he can navigate these arguments in a sophisticated manner because he knows a lot about the topics. From everything I've seen him debate on those topics, he seems to know a lot about those topics. For this one, like he literally is just copy pasting headlines and then asking AI and then ripping TikTok videos funnily enough, the same way that any of the conspiracy people that he debates would be arguing their point.
Real quick thing. You understand that transfer is not the same thing as ethnic cleansing, right?
You understand that Benny Morris has said that it's ethnic cleansing and that that's a euphemism.
Hold on.
correct?
No.
That's right. If Israel was to forcibly transfer all Palestinians out of their territories to keep the land for themselves, effectively cleansing the land of the indigenous ethnic group, that wouldn't be ethnic cleansing. How silly. My BFF Benny Morris told me so.
Like, I think a broad general problem with
Benny Morris.
Arabs in the Middle East is they genuinely believe, like, Jewish conspiracies are like the underpinning of their entire understanding of the world. The Jews control all of the West, all of the banks, all the countries, and that's a thing that a lot of believe. I don't know how relevant that is to their day-to-day life or how much it matters, but yeah, it's probably a problem.
This is a fucking insane thing to say out loud. Arabs in the Middle East have been dealing with Western imperialist aggression for their entire lives. Palestinians watched Zionist militias invade in the 1940s and murder entire bloodlines while stealing entire villages. They watched their land being usurped and given to settlers while
The bullshit map. The map. Not the map!
a system of apartheid was built around them. There's no fucking conspiracy here. This is their personal lived history. Their family members slaughtered. Their homes stolen with all of their possessions inside. If someone came to your house with guns, murdered a few members of your family, and then forced the rest of you to leave with just the shirt on your back while they kept your house and all your stuff, your hatred of those people would not be based on any fucking conspiracy. And this is not ancient history. There are people still alive today that were displaced during the Nakba, and many more from 1967 when Israel did it all again. These are victims of Western colonialism and a cult of Jewish supremacy. But this kind of dismissive bullshit doesn't work on American supporters of Palestine either. People think Jews control the West and all the governments and the media and the blah, blah, blah. How silly and conspiratorial. Well, it's not Jews wholesale, it's Israel. It's Zionists, both Jewish and non-Jewish. They do have an outrageous level of control, most obviously in the media. The pro-Israel bias across nearly all Western media outlets is so blatant that to deny it is pure insanity. It's so self-evident that I don't even feel the need to expand on that statement. Then there are all the mergers. Did you hear about the latest one? Paramount, Warner Brothers, CBS, CNN, and HBO are all under one entity. Owned by, can you guess who? Larry Ellison, the Zionist scumbag who bought TikTok, and for the exact same fucking reason. When Zionist oligarchs have this level of command over the media landscape while also having their hands in military AI and all kinds of other imperialistic shit, it means being able to execute whatever heinous acts they want and then completely controlling the narrative surrounding it after the fact. To say that the vast majority of mainstream media outlets are controlled by Zionists is not a fucking conspiracy theory. It's a statement of fact. You don't have to stop at CEOs either. Look at who is selected to disseminate the narratives. Editor-in-chief of CBS News is now Bari fucking Weiss, whose right-wing propaganda outlet, the Free Press, was one of the biggest mouthpieces for Israel in the past 20 years. And what did she immediately do when she got there? She gutted the outlet and ousted anyone with an ounce of journalistic integrity, including 60 Minutes correspondent and 37-year veteran Scott Pelley, who publicly proclaimed that Bari was hired to kill the place. With the ship now sailing where Bari wants it to go, guess who shows up on CBS News?
They're coming from the Pentagon, NASA, the CIA, the FBI, and the Energy Department. So let's bring in Avi Loeb, who now leads the White House UAP Council. Avi, what can you tell us? What's in these files? What are we looking at here?
Well, first, thank you for having me.
Avi fucking Loeb, the exact fraud I debunked that made Destiny cry about how I use the word Zionist excessively. Zionists take over CBS, hire a massive Zionist stooge to run the news, and they immediately host the Zionist fraud who spews bullshit about the UAP psyop coming from the government that is also held hostage by Zionists. Funny how that works, huh?
This is like a speech from American History X. True!
Speaking of which, let's move on to the American government. To deny the overwhelming Israeli influence on American politics is even dumber than denying media influence. In 2024, AIPAC spent $126 million supporting pro-Israel candidates and smearing anyone who dares utter a word against them, which is why not a single Republican senator or representative, and even very few Democrats, will publicly oppose Israel. This is a foreign country severely influencing U.S. elections and undermining the democratic process. This shit runs so deep that it even trickles down to positions that have nothing to do with foreign policy. Check out this clip from when Mamdani was running for mayor of New York. Hey candidates, first foreign visit as mayor. Where would you go?
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? Right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Mr. Cuomo?
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my fourth trip to Israel, followed by my fifth trip to Ukraine, two of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines.
My fourth trip to Israel. Like, they gave me a fucking punch card. On my fifth one, I got a free ice cream cone at the wall.
The global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani?
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
All of them except Mamdani would visit Israel. They're so excited and so proud to brag about how much they love Israel, the genocidal...
Yeah, there's a lot of Jews in New York City, bro. It's cringe. But
ethnostate, and how, as the mayor of New York City, it would be so important to them to visit Israel. Why? Why the fuck would they do that? This isn't the president, not the Secretary of State, not even a senator, a goddamn mayor.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. It's because Israel is watching constantly.
It makes no sense. Only Mamdani had the balls to say that he would stay in the fucking city he is the mayor of like a normal person. When Israeli influence has infected American politics so thoroughly that it shows up in bizarre ways like this, you know the system is completely broken.
How about when weird pro-Pally shit infects the media so much, the mayor of New York City is talking about how he's going to arrest the fucking prime minister of fucking Israel. I'm gonna act an ICC warrant. Come on, bro. Oh my God. I can't wait till everybody sinks into the Mediterranean and we don't have to ever talk about this fucking region again.
Anyone who denies this is a gaslighting asshole. Well, Destiny is one such asshole, and it's finally time to listen to him talk some shit about me. Ready for this thing? Let's dive in.
I wish you'd mentioned anti-Semitism less. You have genuine important points to make regarding Zionism and genocide, arguably more, or importance debunking pseudoscience, but bringing them into all sorts of pseudoscience debunking just muddies the water. You helped me deprogram from my scientifically absurd upbringing, and for that I'll forever be grateful. Please help others understand Avi is a grifter fraud without bringing Judaism into it one step at a time, mate. There's no muddying the waters here, sweetie. Bro. Oh shit, I remember reading... Dude, Dave's comments on this video were fucking wild. Holy shit. Avi is a Zionist douche. Using the Zionist play for deception and victimization. No. This was it was either a subreddit post about his video or the comments on his video. But basically like a Jewish fan would show up and they'd be like, hey man, like I agree that like this guy is really bad in the misinformation, but like, do you really have to call him a Zionist crazy person when that's not relevant at all? And he was like, listen here. I get into the mind of the Jew and I find them like, and I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you even know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? It is. Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. But the reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you and to control society. It's kind of crazy to do this, but whatever.
That's right, folks. I'm a neo-Nazi for pointing out Zionist tactics of deception and victimization. All the deception Israel engages in to gaslight the world into supporting genocide, that's not real because Stevie says so. The victim complex they espouse, perpetually claiming to be the victims of terrorism while they commit heinous acts of terrorism, that's also not real because Stevie says so. In reality, there are no neo-Nazi tactics afoot here. Instead, there is only the Zionist tactic of irrevocably tethering Zionism to Judaism so that they can shout anti-Semite at anyone who points at their disgusting behavior.
I mean, how could you separate the two? You have a diaspora of people. Well, not anymore now because they have Israel. But prior to that, yeah, it was a huge people without a country that they felt like, so they didn't have their self-determination. Yeah, what do you mean? How could you separate the two?
Any assault on Zionism must be an assault on Judaism as a whole.
It doesn't have to be, but man, you motherfuckers muddy the water so much. It's impossible for it not to be. At this point, this guy unironically believes that 9/11 was caused by the Jews. Like, Jesus Christ, with no evidence too. This is like the worst fucking video I've ever seen by this guy in terms of research. It's the TikTok clips of the spooky music in the background. The same shit that he would make fun of any other fucking conspiracy theorist for using.
Because they say so, no matter how obviously impossible this false equivalence is. Zionism is not Judaism. There are countless non-Jewish Zionists serving Israel and reaping...
Countless? No, a very, it's like 90% of Jews think that that Jews should have at least one state to themselves, which is Israel. It's a huge percentage. People always say there's countless. No, there's not. You probably even could count them in a couple months. I don't know. How long would it take a human being to count to 2 million or whatever?
The benefits of its imperialism, and there are countless...
Oh, wait, did you say non-Jewish Zionists instead of non-Zionist Jews? Sorry, hold on. Maybe I thought I heard it.
No matter how obviously impossible this false equivalence is, Zionism is not Judaism. There are countless non-Jewish Zionists serving Israel and reaping the benefits of its imperialism.
Oh, sorry. He said non-Jewish Zionists. I think that is true for evangelicals. They're weird.
And there are countless anti-Zionist Jews.
Oh, okay, there it is. So just copy-paste all that. Move that around, ads.
Not that many in Israel, of course. We're talking about Jews around the world. But there are even some in Israel.
Just 7% of Jewish Americans identify as Zionists. How is that phrased? What? Identify as in like would call themselves that or believe that like Jews should have a state? Oh my God. The AI answer, I can click this, is this was a survey published in early of 2026 by the Jewish Federation of North America. It revealed, okay, so this is the survey label breakdown. 37% identified as Zionist, 8% identified as non-Zionist, 7% identified as anti-Zionist, and 48% chose none of those labels. But okay, good one, Chief.
Anti-Zionist Jews. Not that many in Israel, of course. We're talking about Jews around the world. But there are even some in Israel. There are even anti-Zionist, ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel. Want to see what happens to them?
Holy shit, the video clip that starts 2 seconds before the fighting? Yes!
Serves those anti-Semites right, don't you think? No, I wasn't talking about the police officers beating up Orthodox Jews. That's not anti-Semitic, you silly goose. I'm talking about the Orthodox...
What does it have to do with The cringe thing, too, is they really want to hold on to, like, the insult of anti-Semitism to use against, like, white nationalists, or Jews, I guess, sometimes when they can. But obviously they hate being called anti-Semitic. It's Jesus. I don't know.
Orthodox Jews standing with Palestinians in defiance of Zionist ideology. They're anti-Semites talking about the Orthodox Jews standing with Palestinians in defiance of Zionist ideology.
I'm sure there are some that do it. I know there was a huge rift over whether or not I think it was ultra-Orthodox had to serve in the military or not because they felt like they didn't have to be in the IDF. I don't know if that's because they sided with the Palestinians.
They're anti-Semites, obviously. Anyone who conflates Judaism with Zionism or anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, as Israel constantly does, and as Destiny just did, is a worthless anti-Semitic piece of shit.
Okay.
Zionism is anti-Semitism. I'm going to say that one more time so that it sinks in. Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Okay.
Zionism is a disgusting political ideology that has hijacked Judaism and Jewish history to justify imperialism, apartheid, and genocide. And Zionism is responsible for the lion's share of actual anti-Semitism that exists around the world as people react to Israeli aggression and misplace their anger on Jews as a whole. All moral Jews know this and speak out against Zionism the loudest, as it is
all moral Jews know this.
Their cultural identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jew and Zionism the loudest, as it is their cultural identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jewish supremacy, as Nazism is to white supremacy.
As Hitler tries to conquer the entirety of Europe, and I guess they think that Israel wants to conquer, I don't know how much of the Middle East. They always say the greater Israel thing. Who knows?
They are indistinguishable. Zionism is Nazism. I guess Destiny's little pea brain isn't big enough to wrap his head around that.
True.
Are you really implying that anyone who's Jewish can lie about science as much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite?
Bro, this guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
Avi lies a bunch about science. I exposed his lies, and in response, he just called me an anti-Semite. Exactly like the Zionist lobby that banned me from Twitter and tried to smear.
Did he, though? I'm trying to remember what he called him. He might have said anti-Semitic once. But Professor Dave starts wheeling out the weird Zio arguments real fast. So if he did anything similar to that the first time, it wouldn't. I felt the anti-Semitism from Dave. He hates him. You know he fucking hates him.
Me for exposing their lies and propaganda. Same tactic. Literally 1 minute prior, you listened to Avi say he puts a viral YouTube video to make money in which he makes anti-Semitic claims.
I mean, this one was that. Maybe your last one wasn't? I would have to see the last one, though, I guess, and the one that he's referring to.
While making zero attempt to dispute any of the science I presented. You heard him say that.
I mean, the guy believes in aliens. Yeah, he's not going to be able to dispute the science. Yeah, no shit. Hassan calls people or he calls people Islamophobic all the time for criticizing him. That doesn't mean that I become Islamophobic. Like,
he was exposed by me, therefore I'm an anti-Semite. That's the logic he's putting forward. I'm articulating that logic.
He's so ass-pained by my review of this, man. I just wanted to play Final Fantasy VII.
Clearly, and you burst into laughter like I'm pulling something out of my ass? Really? Furthermore, what's funniest about this triangle is that you and all your piece of shit Zionist cronies are not Semites. Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews like you and...
Oh shit, I was going to say, is he doing this talking point again? This is oh shit. Now I'm remembering more why we're getting into the hardcore fucking anti-Semitic shit.
Bibi and all the rest are European. You literally are not a Semite, while Palestinians are Semites. Therefore, Zionists are, in reality, anti-Semitic. It's quite shocking that Destiny doesn't bite on this and go on a tirade, especially since this was the main thing that upset a lot of people when I posted this video. He just giggles and then moves on.
Because it's such an insanely crazy talking point. There's some alternative science-y people try to make this like weird argument that the Ashkenazi people were all bred in with some of the Europeans, that they can't trace any of their lineage back whatsoever to the historic lands of Israel, and that what is it? It was so long ago whenever it was like the Canaanites actually from them descended like the Jews that became the Palestinians, and so all of the Palestinians there, every single one actually, which by the way, that's not even true because during the third Aliyah and onwards, there were Arabs that were also migrating into that region because they wanted to counter all the Jewish people coming in, to pretend that like the people that were just there had been there for hundreds of generations. This is fucking, oh my God, kill me, bro.
But for the record, this is accurate. Ashkenazi Jews like Bibi are way more European than Middle Eastern. That's why with services like 23andMe or Ancestry.com, Ashkenazi Jew is literally listed under European. I follow Reggie Watts on Instagram.
Like, this is Professor Dave? I'm sorry. He should be way smarter than that. That's an insane fucking... That's like almost race realism's levels of fucking shit understanding of, like, DNA. First of all, the section that they put it underneath, that's how we're determining, like, ancestry and origin. There are lots of papers that are written on this topic, obviously, because people go back and forth a lot over, where did the Jews actually come from? The only thing when you do these, is it genome-wide association panels, GWAS or whatever, to try to figure out like people where they originated from, you're just matching DNA to where like other clusters of DNA come from, but not where they like ultimately come from. I don't know how far back they go for 23andMe.
Tirade, especially since this was the main thing that upset a lot of people when I posted this video. He just giggles and then moves on. But for the record, this is accurate. Ashkenazi Jews like Bibi are way more European than Middle Eastern. That's why with services like 23andMe or Ancestry.com, Ashkenazi Jew is literally listed under European. I follow...
Okay, I don't want to burst any bubbles here, okay? And I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, okay? But believe it or not, all people ultimately came from Africa. You know that, right? They didn't like spawn randomly on the planet like you're starting a game of Risk. To say that like, oh, European, what, like they spawned there? Like from a million generations ago, they were always in Europe? They spawned in Europe? Like, what does he think this is telling you? Like the ultimate origination of, going back 20... I actually am curious though, how many generations back does 23andMe go?
Reggie Watts on Instagram, and he recently posted his results. He's 11.1% Ashkenazi Jew, which is listed under European. He's also 0.1% Arab, Egyptian, and Levantine, a totally separate category under Western Asian. This categorization makes sense since Ashkenazi Jews look fucking European. This is also why the...
Holy shit, bro. True. He's one-drop ruling the Jews. 23andMe's autosomal DNA test generally goes back 6 to 8 generations, roughly 150 to 200 years, or up to 300 to 500 years in specific ideal scenarios.
These ancestry kits are tightly regulated in Israel and can't be purchased in Israeli pharmacies. They don't want citizens to find out that they're not fucking Middle Eastern. They pretend to have a divine claim to a region that they're not from. Do Ashkenazi Jews have more Middle Eastern ancestry than Scandinavians? Obviously. But over many centuries, that ancestry got diluted and they're largely European now. This is...
Ooh, it sucks because he talks on like medical shit. I imagine he must have done some like race realist stuff. We're playing dangerously fast and loose with these fucking terms here. Like the idea that like you used to have some ethnic ancestry back in this region, but now you're diluted by European. What the fuck does that even mean? Diluted by European? This is like such an insanely crazy... like shit approach to the tons of complexities related to like your ethnic ancestry and Jesus fucking Christ, whatever else.
Avians, obviously, but over many centuries, that ancestry got diluted and they're largely European.
It also doesn't make sense too because the majority of Jewish people in Israel today are technically Mizrahi Jews too. So I mean, I don't think if you want to play that game, but...
Now, this is in stark contrast with Palestine.
I wonder what he's pulling this from. The wiki or this Medium article? Like, I don't think any Jew would deny that the Ashkenazi people are more... They're definitely more mixed with people outside the Middle East. That's obviously true. The claim that then they have no ancestry back to the Levant is just a crazy...
Palestinians who have had a continuous presence in the Levant since antiquity.
But that doesn't logically follow either. You don't know that.
European now. Scandinavians, obviously.
How would you even...
But over many who have had a continuous presence in the Levant since antiquity.
Like, how can you even make that statement? How many thousands of years back do you think that these types of associations can be made?
Along with Mizrahi Jews, who, by the way, experience systemic discrimination in Israel, which is socially and politically dominated by European Ashkenazi Jews.
Welcome to every single country on the planet. I know that we think in the United States the only people that could be racist are white people, but every single fucking country on the planet with people of color, the darker ones, always get more shit than the lighter ones. That's true in India. That's true in Asian countries. It's true fucking everywhere. It's cringe, but...
It's almost like there's some white supremacy in their Jewish supremacy, which is...
White supremacy Jews.
Say, you can talk about
It's called colorism if you want to look it up.
And Ashkenazi Jews. It's almost like there's some white supremacy in their Jewish supremacy, wouldn't you say? You can talk about the etymology of the word anti-Semitism all you want, and that's totally fine.
Nobody talks about the etymology. Who the fuck cares?
But the facts regarding biology remain, and
the facts regarding biology. God damn! Holy shit!
That was the main point I was making. Europeans pretending to be Middle Eastern has the same vibe as some Karen in Massachusetts.
Why didn't the fucking retards who were getting holocausted, why didn't they just fucking say that? Like... Hands up, are you a Jew? Whoa, no, bro. I'm European like you, man. I'm European just like you, bro.
Bragging about being 3% Cherokee Indian. This claim to ancestral land that Zionists espouse in order to justify murdering people and stealing their homes is total horseshit. We all originated in Africa, so white people should be able to steal African homes too, yeah? A little moot since Africa was very recently the victim of European colonialism for about 100 years, but still, the logic stands. Hey, Avi, I'm not sure if you know...
Jesus, that was rough. That was a rough section. Holy shit.
But the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbara tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism at everyone who hurts your feelings is just going to hastily minimize tenfold. What does that have to do with it? What does being a lying, manipulative, gaslighting fraud in order to get away with scientific fraudulence have to do with this political ideology that involves lying and manipulating and gaslighting constantly in order to get away with war crimes?
What political ideology doesn't? Name one. What are you going to cite here? For Islam, it's literally built into the holy text. If you want to get fucking religious and if you want to be fucking shitting on people religiously, I mean, like, they're like... Islam has built into it the concept of lying to save yourself and lying for the betterment of your religion. Like every single political ideology, depending on how you want to talk about it, is you can look at the crimes and the bad things they've done and ascribe it to these, and ascribe it to their political belief system. Like, are Christians all responsible for the Crusades and the Dark Ages? Are Muslims all responsible for any other fucking Islamic crime or terrorist group from today? Or what a crazy, like, he's essentializing the concept of the Judaism religion with the Jewish ethnicity, but he's also saying it's not, because I guess it's a European ethnicity. It is actually just like the country of Israel, but it's also like most of the, or I guess he's saying it's not most of the Jewish people outside of Israel, even though that poll didn't support that decision at all. But
that's a serious question.
My thing, can you be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic? Maybe, but if you really wanted to dive into it, there's like a big, I think it's actually a pretty deep argument, but most people aren't even close to being able to have that discussion.
Hey, jackass, why don't you try having that discussion with any of the thousands of anti-Zionist Jews who fiercely oppose Israel's genocide and co-opting of their faith?
Sure, gladly. Here's the deeper discussion if you wanted to run that down. You could say, is anti-Zionism the same as anti-Semitism? On the surface, you would say, no, you should be allowed to be critical of the Israeli government while still simultaneously not being anti-Semitic. Okay, sure, but that's not generally what anti-Zionism means. And if you say you're critical of the Israeli government, how? If you're critical of the Israeli government in a way that you think that the Jewish majority of the state necessarily needs to not be a protected thing anymore, and you think you should necessarily allow the infinite right of return for Palestinian diaspora or whatever, and you think that necessarily it will follow from there, it absolutely will, that Jews will be a minority in the country, and then you're also okay with saying, well, if they're a minority, if they experience violence, I think maybe they should flee because they've, mistreated the Palestinians for so long, and that's okay. Then essentially what you're saying is, I am anti-Zionist, and I'm willing to accept the ethnic cleansing of every Jew from Israel if that's what happens at the end of it. So, like, is anti-Zionism anti-Semitism in that case? Kind of. Like, I understand why there are Jewish people that say that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. I understand why they say that, because that is the logical conclusion, but none of you fucking retards have ever been pushed on that point in your entire fucking life, because you don't have any conversations about this. None of you do.
Discussion with any of the thousands of anti-Zionist Jews who fiercely oppose Israel's genocide and co-opting of their faith. I'd love to see that. There's nothing deep about it. Anyone with a moral compass is anti-Zionist. Many Jews have a moral compass. Are you seeing the Venn diagram?
Like, I don't think, does anybody in the Western world ever say, like, is there a position for, like, I don't think Kurds should ever have a country? Like, I don't even know if that's like a position that people have. I think people are generally just like, oh yeah, they should, but it sucks for them, I guess. Israel is the state that essentializes religion and ethnicity. Maybe they should do it. Every state in the Middle East is essentially an ethno-state. Some of them it's baked into the fucking state constitutions. Others it's just de facto protected. Like, what are you talking about? Israel's not the only ethno-state in the region. I don't know, but we don't really talk about Kurdish people much in the West. But to have like a unique perspective to be opposed to a Jewish state is a little bit weird. It is also weird that, it is like the only group of people where there's like a name for being opposed to their self-determination. Like, what is it called if you're like an anti-Kurdioniist? I oppose the Kurdish people having a state of their own. I'm an anti... I don't even know what other fucking groups... I'm an anti... the fact that there's like the one name, I am anti-Zionist. They are the one group of people that fucking should not have a goddamn motherfucking country. It's kind of
missing the point here,
Oh,
champ.
shit, true. There is a name for being anti-Kurdish. It's called being Turkish. Perspective to be opposed to a Jewish state is a little bit weird.
You're kind of missing the point here, champ. This is the old, but why can't Jews have a country bullshit talking point. First, ethno-states are bad.
It's the American. He's an American. I just have to remember he's an American. And his wife is an American. I don't give a fuck who's saying she's Palestinian. She's American. She's born in America and she is American. Oh, God. Okay.
Equality is good. Supremacy of any group of people over another being codified in...
What is the ethnic supremacy codified into law in Israel proper? For the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, these are fucked situations, but they don't codify inequality in like a fair law. The problem is that you have these territories that are not quite their own states, but they're also not quite part of Israel, and this dual bullshit world where Israel is trying to live in is that if you want to talk apartheid or whatever the fuck you want to call it, you would say it applies to the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, but it's not in Israel proper.
To the laws of a nation is bad, but way more important is the...
Just for 2 seconds, okay? This map is fucking retarded because in 1917, this wasn't Palestinian land. None of this was ever Palestinian land. This was land that existed under several caliphates that existed since the time of fucking Muhammad, since the fall of fucking Israel. Different people have owned this land. It has never been Palestinian land. All of it has been owned by fucking idle land owners, land tenants, or whatever under the Ottoman Empire. After the fall of the Ottoman Empire, after World War I, the British government and the French government made agreements to basically create these like territories in the Middle East. It's called the Sykes-Picot Agreement. I don't remember what it was called, but it might be Sykes-Picot. But basically, they had all of these little land masses, and they're like, listen, we're gonna let you guys like run this for 30 years, and then at the end of the 30 years, you got whatever government emerges from this like 3-decade experiment or whatever is going to be the government that owns the state, right? So you had the British mandate for Palestine, okay? That's what this was. It was the mandatory Palestinian area. The idea that all of it was Palestinian, most of this was deserted, okay? This whole part in here, the south of Negev, is probably still fucking mostly deserted, okay? The areas that Jewish people are buying territory in, now you can argue whether they should or shouldn't have or whatever the fuck else, but this is areas that they're buying from people. This here was the partition plan to separate out the country. Again, this area down here is mostly empty. Nobody fucking wants the Negev, okay? This is all empty, bullshit-ass area. And the Arabs didn't accept this plan anyway. And they wouldn't have accepted any plan. They didn't want there to be any Jewish state whatsoever. This is after the First War, where Israel basically carves its borders out. This is still not Palestinian land, though. This is now part of Jordan. You can call it Transjordan, I guess. It's not they extend on the other side of the Jordan River. And then this was part of Egypt here. This was not Palestine at all. And then in 67, Israel occupies both of these territories, and now who the fuck knows what will happen in the future.
The fact that this particular ethno-state was established on inhabited land through the slaughtering and dispossession of the indigenous population. That's the more bad part.
This is what ethno-state wasn't. What state wasn't?
If post-World War II, a Jewish state was set up in the middle of fucking nowhere and built up from scratch, like in Germany perhaps, since they did the Holocaust and over...
I'm sorry. Is this really, this is politics right now? Is this a real thing? Is this a real suggestion?
Possession of the indigenous population. That's the more bad part. If post-World War II, a Jewish state was set up in the middle of fucking nowhere and built up from scratch, like in Germany perhaps, since they did the Holocaust, and over 80% of the country is open land, very few people would have had a problem with that. It's the ethnic cleansing that's got everyone upset. Do you get it now?
The real, when you really say you're anti-Zionist, what you're saying is that, like, you don't believe that Jews should have some special right to their own country. That's really what people mean when they say anti-Zionist. Now, that only can refer to the state of Israel because that's the only Jewish country. He cut out your explanation from the clip. Wait, what? Hold on. To dive into it, there's like a big... It was actually... I think it's actually a pretty deep argument, but most... Wait, am I about to watch the rest of it now, though? No, never mind. Oh, okay.
No, we're saying that Israel shouldn't have the right to murder and displace anyone they want. The thing they've been doing on a daily basis since the state of Israel was...
I LARPed wrong. He's playing it. Way to go, ads.
...established.
But then it's weird because they'll make these same claims in that, like, the Palestinians are for some reason entitled to their own state. I don't know why. It's one of the reasons why they push so hard for... It's like really... I don't want to get into this. I don't give a fuck.
You don't want to continue rambling because you sound like an idiot. People who inhabit a place don't deserve to continue inhabiting that place. Palestinians don't deserve Palestine. Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians...
Was it? Was it not? All types of people lived happily ever after in the Ottoman Empire and all the preceding caliphates. There wasn't a single religion that was enforced. What does caliphate even fucking mean? What is stupid? Everybody lived in harmony for 2,000 years and then the Jew nation attacked. Like, what the fuck? What is? It's just so infantilizing and stupid too. It's an American perspective. This is why I know his wife is the whitest fucking American possible. I don't even care if she's brown. She's the whitest fucking American possible because there's no way that anybody in this guy's family is remotely related to any part of the world outside of America. Only in the United States of America are you under the assumption that, I remember all across the planet, every single nation was a Wakanda or was the Muslim golden age of science and technology and equal rights, and there were gay, trans, Arab, Africans that were marrying each other, and they lived, and then the evil Europeans showed up, and they colonized everybody, and they murdered everything, they stole everything, and the whole world was peaceful and great, amazing, and then all the evil, fucking terrible, fucking snowmen people showed up, and they fucking ruined everything. Everybody was so peaceful. Everybody loved it. Everybody was so happy. Like, it's so cringe, and it's such a reductive. It's not even reductive. It's retarded. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Lived in Palestine and they got along just
like this is the guy who was saying, I think Germany should be the country for the Jews. Oh my God.
Serve Palestine? Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians lived in Palestine and they got along
like it was literally an apartheid ethno-state. Literally, it was one religion throughout the whole thing. And if you were a different religion, you were sectioned off in your own little fucking place. And you couldn't even hold members in government. It was literally an apartheid under the empire, under the caliphates preceding the destruction of the Ottoman Empire, the fall of the Ottoman Empire. Like literally, actually, definitionally.
Fine. Jews could have emigrated in large numbers to the Levant after the Holocaust and integrated into existing societies, including...
Oh my God. Why didn't they just go after? And they definitely would have accepted them there? Are you crazy?
Including Palestine. They didn't do that.
Oh my God, kill me.
Zionist militias went in and started murdering and stealing everything. Pretty big difference. Anyway, at this point, Stevie got tired, realized that my video on Avi was hard science wall-to-wall, except for the 2 or 3 comments...
Hard science wall-to-wall.
I made on his Zionism, which he failed miserably to address honestly, and he spent the rest of the stream, which was the overwhelming majority of the stream, looking at something else. Of course, that didn't stop...
I streamed for a long time. I'm sorry I didn't watch you the whole stream, buddy.
...him from choosing this slanderous title and thumbnail. Gotta get those...
Slanderous?
Clicks, right, Steven?
He is indistinguishable from a neo-Nazi, 100%. I'll own that easy. Actually, more mask off than most neo-Nazis would be because they realize they can't get away with this much crazy shit. The fucking I did appreciate the race realist section though from Professor Dave. That was good. Wait, he did cut out your explanation of what? Hold on. Can you be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic? Maybe, but if you really wanted to dive into it, there's like a big, I think it's actually a pretty deep argument, but most people aren't even close to being able to have that discussion. That if you really wanted to dig into the you can't be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic argument, I think that the discussion you would have to have is why would there be a defined unique position that denies a country for a particular ethnic group when I'm not sure of that being a position for literally any other ethnic group ever. Like I don't think, does anybody in the Western world ever say, like, is there a position for like, I don't think Kurds should ever have a country. Like, I don't know if that's like a position that people have. I think people are generally like, oh yeah, they should. I mean, it sucks for them, I guess. I don't know. We don't really talk about Kurdish people much in the West, but to have like a unique perspective to be opposed to a Jewish state is a little bit weird. But that you have to get, there's a lot of different topics that you have to be willing to sift through to even start to have that conversation.
Career spans 46 years, out of which I was a Harvard professor for 33 years, during which I wrote more than 1,000.
Okay, is that what I need to listen to?
Scientific papers and 9. The only difference is that
other like ethnic oppositional movement. Number anti-Zionists aren't opposed to a Jewish state. They're opposed to a Jewish state in Israel at the expense of the native population. Can you name a single other like ethnic oppositional movement? Number one. And then that's just it. Is there a single other? And then number two, what all states are usually founded by kicking other people out or taking over the people there? How do you think the Palestinians got there? Spoiler alert, they weren't there since God put them there. Movement like that around the world. And then the other thing is that, like, technically, unless there's some uninhabited piece of land that I'm unaware of, maybe like Antarctica or the North Pole doesn't count as land. Like every state is going to be denying whoever lives there some other fucking state, right? Like, or denying some other people. Like, there's only so much land, you know? Unless we go to space, then we go to space colony for the Jews. But also, we have between anti-Zionist and critical of Zionism as Israel is expressing it, a bit how nationalism is expressed in a different way. Okay, so he says I was too tired to go into it, but I literally do go into it. Even in this video, I go into it. So did he get tired of watching? Well, I mean, like, all these terms are used so fucked up. Nobody knows anything. I mean, the real, when you really say anti-Zionist, what you're saying is that, like, you don't believe that Jews should have some special right to their own country. That's really what people mean when they say anti-Zionist. Now, that only can refer to the state of Israel. That's the only Jewish country. But then it's weird because they'll make these same claims in that, like, the Palestinians are for some reason entitled to their own state. I don't know why. It's one of the reasons why they push so hard for. It's like really. I don't get this. The funniest people in the world are people who push for some unique fucking Palestinian ethnic group and they're like, well, look at the genetic studies. And it's like, look at the Arabs up like north in like where the Golan Heights are, where Lebanon is, whatever. Like, look at that. And they're like 99.2%. Like, we are different than Palestinians. Like, bro, I'm missing that shit. Okay, fuck. Get out of here. Stop.
It's bad for the mental health of our race. When this information spread.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I promised some other dirt on this guy. As if the genocide denial wasn't enough, here's a few other tips.
Whoa! Can we... Pedophile. Let's go!
Here he is advocating for white nationalists murdering BLM protesters.
Oh yeah! The greatest hits! IMAX it up. Let's go! The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing. Because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop. It needs to stop a long time ago.
White supremacists should mass murder protesters. They have Destiny's blessing. What a great guy. Now let's shift from the disgusting to the creepy. This will be courtesy of another creator named Ryan Beard.
Ryan Beard's video, yes!
Seems to have already done the deep dive on this stuff.
A common defense that Destiny fans will give when he says that he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example,
oh my god!
These tweets where he says,
"This is why I love Israel so much," because they let you do anything over there. Just kidding. Stop.
"You're hot at 10? Any pics? Check DMs. Jesus."
Okay.
That he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example, these tweets where he says, "You were hot at 10?
I want to know, do you think that she sent me pics of herself at 10 years old? Like, this is just a friend that I had on Twitter. We just like tweet stupid shit at each other. Or I don't know if she's still in the community or not. But like, does he think that she sent me pictures of herself at 10 years old?
Pics?
Oh my god.
Check DMs. Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tyke so bad. I do think these tweets are jokes. Very...
Oh, thanks, Ryan.
Strange jokes, but I don't think that him saying he wanted to hook up with this 15-year-old was a joke. You know that classic prank?
Yeah, when I was like 21 years old. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there are fucking chicks that look like they're 18 when they're younger. What do you want me to say? I'm sorry. Just kidding. I have reprogrammed my brain. I just want you to know I've thought long and hard about this, okay? And I really did. I Winter Soldier reprogrammed, okay? Never in my life, when I think back, have I ever seen a girl hot under the age of 17. Or under the age of 18 or whatever. The second they turn 18, my eyes changed. Is Keira Knightley the one in Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yes.
I think she wasn't attractive in that. I know she's 17, but she wasn't attractive in that movie at all. How old was the one girl? I don't know why this name is in my head. Is it Kate Winslet? She wasn't the girl in Titanic. Winslet?
I believe so.
Was she 16? Am I crazy?
I don't know.
Wait, was she even attractive though? I don't know. Now I'd have to go back and look. I don't remember that movie that well.
What about Padme?
How old was she?
I think she was like 16.
No, disgusting then. Wait, Star Wars Episode 1 came out before Pirates of the Caribbean?
Keira Knightley and Padme aren't the same people.
Oh, no, wait, because she's the other one. Just kidding. Whatever she was, if she was under 18, she definitely was disgusting and a child.
You send your friends pictures of kids in bikinis and say how hot you find them as a joke. And to help prove that this wasn't a joke, here are some clips of Destiny doubling down on his attraction to this 15-year-old in a debate with someone named Mr. Mediker.
So this chat log, I was talking with a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the fucking jailbait is in the gaming communities. It's ridiculous. About Natalie Portman and like 15-year-old chicks? Okay, no, Jesus. So they're like hot as fuck that will like try to send you pictures to like fuck you at events and shit, and it's like you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation to?
I never admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself, and she was hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
Did you get all that? Don't worry.
Afterwards, and the pictures are not nude pictures. Okay, the girl looks like she was 18 though. What do you want to say? She had fat tits and a big ass in a video game.
It gets worse.
The next child-related Destiny incident
But also, all of these logs were not fucking kids. Also, by the way, the whole logs were, be careful when you go to events. Don't get fucking jailbaited and end up fucking a kid. But what do you want me to say, you know? I'm sorry. I hope one day I will be forgiven of my crimes in 2000.
That's because you wanted to fuck all the kids.
True. I was just trying to hoard them all for myself.
when him and his friends, the Bro Squad, watched an 8-year-old boy shake his penis for them on a live stream.
I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get fucking arrested.
Yes.
Or Child Protective
Replay.
Services.
Every
I used to
video.
be part of
Yes.
this horrible thing called the Bro Squad. Okay. Fucking me, if you remember that fucking Cheeks bitch, and fucking a couple
Why
other
do you call
people
her
that
a
I've been on my
bitch?
stream before.
So mean.
We're part of the Bro Squad, and what we would do is we would go around Justin TV streams, trolling the shit out of these people. And we went around from fucking channel to channel, like fucking around. Like it was this horrible shit. We went to this channel with this fucking like, this kid was like 8 years old, and he was fucking broing out with everybody in this chat. For whatever fucking reason, this kid decides to fucking take his pants off and fucking.
We don't know why!
Dick on stream.
It was crazy!
I can't
And we
even
leave. Nobody masturbates to it. It was fucking crazy.
believe it. Oh my fucking god! It was like I didn't even know. Like we were on Skype, we were like, holy shit! Like we had to do like a double take because we didn't even fucking know like what the fuck was on. Like we were looking at like an 8-year-old dick like on the fucking screen.
Yeah, don't just immediately quit the stream or anything. Really, so
That's what we do right after! We all quit immediately. It's like, what the fuck? What? No, actually, he got me. We stayed there. We watched for hours. How old were you here? This is when I was living in Woodbridge. 23, maybe?
soak in that prepubescent penis. But at least he's not
Oh, Jesus Christ.
grooming anyone, right?
Even though a lot of these situations involving children happened quite a while ago, I still
Yeah,
think
you didn't
Destiny
do
has
that.
been spreading harmful rhetoric around children even quite recently. A couple years ago, Destiny said that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old would not be grooming.
Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sex like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming.
So that clip sounds pretty bad, right?
Because oh my God. When you talk about grooming and pedophilia are not the same thing. Now, I guess now the fight is just everything is just the worst thing ever. Grooming refers to the concept of gaining a trusted position over somebody, usually it's an adult child, and then leveraging that trusted position in the future for sex. That's what... Oh, he shows it? Oh, okay.
Right, but we don't want to approach Destiny in bad faith or take him out of
Oh,
context,
thanks.
so let's try to understand the actual argument that Destiny is making.
That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming. Now, let's say there's a person that's 30 years old and they're specifically seeking out like 14, 15-year-olds to kind of just like talk to them about their school life, figure out what the problems are, you know, be cool because you're old and you have experience, and then you kind of weasel in like sex. That's like grooming, right? That would be like grooming.
So Destiny's argument is that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old isn't grooming, but if a 30-year-old tries to weasel their way into a 14-year-old's life and slowly manipulate them into sexting them, this would be grooming. But this argument goes against the definition of grooming. The definition of grooming is the action of attempting to form a relationship with a child or young person with the intention of sexually assaulting them or inducing them to commit an illegal act. Guess what?
Yeah, but it's like the whole thing was not... Even in that definition... I don't know if I said that. Wait, fuck, hold on. Like, the action of attempting to form a relationship with a child or young person with the intention of... But, like, usually it's down the line. Otherwise, you would just call it, like, child sexual assault. Or you would just call it, like, abuse. Or if we just want to call, like... Oh, what?
This is attempting to form a relationship. That's literally talking about the grooming part.
Yeah.
The relationship.
It's just... But, like, everything has to be the most extreme fucking thing ever. Like, it can't be... Like, it can't be like, I don't know what you would call it, like child abuse or child rape or whatever. It has to be like grooming as well. We have to throw like grooming on there as well. It's like, okay, I guess we just want to throw grooming into every fucking, yeah.
Or inducing them to commit an illegal act. Guess what, Destiny? Nowhere in that definition.
Somebody said, Destiny, how does they just take everything out of context and nobody questions? Well, I feel like for a lot of this, it wasn't even taken out of context. It's just shit that, like, I don't know. I just think, like, as a 21-year-old, like me saying, like, there are 15-year-olds that look like they could be 18, and when you go to these conventions, all the fucking people that are trying to fuck you don't fuck the 15-year-olds. I don't know. I don't think like if we want to play the virtue signal game of like every single person under 18 is disgusting, and only once they turn 18 can I possibly find them attractive. It's just like this is cringe. I'm not here to virtue signal that shit. I don't give a fuck. Go do that somewhere else.
Does it say that grooming has to be a slow process?
Okay, that's weird, but those are just words and not actions.
Like what is weird about what I just said? I also hate this thing. Moeen Rabbani did this to me when I tried to say like apartheid is not like all racism is not apartheid. Okay? Like, there has to be a distinction here. Not all racism is apartheid. Jim Crow is not apartheid. Apartheid is like a state top-down segregation of, like, the races trying to, like, institute some concept of racial domination. And Jim Crow was, like, an informal, sometimes locally formal way of, like, being racist towards people. And Moeen Rabbani goes, if you don't think Jim Crow was apartheid, does that mean you're pro-Jim Crow? And I was like, no, what the fuck? Or if I think that, like, a 30-year-old, like, trying to randomly bang a 15-year-old or 14 or 12-year-old or whatever the fuck, I don't think that's grooming. Oh, so you're okay with them raping the child? No, what the fuck? No, it's not good. A 30-year-old shouldn't be having sex with a 15-year-old. No, but I don't have to call it grooming to have that opinion. Same thing with genocide.
Right?
All right, let's recap all of Destiny's treatment towards women. Destiny sexually assaulted a woman. Destiny has a long history of sharing women's nudes and sex tapes without their consent. Destiny allegedly recorded a woman having sex with him without her consent. And in his...
That court case, dude, when my court case ends, oh man, they're going to be coming for me hard because
messages to his Discord kitten Rose is Coming, he sent her audio recordings of men that he had slept with from Grindr and said, I went out and sucked a guy off a few nights ago
Yes,
and recorded the audio.
read
It's really
my
stuffed in my pocket,
porn.
LOL.
Yes,
Did I ever
I
send
love
to you?
it.
He has a history of calling
Yes.
15-year-olds attractive and sharing pictures of them in bikinis. He has a long history of getting very mad at women when they post about their sexual assaults on social media. He has allegedly abused at least one of his female orbiters and was psychologically abusive towards his ex-wife. And
What was the female orbiter I abused? Is this Lav or is this Anna? Jesus Christ.
he also admitted to choking out another one
That shovel thing was good, LOL. No, that shovel tweet was fucking unhinged. But it was 2016. I was fucking retarded. I don't stand by the tweet at all. It was a crazy tweet.
of his exes multiple times. However, he claims that this was done in self-defense. Wife, and he also admitted to choking out another one of his exes multiple times. However,
Okay, me and Rachel used to fight. I mean, we did. That was a really rough relationship. But like, nobody is. I'm sure I've said something along the lines like, "Oh yeah, somebody's gonna choke a bitch out or whatever." But like, I'm not legitimately just choking this woman to death. This is not like. But I mean, if that's how you want to cast it, you know, I am Hitler. I am the most evil fucking guy.
he claims that this was done in
too.
self-defense.
Yeah, that's why every fight was a fight for my survival.
Because
you better fucking believe I didn't fucking choke her out a few fucking times.
Finally,
Like, come on, this is a serious admission of like, yeah, I was like, bro, I weighed 105 pounds when I was dating my kid's mom. I'm not choking out anybody.
Destiny has a history of doxing and threatening to leak the nudes of women that get on his bad side.
Yeah, I didn't feel like spending a lot of time on this since it's not the point of the video, but that's a tidy summary. Sexual assault.
Is this the same genocide video we're just watching? Yes. Because remember, the only thing worse than being pro-genocide is being pro-child rape or pro-rapist or whatever, or pedophile or whatever.
Would be the big one. But he is also currently being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor, and the person suing makes it clear that this is a pattern of behavior.
What the fuck? What?
It's not even why you're being sued, right?
No! Wait. Okay. Based. King. Man, this is my Professor Dave the Debunker?
Hear from him. I'll link to that Ryan Beard video and this Substack post if anyone cares to follow up and get more details. I just wanted to briefly make people aware that there is a pattern of predatory behavior that goes along with Destiny's genocide denial. So
because it's a Zionist! Because I'm a Zionist and they all go together. Please, God.
The rich tapestry. Speaking of being a sexual predator who supports Israel, do you think there could be a connection there? After all, Israel is a safe haven for rapists and child molesters. That's a whole separate rabbit hole we won't go down, but this is a very well documented fact that foreign sex offenders can
very well documented
relocate to Israel and exploit its laws to evade justice. Especially Zionist Jews, of course. Maybe that's why he's getting so cozy with Israel? Food for thought. Oh, and did you know that
because I want to flee. True. Oh, and my kid, yes! Oh, my son!
Destiny has a son. He's 15 and a full-blown Nazi. The real kind, which actually hates Jews. Oh, and did you know that
Nathan,
Destiny has a son?
I'm so curious how many of these fucking Nathan tweets, but he does tweet unhinged shit, okay? But he's also 15 years old. Damn, what the fuck? Do you want me to tell him to have the exact opposite? Nathan, stop being fucking politically crazy. Listen, he does his own shit, okay? I wonder how many tweets we could go through of Nathan if I replaced Jews with Zionist, if he would agree with every single tweet, by the way.
He's 15 and a full-blown Nazi. The real kind, which
nobody at 15 is a full-blown anything. They're fucking retarded kids that LARP and type a lot of fucking retarded shit on Discord and on fucking Twitter. Like, Jesus.
Actually hates Jews and flirts with Holocaust denial. Destiny is such a shit dad that his son rebelled against him by becoming an actual anti-Semite who entertains Holocaust denial. How fucking hilarious is that?
That doesn't even make sense, though. If I'm pro-genocide and pro-Holocaust or whatever, wouldn't he be also pro-genocide and pro-Holocaust, or is he just like a different version of? It's also like, and it's cringe talking about my kids' political beliefs, but it's also like, I understand that we all like to go as hard as we can for anything, but just like, suck yourself outside of the political world for 2 seconds and just think about that statement. Like, this guy was a horrible fucking parent. It's like, why? You won't fucking believe this. Did you know that as kids, when they were teenagers, they had the exact opposite political beliefs of them? And it's like, holy shit, really? The teenage children had the exact opposite political beliefs of their fucking parent? That's unfucking believable. Holy fuck. Like,
anyway, we can go ahead and wrap things up here. There's no point in trying to summarize everything we went over regarding Israel, but we can say a few last things about people like
rapist, pedophile, Zionist.
This desperate insistence of conflating Zionism and Judaism is a Hasbara tactic. It is a Zionist talking point that is used to deflect from crimes against humanity. Zionism is not Judaism. Zionism is anti-Semitism. Trying to insulate Zionists from criticism by shouting anti-Semitism is itself anti-Semitism. It is a deflection from the very obvious facts that incriminate Zionists, which reveal who they are and what they're doing, something that any anti-Zionist Jew will gladly tell you. So when someone accuses someone else of being a Nazi simply for opposing what is essentially Nazism, they sound like a moron. So go ahead, Steven. Do your little reaction video to this. Make an even bigger fuss about what a vile Jew-hating neo-Nazi I must be. Dig yourself even deeper into this hole, because what you think you're doing to me, you're doing to yourself. You are exposing yourself.
Fuck! I'm the actual anti-Semite. No!
As a disgusting supporter of genocide, because almost everyone knows what Israel is, and now they will know what you are too. Watch your viewership bleed out until you are left completely alone in your support for the most indefensibly evil people on the face of the earth.
No!
Committing the most vile atrocities being enacted today. Shout into the void about what a progressive liberal person you are for thinking that tens of thousands of children deserve to be slaughtered like animals. It will be a fate entirely of your own doing. So there it is, my Israel video. May the monsoon of hateful comments from brainwashed Zionists commence, just like the brainwashed anti-vaxxers, climate change deniers, and every other delusional troll that infests my channel without having the courage to press play and learn something. I really don't give a shit.
We learned so much, thank you.
The rest of you, I hope there was something informative and useful in here that you can use to help others see the truth about Israel. As always, thanks for watching.
Apparently he's been live commenting on this video the whole time.
Hey everyone, as you know, I'm a scientist.
Where's the last comment? Oh, 1 minute ago. Oh, damn, there's a ton of comments on this. Oh my God, it's the Israeli bot farm! They're coming to our aid! Israel.
Gone.
Destiny Blackman is subreddit, as well as on X/Twitter, for debunking his nonsense talking point that Palestinians are not indigenous. I simply referenced historical records, genetic studies, and applied simple logic. Not the simple logic. No! Not the simple logic! Thank you for putting up the strongest case in one video. I cried. And I cannot understand how people don't think it's a genocide. I am a master's student in New York, and after I reposted some pro-Palestine videos on my Instagram, I lost basically all of my friends as they unfollowed me one by one. In New York, give me a break. Oh my God. What? Meanwhile, every Jewish friend I have in fucking New York, I don't wear my jewelry anymore. But okay. Maybe it's different neighborhoods. We got to reply 3 minutes ago. He's in there. 45 seconds ago. Yeah, Destiny's a fucking toddler. Whoa! Oh, I should like comment stalk him. Hey, since you debate people so regularly on topics, and since you feel so confident on this one, you should stop running, and we should have a debate on it. Jason. This is heartbreaking. I had much respect for Destiny. I have cheered him destroying MAGA idiots for years, but never seen anything on his views of Israel. What? Where have you been? Destiny's always calculated everything in cold hard facts. I just hope he really isn't being paid by Israel. Hey, Israel, you know where to reach out, okay?
I thought Dan was the money.
Not enough to be pro-Israel. Not certain when Destiny started to scoff at people calling out Israel, but part of me thinks it's probably related to his beef with Hassan. True. Dude, the moment you put up bad out of clips, I can't take you seriously. You guys, or you need to look into that guy. He's a creep. What was wrong in that clip, shithead?
Wait, did he call him a shithead?
Yeah.
This guy's fucking losing it.
What? No, that's just how he acts. That's Professor Dave.
He insults everyone. Okay, I've never watched a Professor Dave video.
Well, based. Rose testified under oath that she never spoke to Destiny and that Solo's using her identity. That makes the Destiny exchange point with a 17-year-old claim pretty hard to defend. Might be worth correcting the video instead of doubling down. The court confirmed that Solo acting as the go-between does not change the fact that he was exchanging pornography with a minor. I literally show the court document in the video you didn't watch, suck a bitch. First of all, the court is not confirming anything. The court is not adjudicated and will not adjudicate any issue related to that because that's not even central. Why the legal argument is so wasted on everybody. The court is not adjudicating or confirming any of this. So this statement is already fucking retarded. But also, saying that somebody is acting as a go-between in a non-consensual exchange is fucking crazy. That's a wild and crazy claim to just like lay out there that everybody's super comfortable doing just because because I'm a literal demon, I guess, and the Kiwi Farms narrative has to be true as a result of that. Anyway, as my career continues to spiral, everything is crumbling for Destiny and Pangburn.
Hey everyone, it's been a minute since I dropped this Hiroshima bomb, immaculately laying out the case for Israel's genocide against Palestinians.
Immaculately.
And dunking on Destiny, the fake progressive, for denying said genocide. Well, now that the massive wave of damage control from his camp is over, it's time to drop the Nagasaki, so buckle up.
Massive wave of damage control. Did he leave 1,000 comments on his first video? Did he get up to 1,000? I think it was in the 900s the last time I checked. Where's the index guy? There was so many comments on I don't know if it would be mental illness, but holy shit. So on his last video, the one he made of me, he posted 934 comments, and then he has deleted, now it could have been him or people deleting their own comments, I guess, confirmed deleted 5,290 comments. Is that correct? Jesus Christ.
Well, if you haven't seen this video, go ahead and give it a watch first. It was a long time coming, given how much I've been talking about Israel in passing and other content, and I was quite pleased to see how many eyes I was able to open regarding the cesspool of immorality and disdain for human life that is Israel. Again.
And by how many eyes I was able to open, he means that it was basically like 2 hours of TikTok videos pasted one after another with spooky music and everything included. But, okay.
And Destiny's cult went absolutely apeshit over it and brigaded my channel harder than any troll army has ever brigaded me before.
And brigaded means people left comments that he didn't like, and he was up literally all night for over a month deleting and commenting on everything. Okay.
Perhaps with the singular exception of Matt Walsh's cult when I made some content about trans people. Congratulations, Destiny's cult. You're one notch less toxic than the Daily Wire lemmings. And I really mean just one small notch. While Matt's cult left comments shouting pedo and groomer literally every couple seconds for 2 full weeks. Destiny's cult left similarly toxic comments every 20 seconds or so for only 1 week, still desperately trying to change the optics in service of their loser hero. So I cut off their brigade just like I did for Matt, because that's what troll armies deserve, and they had a fucking conniption about that too. All of this activity was perhaps the funniest part of the debacle to me.
Nobody's had a conniption. It's just very, very, very funny to see somebody literally spending weeks and weeks at a time, never taking more than a few hours of a break to go through his own comments, to mass ban and comment on everything. It's fucking hilarious. Like, the only one brigading your comment section was you, dude. Jesus Christ.
In my video, I specifically showed what a Zionist smear campaign from a bot army looks like. The fake copy-paste.
A Zionist? Oh.
Twitter posts that all use the same wording, the bot farm output on my channel that was just thousands of instances of this dumb comment, and yet that's exactly what these dumbasses did to my Destiny video. Almost like they didn't know that their behavior was predicted in the first 5 minutes of the video they didn't watch.
True.
Thousands of comments that all mention something about being brain broken and bringing up mental health and something about flat earthers. Dave is brain broken and he is the flat earther now, concerned for his mental health, profoundly transparent. This was of course happening on Reddit more than anywhere else with all the exact same language.
Wow.
Brain broken because he speaks out against genocide, totally not curated at all. And when they were deprived of their primary tactic, swarming a comment section with copy-paste spam comments to try and change the narrative, they had a complete meltdown. All of this despite the fact that Destiny's cult actively encourages him to block people and delete their comments, and they even do it on his behalf. Check this shit out. Destiny's IG comments are being flooded. We need to step up. It's gotta be stupid Hassan Piker, and we need to do something. Just delete the comments we don't like. Someone pull a double shift of deleting comments for me. Come on, warriors. And just blatantly talking about how curating...
Wait, how can they delete? Whoever's in charge of the account should also just delete those or these comments. Fuck until someone is supposed to be Destiny. These guys can't delete comments on my videos. It would only be me, so I don't know what you want me to say.
Destiny's IG comments are...
Also, I guess just to be clear, I don't think there's anything wrong with somebody deleting comments or curating comments under their video. There are people that leave unhinged comments. I'm sure there are people in Dave's videos that leave unhinged comments. It's just funny when you yourself have taken to commenting so much and so aggressively with so little substance. Like, if Dave was writing novels and shit, commenting on his own video where he was like responding with substance to everybody, then it's like, okay, sure. I mean, I get it. But like when everything's just like, actually, you're wrong about everything. Shit for brain, Zio, clown. It's like, okay, well, that just seems a little bit fucking crazy, bro. Like I think that was more the funny part than anything else. But you know.
Being flooded. We need to step up. It's got to be stupid Hassan Piker, and we need to do something. Just delete the comments we don't like. Someone pull a double shift of deleting comments for me. Come on, warriors. And just blatantly talking about how curating comment sections for optics is the only thing that matters to them. Unreal. This is why completely erasing these loser hypocrites is the only correct course of action. Letting them poison the optics is no good. If I combat their lies individually, I'm unhinged and crashing out. So instead, complete erasure is the obvious consequence, and they...
Jesus, true. Get rid of it. Complete erasure. Yes. Yes, that's the way, Dave.
They whine about that even though they specifically encourage it from their dear leader. Besides the meltdown from Destiny's cult,
there's also a big difference too in that, like, regardless of me curating comment sections or whatever else, which again, I agree is fine. I think it's fine if people are leaving unhinged comments. Now, this guy was even deleting like Lonerbox's comments, and whatever you'll say about Lonerbox, I would say Lonerbox is far from unhinged, but maybe I'm biased there, I guess. I'm also willing to have a conversation about any of these things as well, right? You can call me a lot of things, but you can't call me a Dodger, okay? Like, I'll debate or argue whatever the fuck you want on any of these things. So I just don't feel like it's the same. I don't feel like it's the same criticism, but you know, maybe that's just me.
He made a pathetic attempt at reacting to my video where he basically just sat there either laughing and saying nothing or skipping ahead frantically as I outlined the case for genocide he is ideologically bound to denying, like a young earth creationist listening to a geology lecture. That was expected, of course, but the big surprise was Travis.
There's no way to respond to TikTok videos that have spooky music and then one guy giving his opinion on a thing. There's like, it's not really, he knows this because he does debunking videos of flat earthers, but like, there's just not really much or anything to say. Like if you want, you can go through every single thing and debunk every single individual TikTok video, which apparently Lonerbox and Pangburn, I guess, did a ton of. But it's a very unserious way to approach anything. That like, here is my here's like a spooky YouTube video with a guy talking to an IDF soldier who claims to just be running around indiscriminately murdering Palestinian children. Like, I mean, like if that's the standard of stuff that you want to look at, I mean, by all means, have fun, I guess. But it's kind of fucking retarded.
Over at Pangburn having a total meltdown, making something like 50 hours of content about my one video, becoming progressively more and more unhinged as he went. Just take a look at the run times of these reaction videos, as well as the titles of the more recent ones.
Look at the run times of these videos. Well, that's kind of funny because he just accused my audience of being hypocritical because my audience talks about deleting troll comments, but then we criticized him for deleting troll comments. Now he's saying, look at how unhinged and stupid Pangburn is because it takes him 20 hours to respond to this shit. When my response is that responding to all of this shit is impossible because there's so much stupid shit to respond to. But now he's making fun of Pangburn who did take the time to respond to it. So what are we doing here? Like, what?
In fact, that's part of the reason for the delay in making this follow-up video. I had to wrap up my incredibly extensive Fauci video, and then I had a short family vacation, but I also just had to let this wave of damage control wrap up simply to maximize the comedic impact of this video. I mean, truly, this guy is off his fucking rocker. In case you don't know who Pangburn is, he hosted my vaccine debate where Dan Wilson and I humiliated Pierre Corey and Steve Kirsch. He also platforms Destiny regularly through his anti-Trump tour. In fact, Destiny seems to be the only way this guy makes money these days, which would explain why he would expose himself by coming to Destiny's defense, especially after some previous scandals he's had that we will outline later in the video.
Jesus! How can you go full fucking meltdown mode on the guy who was hosting your debates and everything? Didn't Professor Dave and Debunk the Funk, is that the other guy's name? Haven't they done more than just that one vaccine event? Or have they literally only done one event before? That's kind of crazy that he's like so eager to just fucking, I guess, nuke that bridge? Whatever, okay. God damn.
But the mask-off, full-blown genocide denial from him was definitely...
Mask-off, full-blown genocide denial.
Unexpected. Anyway, we're going to go through Destiny's train wreck of a response, followed by select highlights from Pangburn's marathon damage control session, since it's absolutely hilarious. And for the cherry on top, we're going to go way, way deeper into Destiny's bizarre sexcapades involving minors and violation of consent. Because if his cult went this ape shit from my first video, why not give them a fucking nervous breakdown? Hornet's Nest, remember? Okay, let's get started by looking at Destiny's response. But which one? There are several. Every time Professor Dave lied in his hit piece. Was it really a hit piece, since for the vast majority of it, I was talking about Israel's genocide and not him? That seems dishonest. Destiny reacts...
Well, I think the hit piece is like you're trying to have some substantive conversation about Israel-Palestine and genocide denialism, because that's literally the only thing this whole topic boils down to, I guess, is whether or not you call it a genocide and nothing else fucking matters. But the fact that you threw in a bunch of like really random, crazy personal attacks at the end that I don't think have much to do with Israel or anything, but maybe that's just my opinion though. I don't know. Maybe these things are, maybe they're linked to you. Yeah, I think kind of makes it a hit piece, but...
To Professor Dave's takedown video. WTF is this? This is me exposing you as a genocide denier. Oh, and then the damage control from the fans. Coward. Deranged hit piece. He's hiding and scared. Look how unhinged I am in this AI-generated expression I've never made in my life. Destiny exposes Dave. He's so terrified. And Hassan Piker is in the thumbnail for literally no reason whatsoever. Dave's brain is broken. There's that phrase.
Some of these aren't even my videos. Extended Orbiter Universe? I don't think that's my channel. Okay.
Dave, he's so terrified. And Hassan Piker is in the thumbnail for literally no reason whatsoever. Dave's brain is broken.
Are any of these videos mine? I don't think any of these videos... Okay, yeah.
That phrase again. Okay, which one do we tackle? This long one seems to be the main one, so let's dig right into it.
Destiny Productions. Is that a rename of one of my channels, or this is not my channel, I'm guessing? Okay.
Starting with the Stinger intro. Remember, the Stinger intro is always front-loaded with all the super awesome, most kick-ass moments where he is totally owning so hard. So if he's got any real ammo, we should see it right away, yeah? At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day.
Who? I keep hearing this claim. Who's getting paid? I haven't met anybody. I didn't get paid. Who's getting paid for this? Source? Nope.
Yes, he is actually trying to pretend that Israel doesn't pay influencers to disseminate propaganda. It is...
Who?
Is absolutely trivial common knowledge that Israel does this.
Netanyahu admits using social media as weapon to influence U.S. opinion amid Gaza genocide. That could mean a million different things. That could mean that could have meant when the I don't know the name of that one IDF spokesperson, when they give comments and they film videos to post on their own Twitter accounts. It could mean their spokespeople are making more comments to media on social media accounts. It could mean that they run bot farms to make to try to flood the fucking internet comment section with things. This is a completely and totally different claim than the country of Israel is paying influencers, like well-established people, money, and he knows what the claim here is, the $7,000 paycheck. I don't think this is even true. I don't even know if the source of this, I don't even remember. It was like barely even true. Some payment for something for one person for one thing or whatever over a year. I don't even remember. It clearly not the case that influencers are being paid on behalf of Israel. If they are, show proof of it. Like, I would believe it. And he said, I'm getting paid too, which I'm not. Like, this could mean so many different things. This is the article. Jader, Link's article doesn't work. Good one. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu admitted Friday that his government views social media platforms as a weapon to support Israel's right wing in the U.S. amid condemnation for ongoing Israeli genocide in Gaza. In a meeting with U.S. influencers at Israel's Consulate General in New York and published in a video on influencer Deborah Lee's account on the U.S. social media company X, Netanyahu described social media as the most important weapon to secure our base in the U.S. He identified TikTok as the most important purchase going on right now, alleging its control could be consequential. Netanyahu also mentioned X, saying, "We have to talk to Elon Musk. He's not an enemy. He's a friend." He claimed that if influence could be secured over TikTok and X, Israel would get a lot. On Thursday, U.S. President Donald Trump signed an executive order certifying that deal will shift TikTok, blah, blah, blah. There's nothing in here about anybody getting paid. The closest, I guess, maybe you could get would be, I shouldn't even say closest because it's not. There was a meeting with U.S. influencers at Israel's Consulate General in New York. Did any of these people get paid? I don't even know who the fuck these people are. This person was, what was this, Deborah Lee X. This person looks like a Trumper. Oh, they are a Trumper. Ugh. Ugh. These people don't even need to get paid. These people are fucking... Ugh. I don't see anything in here about anybody getting paid. And Yahoo's statements here actually aren't even correct. Or I'm sorry, they're not even incorrect that social media is an important weapon. But like, nothing in here. Why are we allowed to take this as trivially true? Getting paid. I haven't met anybody. I didn't get paid. Who's getting paid for this? Source? Nope.
Yes, he is actually trying to pretend that Israel doesn't pay influencers to disseminate propaganda. It is absolutely trivial common knowledge that Israel does this.
Your article doesn't even say that. If it's so trivially common knowledge, then just post a single fucking source of this ever. What the fuck?
We have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefield in which we engage. And the most important ones are in social media. We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers.
And he's doing I bet this isn't even his, he's not even taking, or is it her video? I can never tell if it's a fucking re-rip, because its source is her Twitter, but I wonder if this is the video that she posted, or if this is a repost of the video with the music underneath. I don't even know.
Engage. And the most important ones are in social media. We have to fight back.
The Israeli flags on the side don't help.
How do we fight back? Our influencers.
Yes, they fight with their weaponized influencers on social media, says Bibi himself. The most recent incarnation...
Oh, hold on. Okay. Another thing. Inside Israel's Esther project. Esther or Esther? I'm guessing it's this. The filings reveal that a firm, the Times of Israel. I wonder why he leaves off that that's where he got this article from. Newly filed records with the US DOJ show that Israel's government has quietly launched a 2-track influence operation in the United States, blending big budget political advertising with grassroots style influencer campaigns. The filings reveal that a firm called Bridges Partners LLC has been hired to manage an influencer network under a project codenamed the Esther Project. It is unclear if there's any link to Project Esther, a plan to combat anti-Semitism published by the Heritage Foundation, an American right-wing think tank. In its disclosure required under the FARA, the Foreign Agents Registration Act, Bridges said its work was intended to assist with promoting cultural interchange between the United States and Israel, and specified that the engagement runs through a German division of the global PR firm Havas. Okay, this is a better source on this. Who the fuck is actually getting paid on this, though? Do they have to disclose that or no? Why the fuck can't I get paid on this? What the fuck? I had a genocide promotion for free? Filings also map out a phased rollout, 3 to 6 influencers onboarded at a time, each expected to pay to post roughly 25 to 30 pieces of content per month across Instagram, TikTok, and other platforms. Later phases anticipated further expansion, including matching with Israeli content partners. Wait, when is this story posted? October 1st, 2025. So shouldn't there already be people doing this then? So it's just Israel Chorus? I mean, that's kind of what it looks like, yeah. I think. Owned by Israeli consultant Siri, $200,000 to recruit and coordinate US-based social media influencers. Contracts allow for up to $900,000 in payments over several months and include a detailed pricing schedule, $60,000 in upfront payments to cover influencer recruitment. God damn! Per person? Fees, production, funnel. Or is this for all the people that they get, maybe? The documents also list payments to a range of contractors, suggesting the project is not just about paying influencers directly, but about constructing an entire support ecosystem, including content production, legal compliance, and campaign analytics to sustain the network over several months. The Bridges filings. Oh, God, don't tell them that my podcast with Kylo is called Bridges. Do they identify any people who have accepted this, or do they have to? I see PR firms.
Christian...
Oh, this is the footage that she posted. Where the fuck is he pulling these? It's got to be from TikTok, is my guess, is where these are coming from, like the scary music and everything.
In which we engage. And the most important ones are on social media. We have to fight back. How do we fight back?
Does this have any actual connection to Israel? If they have to do a foreign agents registration, then yes, this funding is coming from, it's an Israeli sourced project. That's why you have to do the Foreign Agents Registration Act here. I don't know how many people they have paid or if they are paying yet or what, though. I've never heard any influencers called out in particular. Generally, anytime you say anything that's not like super pro-Palestinian, they just accuse you of being on the Israeli payroll. Oh, hold on, wait. We have one influencer in there. Hold on. Okay. One of the influencers, Shay Zabo, echoed this framing in comments defending her participation. I'm guessing that's Sabo wrote that the goal was not to replace the work of hostage families, but to strengthen Jewish advocacy in the digital arena. She also argued that with Israel facing unprecedented scrutiny, guilt-tripping one another only deepens the divide, pushed on to social media voices, echoes advice Netanyahu received from a major American ally earlier this year, from Charlie Kirk. Uh-oh. Lizzie Savetsky, in a statement delivered by her attorney, Sean Burston, a partner at Burston Law, said, any suggestion that my content has ever been paid for by the government of Israel or any government, directly or through intermediaries, is 100% false. I have zero relationship whatsoever with Project Esther and hadn't even heard of it until I read about it in stories that mention my name. The authors did not intend to apply that influence took part of the meeting with the Prime Minister or connect with Project Esther. Okay. Okay, this might be a thing. I don't know if they've like launched this initiative yet. It sounds like if there might be a dozen people maybe getting paid by this. Maybe. I don't think this explains every post you see online about Israel that you don't like, though.
Settled on each day.
Who? I keep hearing this claim. Who's getting paid?
Loaded with all the super awesome, most kick-ass moments where he is totally owning so hard. So if he's got any real ammo, we should see it right away, yeah? At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day.
Who? I keep hearing this claim. Who's getting paid? I haven't met anybody. I didn't get paid. Who's getting paid for this? Source? Nope.
Yes, he is actually trying to pretend that Israel doesn't pay influencers to disseminate propaganda. It is absolutely trivial common knowledge that Israel does this.
We have to fight with the weapons.
I also don't like that this has been the claim since day one. And when I say day one, I mean October 7th, that Israel has been paying all these things. This is a project or initiative that it sounds like it's starting 2 years after October 7th that I still don't even know if there are actual influencers under this yet. And whatever the scope of this project is, this is going to be limited to like a dozen or less people getting paid. So this implication that like Israel is mass paying for propaganda in U.S. media, I don't think is adequately sustained by this single initiative thing here that he found.
That apply to the battlefields in which we engage. And the most important ones are on social media. We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers?
Yes, they fight with their weaponized influencers on social media, says Bibi himself. The most...
Like he's implying a much larger operation when I don't even know if this operation is paying anybody. Like, this is kind of a joke.
Recent incarnation of this activity is called the Esther Project, financed through Bridges Partners LLC, where influencers are paid up to $7,000 per post to promote Hasbro narratives. Financed through Bridges Partners LLC, where
According to previously unreported recent documents, these influencers are likely to be paid around $7,000 per post.
Yo, I got to get in this project, man.
Where the fuck is... Somebody linked me this article. I don't understand why his stuff is cut up so weird like this. Like, sometimes it feels like it makes it hard to find the source or whatever else. Like, I have to quote text and search for it. It's kind of weird, but... Influencers are not paid $7,000 per post. This was a misreading of the FARA document. When did he post this? October 15th, 2025. The $7,000 per pro-Israel post claim was false. Another sensationalized oopsie spread by low verbal IQ reporters who can't or won't do any basic sanity checks on the figures they're working with. The hilarious thing about accusing someone of receiving $7,000 per pro-Israel post is not only is it false for that person, it's false for every person. The $7,000 figure was false based on a misreading of the FARA document. No one, blah, blah, blah. What is it? The responsible statecraft piece and echoes and outlets like Truthout, Middle East Eye, and Al Mayadeen arrived at $6,100 to $7,030 per post by, they summed up the June to September budgets of $650,000. They subtracted documented disbursements through mid-September, which was about $97,000 total spent by the filing date, including $15,000 in consulting, $10,000 of content prep or prepayments, $4,375 legal. Leftover is $552,000 for influencer payments, assuming 75 to 90 total posts. Ignoring October, November, divide gets $6,143 to $7,330 per post. Okay. But of course, this assumes the budget funded just 25 to 30 total posts a month over 5 months, ignoring the per influencer scale with about 15 influencers averaging 3 months each at 25 to 30 posts. That's about 1,000 to 1,300 posts, which is 10 times more, deflating the per post figure accordingly. The assumption that the entire budget would only cover 25 to 30 total posts a month, regardless of influencer number, instead of 25 to 30 posts per influencer, should also sound insane for many reasons. Firstly, a flat 25 to 30 a month total for such an operation is underwhelming for pro-Israel messaging, especially if aiming for 50 million monthly impressions. A separate Clock Tower Strategy Group contract suggests... Secondly, the monthly budget... Holy shit. 25 to 30 with a total... Did they say in here where they get... How does Avi know that that's how they got to the numbers? Is it just this 12-page filing? Influencer campaign. And then influencer campaign. Okay, these are the influencer campaign payments from... These are European dates. 1606 to 3006. That's June. Jesus Christ. From June to September is what these are, right? I think. Okay. Oh, wait. It seems like they have more details in here, though, no? Post development phase for influencers and production. 5 to 6 influencers begin creating content, begin onboarding additional influencers. Post volume is approximately 25 to 30. I'm guessing this would be per influencer, right? 5 to 6 influencers posting 25 to 30 per month, and then payments for influencers and production 3 to 4 additional influencers. So now they would have anywhere from 8 to 10 still posting 25 to 30 per month each is what I would guess, right? I think the influencers themselves probably don't have to be disclosed here. Or maybe they do, actually. I have no idea. Or maybe they would have to do it themselves. And then final group of influencers activated, 3 to 4. If they were paying per post, it's not really super clear how they're doing it. And then assuming they're only getting paid per post, it'd be $1,120 per post, which is not bad. And then 6 times 30 is 180 divided by 180. Stop. On the upper end, they'd be getting paid around $780 a post, which is probably in line, I think, with depending on the size of the influencers to standard campaigns or whatever. Why don't anybody reach out to me on this shit? Fuck you, Havas Media Network. Oh, he maths it out here. How much did each post actually earn? Correcting for this misreading, somewhere around $430 to $580 per post, using 700 through 750K pay and 1,300 to 1,950 posts. Of note, this figure is more or less a standard mid-tier TikTok, Instagram payout with coordinated branded content. Sure. It would depend on the size of the influencers, I guess, as well.
Influencers are paid up to $7,000 per post.
What kind of content was it for? Here's why Israel isn't doing a genocide. I don't know. You'd have to look into the whatever campaigns they were doing.
Is called the Esther Project, financed through Bridges Partners LLC, where influencers are paid up to $7,000 per post to promote Hasbro narratives.
I've heard the $7,000 number given a lot though, and I don't think there's any I've never seen a good source for that ever. If it does come from this document thing, then I at least I know the source of it, I guess, yeah.
As you just saw, Bibi has publicly admitted this, describing social media as the most important weapon, acknowledging that it's the reason they arranged for a Zionist takeover of TikTok, which we talked about in the other video. This has been going on well before October 7th, so you bet your ass it was happening with the greatest intensity immediately after October 7th, since that was the most crucial period for manufacturing consent from the American public for a pre-planned genocide America would be funding.
Just 3 days after October 7th, Israel launched an initiative to recruit social media influencers in the United States to defend Israel. A spokesperson said, "Fighting on social networks and influencing international public opinion is critical during wartime. The world must understand that Israel's struggle is one of light against darkness, a life-loving culture versus lowly terrorists." It's obvious why Israel needs propaganda. The only way to have a country based on legalized racial supremacy is through propaganda, like...
Well, Ivan Research is claiming that you were being paid with no evidence. Sure. I mean, people say there's no way that I can disprove. Obviously, there's no evidence, and there's never been unless Kik is somehow Zionist controlled and Bibi is funneling me money through Kik or whatever.
Nazi Germany and Jim Crow apartheid had that twist the reality of the situation. And Israel actually has its own word for propaganda, which is Hasbara, which translates to explain in Hebrew. In the weeks following October 7th, Israel already had a lot to explain. A number of American influencers got emails offering them $5,000 and brand sponsorships in exchange for doing a single live stream supporting Israel.
I would be curious more information on that. He is using a lot of sites. I mean, like, who does Al Mayadeen? I actually don't know which country that's sourced from. That's not UAE or Qatari, is it? I'm not sure what the origination for that, or what country hosts that site.
The email read, "I'm reaching out to you on behalf of a global collective of agencies, influencers, and content creators who are coming together to raise awareness about the difficult situation in Israel."
And that's American influencers. What the fuck did you think was happening in Israel? It wasn't just Elon Levy, one of the shit-stains Destiny interviewed in his Israel adventures, who pushed...
I interviewed?
The beheaded babies and other bullshit narratives. Hundreds of influencers posting round the clock. As I mentioned in my...
The beheaded babies narrative was not pushed by Israel hard. That was pushed by other journalists that went there. This is a thing that people have gone over a million times. But Destiny, that's a Lebanese newspaper affiliated with Hezbollah. Well, it's based in Beirut. It's been categorized by many media outlets as pro-Hezbollah, pro-Assad, and Iran aligned. Remember, just because something is not the best alignment doesn't necessarily make everything they report false. It's just good to be aware. I've never seen this site before. Responsible statecraft. The never-ending myth of a looming Ukrainian breakthrough. How Iran has staved off economic collapse despite the U.S.-Israeli war. An independent Europe means no more U.S. rooster in the henhouse. Why would the Pentagon want to hide weapons? Testing results. Stepan Bandera is haunting the Ukraine war and Polish like Jesus Christ. All right, well.
Previous video, I heavily regret not documenting this period with extensive screenshots of all the Hasbro frauds and my efforts in exposing them. I recall that Hen Mazig was one. He's been posting pro-Israel propaganda all day, every day for years. LA efforts in exposing them. I recall that Hen...
I also feel like when they talk about like the secret propaganda shit, I feel like they make it sound, what would you say, like deceptive kind of? And call me a stereotyper, but like if I click this guy's profile, author, the wrong kind of Jew, son of Tunisian plus Iraqi Jewish refugees, like it wouldn't surprise me that this guy would be doing things that are pro-Israel, like probably with or without any payment. Again, and I don't even know if he's confirmed to be part of any of the shit that this guy's alleging, but like that's not very... It's not like he's keeping this under wraps or something, right?
Mazig was one. He's been posting pro-Israel propaganda all day, every day for years. Ella Keenan was another. She was the one who tried to smear me on LinkedIn, pretending to have been a viewer of mine who was...
This one is a little bit more undercover. Exploring knowledge poisoning, history, and the Middle East through stories ignored by mainstream media.
Disappointed with my anti-Semitism, the typical copy-paste.
I will say, and maybe he has other videos on this, although I don't know because this is not normally his area of expertise. One of the more annoying things about like the Hasbara propaganda claims and everything is that, and I blame I don't know, actually, I guess I would probably blame Trumples for this, is all of this stuff is done in an attempt to never have to actually engage with what somebody is saying. Like, if you think somebody is making a wrong claim and the only thing that you can ever respond to that person with is that they're probably a paid propagandist, I think that's a weak way to make an argument. And it's kind of annoying that that's kind of like the go-to right now, is you just claim that, like, oh, this guy's propaganda, that's it. And then you never have to actually give a substantive response to anything they're saying. But
script, which again, I should have documented. She flat out identifies as a digital marketing professional and content creator, spearheading a diplomacy impact effort, utilizing tens of thousands of...
Because you could make, because technically, I just realized, because I kind of, like, unintentionally even bought his narrative here. You could say, like, sure, there is a country that, you know, tries to advocate for itself, you know, and pays U.S. influencers to do it. But, like, is that necessarily, like, a wrong thing? I don't know if that's necessarily wrong. Like, if they're not, like, lying about the stuff they're posting, right? If they're engaged in honest argumentation, I don't know if we would necessarily say that's like that should never happen. I remember during the first Trump election, there was a whole bunch of drama over organizations. Apparently a lot of, I don't know if I say Mexico or Hispanic organizations have like La Raza in the name, which means like the race, but it's just generally like organizations that advocate for Mexican interest stuff. You know, there would be a lot of those in the United States, but it was like, it's not, I mean, like, as long as they're honest about what they're doing, it's not necessarily like bad or wrong, I don't think, you know?
Social media users. In other words, since October 7th, she has been paid by Israel to organize and disseminate propaganda on social media full-time. She came up with the Hamas is ISIS bullshit that was blasted all over the internet and on my channel, since brand name recognition is important for getting Americans to hate random brands.
Because see, like this whole thing of like, well, some people get paid to do propaganda, therefore every single engagement on the internet with any of these messages are 100% false or 100% all paid propaganda, that's bullshit. That's not even remotely close to true.
People. Hear it from her if you like.
What we do is, let's call it digital assets that serve the Jewish people in a more strategic manner. We got to close to 3 billion views since.
Somebody said both Ella and Hen are Israelis. Ella was honorary participant in Israel Independence Day ceremony. None of this is secret.
Beginning of the war, completely organic. We work with communities of over 60,000 people around the world that make our content viral, but also help us report anti-Semitic rhetoric and fake news, and therefore take it down, and other actions that do serve the narrative. Israelis and Jews in general, we tend to respond rather than to set the agenda and initiate. You know, they say genocide, we explain why it's not a genocide. They say apartheid, we explain why it's not, right? So I offered Hamas is ISIS, and I offered why, and I gave a short 101 on how we can garner attention and traction around that narrative, and that worked. So in 3 to 4 days, it became the most viewed narrative online. It became viral for almost 3 months around the world, in some places even more. And it even got to Biden's speech.
Again, this activity is a full-time job, which means they are paid for it. People don't do things full-time unless it earns them money. Israel has a lot of money, and they spend it on shit like this. And while the prominent, well-paid influencers orchestrated the propaganda, bot farms were also crucial in this.
Like, so much of this weird narrativizing and everything that he's doing, rather than just kind of like sticking to the facts, it's just so strange to see him do it, because this is the exact kind of narrativizing that I'm sure he pushes against for a lot of flat earther people. He said he just did a big video on Fauci. All of the arguments about COVID and Fauci are all done through narrativizations like this. Like, Fauci said in an email and then in his diary that he wasn't sure about the lab leak thing. And we know that Fauci has worked with an organization that said that it wanted to do gain-of-function research and a grant that might have been ultimately turned down but still secretly investigated. So we know that he's got a financial investment in lying to the American people. And it's like, hold on, bro, hello? Do we have any evidence of any of this? Or is this all like heavy conjecture based off of like an email and a diary? And it's like, so to see him do the same on the other thing is just very fucking...
endeavor.
But the most egregious part of Israel's online strategy is its use of fake bot accounts that spam pro-Israel comments and posts online. An investigation by the Al Jazeera Media Institute revealed hundreds of accounts created shortly after October 7th.
Also, again, I won't write something off just because of where it comes from, but like, investigated by the Al Jazeera Media account, there's no shot that Professor Dave would be taking all of this at face value if this was coming from like the Jerusalem Research Lab. This is from @InfoLibNews. What's the source for this? Okay.
But the most egregious part of Israel's online strategy is its use of fake bot accounts that spam pro-Israel comments and posts online. An investigation by the Al Jazeera Media Institute revealed hundreds of accounts created shortly after October 7th with around 50 to 100 followers pretending to be Arabs and constantly posting comments criticizing the Palestinians, regional resistance groups, and Iran. These accounts would mainly target pages that were popular in the Arab and Muslim world, like Al Jazeera and TRT. Their comments would mainly blame the Palestinians for the destruction they're facing and portray them as beggars who were ungrateful for the aid they were getting from other Arab countries. These accounts would also start dialogues with each other, where one fake account would post a comment.
It wouldn't surprise me if Israel did this, but this is the thing that so many countries are doing. So, I mean, what do you want me to say?
And another fake account would respond, which indicates that they aren't individual accounts, but that they're part of an organized effort. No one took responsibility for this, but Israel has admitted to using bot farms in the past. During Israel's massacre against Gaza in 2021, the Israeli army used bots to promote a hashtag, Gaza Regrets, to try to rally support for Israel's war. And while the military admitted it was using fake accounts and even apologized for it, the Israeli government continues to employ people to defend Israel online and pledge to target teenagers in its next online campaign.
And yet, despite all of this effort, public opinion of Israel is so firmly in the fucking toilet that Israel has quintupled down on this strategy and has approved an astronomical record budget of $730 million for Hasbara in 2026. Nearly $1 billion courtesy of Havas Media Group to convince people on social media that Israel isn't doing genocide. So nearly...
I'm looking for the $1 billion number. Some of this sounds extrapolated as well. Like, this paper uses FARA data, Israeli government procurement documents, and interviews with dozens of sources to trace the size and effects of this shift. Israel's FARA spending is set to triple from 2024 to 2026, and the country is on track to become the single biggest FARA spender this year. Much of this work flows through the French firm Havas Media, which subcontracts with American firms that specialize in reaching the once most reliable source of support that Israel is now losing: evangelicals, conservatives, and young Americans. Young Americans were reliable supporters of Israel, or just Jews?
$1 billion courtesy of Havas Media Group to convince people on social media that Israel isn't doing genocide. So I'm sorry, Destiny, you're either lying about not getting a slice of that, or you're a clueless asshat with no fucking idea what's happening, since Israel has been paying influencers unthinkable sums of money for many, many years. You might...
First of all, unthinkable? None of the sums listed anywhere here are unthinkable. Number one. Number two, suck my dick, you lying piece of shit. I've never gotten paid by any country to do propaganda for them, and you have no proof of that, and you will never have proof of that, because I've never gotten paid unless fucking the Mossad is sneaking into my apartment, leaving 20s underneath my pillow or some shit, and I thought it was just the tooth fairy, okay? You have no proof of any of this. It's like, but that's okay. We can just lie, I guess. All right. Do you think that... okay.
Just be the only moron shilling for Israel for free, purely despite Hassan, which is...
True. Every single person online who has a positive opinion about Israel only has that opinion because they've been paid by Israel. That's absolutely how that works. Israel's had so much money in the past to pay the entire world off that the Jewish financiers, I guess. Desi, you're doing the same shit you accused Dave of about narrative. What? Explain that one for me, buddy.
Mind-blowing. Fucking hell, that was only the first 10 seconds. What could possibly be next? They watched their lands being usurped and given to settlers.
The bullshit map. The map! Not the map!
Not the map. Not the map that illustrates how well over half of Palestine was taken to form Israel, and then most of what they were left with has been slowly stolen from them through settlements that are illegal under international law. How dare I use a map to illustrate apartheid and ethnic cleansing? Great rebuttal. Oh yeah, I promised...
The reason why I don't do a rebuttal on this is because it's such a joke talking point, because none of you people actually know anything about the history or anything about any of this, okay? That's the reason why this map has been rebutted 1 billion times. 1917, Palestinian land. This is not Palestinian land. The land was owned by the British, you fucking retard. The name Palestine and the whole mandatory Palestine area was a result of the British carving this place out and taking it after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. This was not Palestinian land. This was Ottoman Empire land, and then had it become land that was administered by the British. That's why when you fucking retards use the talking point of like, didn't you know that Golda Meir even had a Palestinian passport? Yes, that was printed by the Brits. It was British controlled and British owned, you fucking moron. Number one. Number two, in 1946, when you say Jewish land, you're pointing out the places where Jewish people currently live. Yes, in 1946. There are not Palestinians that live all over here. You think the Negev desert? You think this is mass occupied by Palestinians? It's not true. Most of them lived around here in Jerusalem and then up here scattered through the fucking West Bank, okay? You've got, Druze and Bedouin, I guess, tribes are going to be scattered through the Negev, but this is not like a bustling civilization of Palestinian people living in all these places, except for these little areas that the Jews had carved out, okay? In 47, you had the UN partition plan. Wow, go figure. And the partition plan that was proposed tried to draw along the lines where the Jewish people lived and then against the lines where the Palestinian people lived. Nobody lives down here in the Negev. I don't know why this was proposed to be given to the Jews versus the Arabs. No, I don't think anybody lives in the Negev now. I think if you could look up, is there a population density map? Population density map. Israel. Well, it's blue. It looks pretty. I'm going to take this as gospel. Nobody lives down here. It's an empty bullshit ass fucking desert. Okay. That's it. There's a port here that is nice. That goes through the Strait of, I don't remember it. It's the one that Egypt shut down twice though. Tehran. Yeah. And I think the city might be called Elliot. I think it leads to the Strait of Tehran. Yeah, but nobody lives here. This was the proposed map though. The Arabs rejected this map, not because it gave too much land to the Jews, but because it created a Jewish state. Even if they would have had 1% or 2% land, they would have rejected this map. In 48, there was a big war here between all the states or all the surrounding people in Israel, I guess. But like this map here, this partition plan, this was never even accepted. So to even list this as territory is kind of stupid. In 48, there was a war, and then these were the armistice lines that were drawn. I don't know why you have this listed as Palestinian land, though. It doesn't make sense. This was owned by Egypt, and this was owned by Jordan. In 67, Israel managed to take over the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. And I'm pretty sure...
47, did Israel accept this map?
Yeah, of course they would have, 100%. But all the Arab states refused because they didn't want a Jewish state here, of course. I don't know why we don't show... Was the territory changed more up here? Fuck, where are the Golan Heights? I feel like they're more... Hold on, let me check. Not that it matters that much because it wouldn't be Palestinian land. It would be Syrian land, I guess. Okay, yeah, the Golan Heights, I believe it's like over here, but I guess we just don't show that after 67 because who the fuck cares? Whatever, true. And then in 67, Israel obviously takes the Gaza Strip from Egypt, and then they take the West Bank from Jordan, and then from 67 to 2017, these are the areas that Palestinians live. These are your Area A cities of the Oslo Accords. Jewish people don't live all through here, though. These are just the Area A areas carved out for Palestinian cities. But it's not like there's Jewish people that live like over here on like the border of fucking Jordan. So like you can make the argument that the land that Palestinians have lived on, or the land that they felt like they might have had like some legal entitlement to, maybe has definitely changed over the years, but none of these maps illustrate that. In 1917, this is a map of the mandatory area of Palestine that was administered by the British. In 46, this is nothing. This is just a map of where Jewish people currently live. There is no anybody, there's not even an official government that owns this land yet. In 47, this was I believe it was Resolution 181 was the proposed split here that's not even accepted. So this is not even a real map. In 48, this is the war where for the first time there is the state of Israel and the borders are carved out along armistice lines based on the surrounding countries where they stop. In 67, they managed to take these two areas over that were previously owned by Jordan and Egypt, not by the Palestinians. And then from 67 to 2017, there is a single state here of Israel. There are two occupied territories, the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and who the fuck knows what the status of any of this shit is going to be because nobody is trying to fucking settle any of this or figure any of this out. But this picture is just fucking stupid. It's a misleading picture for morons that don't know any single part about the fucking history, like in anything. That's why this map is laughable and it's a joke, and I don't like to explain this every single fucking time it's brought up because the second that you bring up a map like this, it's obvious to me that you know nothing about the history of the region. That's why I laughed this map off. But there you go. I'm sure in 2 years I'll be asked to make the same stupid fucking explanation. But anybody that shows you this map, you can confidently erase any respect that you have for them relating to the history of this region, because this map doesn't show anything meaningful at all.
That are illegal under international law. How dare I use a map to illustrate apartheid and ethnic cleansing? Great rebuttal. Oh yeah, I promised some other dirt on this guy. As if the genocide denial wasn't enough, here's a few other tips.
Oh, can we... Let's go.
Here he is advocating for white nationalists murdering Galen Brooks.
Oh yeah, the greatest hits. IMAX it up. Let's go.
Yes, the greatest hits, also known as a long list of absolutely heinous and disgusting shit you've said. Glad to see you're as amused by it as we are. And thus ends this stinger intro. Packed to the brim with ponage, as you can see. Yes, that really was all he could scrape together to front load this fucking train wreck. But let's comb through the rest to really drive home how pathetic this was.
I think this guy got big mad that I called him anti-Semitic. Which, the video that he made criticizing the Avi Loeb dude, it absolutely was fucking weird as fuck.
No, my videos exposing Avi Loeb are not anti-Semitic. He's just on the anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism train that I demolished in my video he's about to react to. So let's see.
It's when you bring up a person being a Zionist for what I'm aware of, literally no reason whatsoever, that it was just really fucking sus and really fucking weird.
How he handles that when he gets there. Whether he's being paid by Israel or is genuinely just dumb enough to have fallen for Israeli propaganda and is in too deep now to admit it, I can't say. But he recently decided to poke the hornet's nest by doing a particularly slanderous live stream about me, accusing me of being a Jew.
Slanderous?
Hating neo-Nazi. It's called Professor Dave Goes...
Did I ever accuse him of being a neo-Nazi? Okay, I don't think I ever accused him of being a neo-Nazi. I'm just pointing out that the rhetoric he's using is neo-Nazi rhetoric. The deception and self-victimization are like the two big tenets of like neo-Nazi criticism. But I don't think he's a neo-Nazi. I think he's a fucking tanky. Or I don't think he's a tanky, actually. He's just mind-fucked on Israel-Palestine. True. Like the entire fucking United States is. That's what the world is.
I'm a tanky now. Yes, I'm constantly glazing Stalin or whatever the fuck tanky...
Didn't I literally just say I don't think he's a tanky? Did he not listen to what literally the thing I just said? Okay.
Even means. You really just talk completely out of your ass at all times, huh? Anyway, yeah, you said I used Nazi rhetoric, which is essentially calling me a Nazi, even though pointing out how...
Okay. You know what, though? He's kind of correct on that, because when I had this argument relating to Pisco, well, you know, I feel like he's basically like, what did I say? He's not anti-Semitic, but it's like functional anti-Semitism. Pisco also didn't acknowledge a difference there, so I guess it really is all just the fucking same at the end of the day. But when it comes to criticisms of Jews, or when it comes to criticism of Israel or Zionism, well, now we have to draw like huge distinctions between everything. Now it doesn't matter if something sounds like something else. You have to actually have like proof that a person is like a card-carrying member of the Nazi party or whatever. Otherwise, you can never accuse them of being anti-Semitic. So miss me with that shit, bro.
Israel lies and plays the victim is just acknowledging reality like a fucking adult. And your thumbnail implied that I hate all Jews, which was kind of the main thing with the Nazis. So you were calling me a Nazi, which is slander, and that is why I decided to expose you as a worthless Zionist piece of shit. You brought this on yourself. Remember that.
Most of what you said, he's a tanky in the video. Did I? Didn't I just say, like, I don't think he's a tanky. I think he's been mind-fucked by the Israel-Palestine issue. Or did I say it in the last video? And then I don't know if there's anything... No, okay, yeah. I don't know if there's anything that links him to, like, any political ideology at all. Professor Dave. I don't even know if he has, like, a political ideology. I think he's just another one of these, like, people that, like, this is the trendy thing, is the Israel-Palestine shit. You're hearing about Hamas is fabricated. And whatever isn't, doesn't amount to 0.1% of what Israel has done to Palestine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dave implied, or outright even said in one of the things that, like, the fucking Mossad did 9/11. Like, bruh, you're on some shit, okay? Over the past 75 years. Get your priorities straight. They're under military occupation. The radicalization is Israel's fault. Ha! Minimize non-combatant casualties? Holy fuck, you are naive. Israel routinely does what Hamas did. They did it today. Who's talking about it? Fucking nobody. Pre-planned evil? They have a military occupation of Palestine. Just stop being ridiculous. This is October 10th. This guy's fucking unhinged. I don't know how many fucking tweets I've archived here. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is a section where he just reads old tweets of mine that Canary Mission captured in a cartoonish, angry voice and doesn't even attempt to respond to them. It's really...
What am I supposed to respond to? Also, you act cartoonishly evil, so I don't know how you can be upset or why you would get ass pained if somebody reads your, like, you literally you tweet and you respond to comments and you speak like you're a fucking anime villain, like, all the time, constantly. Jesus.
Pathetic. Israel does spread propaganda about Hamas. The few hundred people they killed on October 7th don't even remotely hold a candle to the tens of thousands Israel slaughtered prior, or the
What does that mean? Tens of thousands that they slaughtered prior? How many people do you think have died in, like, the history of Israel-Palestine? Like, I don't know what he even thinks the numbers are on this. And then also, like, it's just really weird. I don't know if we would ever say this in any other conflict, like, do the numbers game. Like, it doesn't hold a candle to the number of people killed. Like, that's just very, very, very strange phrasing. I don't think anybody would ever use that phrasing for any other type of conflict ever. That's a really weird numbers game to play there.
Hundreds of thousands since, and they are indeed the product of an extended brutal military occupation, which has specifically been funded and supported by Netanyahu since their inception. People who are brutally oppressed and subjugated for decades become radicalized against their oppressors.
You do know that, like, just because, and I know he loves to use his propaganda funding, just because somebody fundraises or supports propaganda against a thing doesn't mean that the thing that's being propagandized is suddenly, like, alleviated from all bad claims. It doesn't mean that every single thing said about them is incorrect. It doesn't mean that there's actually nothing bad about the thing being propagandized against, right? You can rest on that point all you want, but like I said before, it feels like when a lot of people want to talk about the propaganda point, they're just doing it so they don't ever have to actually talk about the thing itself. They can just write off all the criticisms as being crazy Hasbara, and then they don't have to talk about any of it. And that's pretty intellectually lazy.
It's not that weird. Then for the next one, it's obviously me pushing back on some paid Hasbara operative lying to the whole internet about how Israel does everything it can to minimize civilian casualties.
Well, Hamas does everything they can to maximize civilian casualties. No? Do they? Do they not? Is that not true? Because if it's not true, I'd love to hear a counter to that.
When in fact, Israel specifically targets civilians at all times.
How can you say that? Like, I'm sorry, you can't be of the mind that, and I know that this fucking retard would give this talking about, you can't be of the mind that, well, the only reason why Israel hasn't killed all of them is because that would be such an obvious genocide that the entire world would take notice and it would be completely and totally politically untenable. And then say in the next breath, they intentionally target civilians as much as they can. Like, so what is it? Do they intentionally target them and they suck at it? They're the worst people on the planet? Or are they trying to keep the numbers low all the time so that the planet doesn't catch on? Like,
this was everything it can to minimize civilian casualties, when in fact Israel specifically targets civilians at all times. This
like at all times? Like what?
Was during the first blatant carpet bombing campaign early in the genocide.
Carpet bombing? How is it possible they didn't kill like half the population? Carpet bombing? This is just retarded. I don't know how to engage with that. How is it that you could possibly carpet bomb an area that is that densely packed and kill so few people? Why wouldn't you kill like half the population or at least a quarter of them? It's been 2 years and the death toll is around 70, 80,000, which is high. It's not good. It sucks. It's bad for a number of different reasons. We can talk about a number of different reasons to it, but carpet bombing? Really?
When they were just destroying entire city blocks with zero regard for who they killed. Because I already knew back then that this was what they had in mind, which is easily confirmed by looking at the sea of rubble that is Gaza today. Glad to see that Destiny has intelligent responses to these obvious facts and isn't just humiliating.
Obvious fact? Like, what you're saying that it's like an obvious fact, but all of the everything, if we're going to go by obvious self-evident stuff, just seems to contradict your narrative. There should be so many more dead people. So many more dead people in the most densely packed area on the planet. It doesn't make sense. Something is not adding up here.
Self with empty pageantry. But as long as we're looking at old tweets, since he seems to think that mine are so unhinged and indefensible, maybe we should play a quick round of defend that tweet, don't you think? I just defended these two quite easily. Now it's Destiny's turn. Okay, so this user named Babygirl said to Steven, ignoring a safe word and...
Your tweets are directly relevant to the information that you're spewing in the video, and you defend those tweets to this day. If you want to go and find old, edgy tweets of mine that are completely irrelevant to the conversation, that I also don't even defend, I don't know what the point is, besides making it a hit piece. But if you want to do the hit piece, there's a whole list of greatest hits that you can run down. I've been on the internet for 16 years, so knock yourself out.
Not stopping when someone asks is ignoring consent and is rape. Go fuck yourself. Wow, it sounds like Destiny was implying that if you're having sex with someone and they ask you to stop, you totally don't have to, and it's not rape to continue fucking them while they scream no repeatedly. That's pretty messed up, but...
Well, I don't think that was quite the argument, but okay. I guess we can just pretend in 2016 I was pro-rape.
Hang on, maybe she misunderstood him. I bet he's gonna reply and clear everything up. Kill yourself, you fucking cunt. I hope you get raped with a fucking shovel until you bleed out your fucking vag and die holy. Wow, Steven, that's pretty graphic and uncalled for. But since I had a chance to explain my tweets that you...
I also really like that he removes the dates from all of these too. This was yesterday, by the way.
...mocked without actually saying anything, it's only fair that we give you the same chance. So...
I also hold on, are your tweets that you're making about information related to Israel, Palestine, and Hamas and everything else, is this the same as a personal unhinged tweet that I am launching on my Twitter? None of this is even remotely comparable.
I had a chance to explain my tweets that you mocked without...
And I don't stand by this tweet anymore. I think it was an unhinged, retarded tweet. If you want, you can post it in every future video. I don't know what you want me to say. The difference is I'm not defending my tweets like you defend yours.
Actually saying anything.
And mine are relevant to politics.
It's only fair that we give you the same chance. So, Steven...
Defend that tweet!
Oh, I'm sorry, Steven, that's not gonna cut it. Fuck. I guess your tweet is just totally fucking indefensible, and you're a disgusting monster with zero regard for female bodily autonomy, huh? I guess combing through old tweets of mine wasn't such a great idea, now was it? Let's get back to the video.
The point is that you still believe the things that you tweeted, and the things that you tweeted are retarded and wrong. That's the point, right? This is the point.
A big guy. A fabrication of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographs.
He said he saw photographs of beheaded babies. He shouldn't have said this. I don't know where. He might have actually seen it, though. But I'm pretty sure he walks the comment back the next day, too. The claim was not originated by Israel. I think it was somebody said Channel 4? Is that a French outlet that fucked up and spread this claim? But
maybe he saw them? No, he didn't, because it doesn't exist. You're simultaneously admitting that this wasn't true and then speculating as to whether Biden actually saw it? What? Biden said it because Bibi asked him to. It's clear as fucking day.
I don't even think Biden said I think he said he saw the pictures, and then I think he mumbles out the beheaded... I don't know if he even says beheaded babies or children. I don't know. Hold on. Let's see what he says.
Private conversation you've been having, which you should continue to have, but... I just came to basically, I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. I give you my word as a Biden. Thank you. Thank you for the intensity of your support. It matters. It matters that Americans see what's happening. I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children. I never thought I'd ever, anyway, but there are countries in the region that are trying to be of some help, including Arab nations that are trying to be of some help. So, anyway.
Mr. President, who do you cross in the region from time?
From my faith.
Okay, I think that's all he mentions. I don't think, there's no 40 beheaded babies comment here. He said the children thing, not the babies. That 40 comment was hold on. Somebody looked at the Snopes thing on this. This was published on October 12th, 2023. Updated on December 18th, 2023. Were Israeli babies beheaded by Hamas militants during attack on Kfar Aza? Here's what we know. As violence escalated in Israel, Palestine... Okay. Apologists, news media, and activists in the US and UK spread a rumor about Hamas fighters supposedly beheading as many as 40 Israeli infants. As we look into the claim, we found contradictory reports from journalists, Israeli army officials, and almost no independent corroborations of the alleged war crime, leading to concerns among fact-checkers that such a claim may be premature or unsubstantiated. U.S. President Joe Biden was among those who claimed terrorists were beheading children. While speaking at a meeting of Jewish leaders at the White House, his office later clarified that he had not actually seen evidence of such beheadings. I think this was either the next day or the same day. So it's not like they were spreading this constantly for weeks, months, years, or whatever. They soft walked this back, or maybe hard walked it back. This is either the same day or the next day. Meanwhile, mainstream news outlets from Metro News in the UK to Sky News Australia also reported on the alleged atrocity, with Fox News in an October 10th headline claiming at least 40 babies, some beheaded, found by Israel soldiers in Hamas-attacked village. Fox News is not, believe it or not, an Israeli-owned media outlet. The conflict began on October 7th when the Palestinian militant group did blah, 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 blah. Unverified reports about the escalating violence spread with incredible speed online, sometimes even with the unwitting help of journalists. The rumor about Israeli infants being beheaded was chief among such viral claims, considering its lack of evidence for independent verification. The story appeared to stem from alleged observations by Israeli soldiers after a massacre in the village of Kfar Aza. For example, an Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson told Insider that soldiers on the ground who were there told him that soldiers found the decapitated corpses of babies at Kfar Aza. The spokesperson said he had not seen photos or videos of the alleged deaths himself, and no further details about the alleged visual evidence were available. A few journalists claimed to have obtained, or at least seen, visual proof, photos or videos of the deaths, though that evidence was not publicly accessible nor available to Snopes as of this writing. When Snopes reached out to the IDF to comment on the underlying rumor, namely that Israeli babies were beheaded by Hamas, the military did not confirm that the purported beheadings happened. However, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spokesperson Tal Heinrich stated to media that babies and toddlers had been found with their heads decapitated in Kfar Aza. That said, Israeli authorities told other journalists they had not shared photographic evidence of the killings to preserve the privacy of the victims and their families. It's a dead baby, an IDF spokesperson said to CNN. Doesn't matter if it's burned or decapitated. On October 12th, Israel released images of slain children and civilians, showing them to U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and NATO defense ministers. Blinken told reporters he saw photographs and videos of a baby riddled with bullets, young people burned alive, and beheaded soldiers. Netanyahu's office also posted online photos of a dead infant in a pool of blood and the charred body of a child. Reuters noted that none of the images released indicated evidence that militants had beheaded babies. We should note Jewish burial sites may complicate blah, blah, blah. Hamas representatives denied the allegations involving the beheadings of children. So this, I'm pretty sure this guy in this video here said, hold on. In this video, Zedek walked through an area with body bags and at one point stated, one of the commanders here said at least 40 babies were killed. Some of them, their heads cut off. There's like this weird game of like sensationalist claims that were fucking ejected out of this from the October 7th attacks. There's a different word I'm looking for. They were jettisoned out that like carried really far. But the 40 beheaded babies thing, I don't know if any Israeli thing ever reported it. But obviously other outlets started to pick this claim up and then, ran around with it. But I don't think this was ever confirmed by the IDF. I don't think the IDF ever said that they saw this. There have been some, I guess, like statements like this. So there were 40 babies killed. Some of them had their heads cut off. But the specific 40 beheaded babies lie that people criticize so much, I don't think this was ever sourced from an Israeli outlet. I don't believe ever. I've never seen evidence of it coming from an Israeli outlet. But maybe Professor Dave will show us some.
Destiny is pretending that some French news network made up this claim. It was being pushed by every single Israeli official and Hasbara
So we see Hamas beheaded Jewish babies. Okay, so this guy, Arsen Ostrovsky, this says 40 babies have been found murdered. Oh, and he says beheaded. So this is not true. Now, I don't know if this guy is an official Israeli spokesperson or what for this particular guy here. And then this is decapitated. So only one of these shows the actual lie that he's talking about. And this is wrong. I don't know who this guy is, but this is 100% not, well, at least 40 beheaded babies I don't believe has ever been true.
Influencer on the fucking internet. The IOF conjured it out of thin air. It spread to journalists. It was confirmed by an Israeli spokesperson.
Wait.
Influencer on the fucking internet. The IOF.
Around 40 babies were taken out on gurneys. This does not say 40 beheaded babies. Babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated. Okay, but this is not 40 beheaded babies. I don't know where we're at now, and ultimately if there were literally no beheaded babies or zero people had their heads cut off for babies or shot in the head or whatever the fuck.
Conjured it out of thin air. It spread to journalists. It was confirmed by an Israeli spokesperson and then echoed by the fucking...
But this spokesperson's
internet.
comment here is not... I don't know if getting shot a lot in the head as a baby counts as a head decapitated. I don't know. I feel like decapitated generally means cut off. But heads decapitated... Babies and toddlers found with heads decapitated is not saying 40 beheaded babies. It's not the same claim.
Conjured it out of thin air. It spread to journalists. It was confirmed by an Israeli...
It literally says right here, update. Israel cannot confirm the specific claim that babies were beheaded in Hamas's attack. An official says. Now, this is contradicting previous public statement. Maybe because they were saying heads decapitated up here, that would be a contradiction. But again, even on the reply to this, it's saying that Israel's not confirming the 40 beheaded babies.
Spokesperson, and then echoed by the fucking president of the United States. The president told...
Who, again, walked it back like within a day on their thing because he said that he saw pictures of babies dead, and I think he might have said beheaded, but he didn't see pictures of beheaded babies because I don't know if any of those have ever been released ever because I don't know if that actually happened.
Americans, he saw pictures of 40 beheaded babies.
He never said 40
because Bibi told him to say it.
And that's it. Okay.
Help manufacture consent for genocide. This is not a little oopsie. This is manifesting anti-Arab sentiment to greenlight the slaughtering of Palestinians.
Okay.
Later, he admitted he didn't actually see it since nobody was going to let that shit.
Later? Like, when did Biden make that statement? Because this article is dated October 11th. Also, in the clip, yeah, Biden says children, not babies. That's true as well. I also hate this thing that people do where they're like, Bibi told him to tell the most obvious lie ever, but then they realized that the lie wasn't going to work because it was a lie, so then they had to walk it back. And it's like, what the fuck do you think the point of a lie is? They know that it's not real. That's the whole point of telling a fucking lie.
To greenlight the slaughtering of Palestinians. Later, he admitted he didn't actually see it, since nobody was going to let that shit slide, but the damage of the initial claim had been done. This is how propaganda works. Anyone diminishing this should not be taken seriously ever. Endless claims of rape, when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable.
People don't talk about it much because nobody pushes these people because nobody actually cares. Also, I don't know why they say, I know why. It's not 75 years of occupation. It would be like 60 years, but whatever. People say that, fuck, I just mind fucking myself. Oh, they don't believe that any rapes happened on October 7th. Or if they did, it was like one or two bad apples. All of them are consistent on this position. There's never really pushed on much.
What? I just brought up Israel's track record of persistent systematic sexual abuse as a method of torture. He made much. What?
Rapes happened on October 7th. Or if they did, it was like one or two bad apples. All of them are consistent on this position. There's never really pushed on much.
What? I just brought up Israel's track record of persistent systematic sexual abuse as a method of torture. He made no comment on that, said that many people pushed back on the allegations of rape on October 7th, and then neither refuted that position nor condemned Israel's obsession with raping people. What a farce.
Sure. I was just mentioning the Hamas side of this because it's a very common denial thing that these people engage in. I haven't done a ton of reading or research into the systematic, whatever, the prison rape stuff. If it's happening, it's bad. But for every single fucking story that comes out of Israel, I have to do a fuck ton of reading on all the underlying documents to figure out the truth of it because so many people fucking lie about all this. But I'm agnostic on the position. I don't take a strong side for or against it, which is why I didn't comment on it. Believe it or not, it's okay to not have a strong opinion about something. Like, if you don't know about the specific thing.
Behind the scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns.
Everybody acknowledges that. I really like one of my favorite things about the bases underneath is that they started switching the argument from, and I don't know if Dave will do in this video, is a lot of the pro-Pally people switched the argument from there are no underground bunkers to, well, of course there are underground bunkers. We know this because Israel put them there when they built the hospitals for them. Even Amnesty International, everybody acknowledges that these are bases that are used or co-opted. Like Amnesty International in 2014 did big reports on Al-Shifa Hospital, for instance, being used by Hamas for torturing people and as a base of operations, and there's like tunnels underneath. It was a huge blow to UNRWA's credibility when they discovered another big like underground thing that was right next to like the entrance of the hospital in such a way that they obviously knew they were operating there. But
everybody acknowledges this? That's funny because no, they fucking don't, especially Amnesty International, who said the precise opposite of what you just claimed. You blew right past the ridiculous CGI video I showed of an incredibly elaborate system of tunnels and rooms filled with weapons and whatnot, as well as Israel's pathetic attempt to substantiate this claim upon raiding Al-Shifa. They could have filmed their entry live on body cams and shown everyone this elaborate terrorist base, no? Instead, they delayed for the better part of a day, and when they finally showed everyone what was inside, it was just a few guns they planted next to an MRI machine and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. That's all. They released a video.
It would have been after, is it called Gaslight? I always forget. 2014, Amnesty International, Al-Shifa Hospital, human rights violation, interrogation, torture. Was it 2015? Hamas forces carried out a brutal campaign of abductions, torture, and unlawful killings against Palestinians accused of collaborating with Israel and others during Israel's military offensive against Gaza in July and August of 2014, according to a new report by Amnesty International. Strangling necks, abduction, torture, and summary killings of Palestinians by Hamas forces during the 2014 Gaza-Israel conflict highlights a series of abuses, such as the extrajudicial execution of at least 23 Palestinians and the arrest and torture of dozens of others, including members and supporters of Hamas's political rivals, Fatah. I'm pretty sure this happens at the Al-Shifa hospital. That's why I said it, like, but nobody denies this. Hamas forces used the abandoned areas of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City, including the outpatients clinic area, to detain, interrogate, torture, and otherwise ill-treat suspects, even as other parts of the hospital continue to function as a medical center. And I'm pretty sure on October 7th, we saw Hamas, like after the attacks, like running people into these hospitals as well, more than just Al-Shifa as well. So this is just not... I don't think anybody really seriously... Is this where Hamas is bringing hostages to, is it just Al-Shifa? Like they run these hostages to the hospital after October 7th, and then I think like doctors come out to escort them in or whatever. Nope, just kidding. No footage for us. IDF releases CCTV, it says, shows Hamas bringing hostages to Al-Shifa Hospital on 7 October. Bloody person. Not real blood. Shouldn't the terrorists want to bring them to hospitals to make sure they're okay?
Showing a tunnel and two small rooms, which could have been fucking anything. Zero evidence of terrorist activity. Amnesty International, along with anyone else possessing a fully functional brain, specifically said that they have seen no credible evidence to support the claim that Al-Shifa housed a military command center. The New York Times said the same, despite often shilling for Israel. Lies are all you have, Stephen. Several hours after entering, and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar.
Well, there was also the, was it Al-Shifa or was it another hospital where there was a big one that I think got a lot of international backlash for UNRWA, where there was like an entrance to this underground area, literally close enough to the entrance of the actual thing that they must have known they were cooperating. And I think this was like one of the first times I think UNRWA got big international pushback as well, because it was like, what are you guys doing here? I'm trying to remember what Mohammed Sinwar was killed under the European hospital, by the way. Was he? Is that where he died?
A tidal wave of lies in the form of social...
UNRWA refutes Israeli implications of Hamas tunnel below Gaza HQ. The aid agency says it has no knowledge of areas beneath its headquarters in Gaza. This is an Al Jazeera article as well, okay? So the chief of the UN's aid agency in Gaza has said that it had no knowledge of what was beneath its abandoned headquarters amid Israeli claims that a Hamas tunnel ran below the Gaza City site. Felipe Lazzarini of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine said on X later on Saturday the agency did not know what is under its headquarters in Gaza. Israel previously accused UNRWA of colluding with Hamas's military operations, prompting several donors to withdraw funding. The UNRWA chief's comments came after the Israeli army invited journalists to visit the tunnel. The Israeli military did not provide definitive proof that Hamas fighters operated at the location, but showed that at least a portion of the tunnel system ran underneath the courtyard of the aid agency's headquarters. Inside one of the buildings, journalists saw a room full of computers with wires stretching down into the ground. Soldiers then showed them a room in an underground tunnel complex where they claimed the wires connected. The underground room bore a wall of electrical cabinets with multicolored buttons and was lined with dozens of cables. The military claimed the room served as a hub powering tunnel infrastructure in the area. Israel has repeatedly said that one of the main objectives of its war in Gaza is to destroy the underground network that it says is used by Hamas to move its fighters, weapons, and supplies. While few knew the full extent of what some Israel officials call the metro, the tunnels are believed to cross the entire enclave for hundreds of kilometers. Experts estimate a depth of 15 to 60 meters. I'm curious what his claim is about like these tunnel things. Does he think that like none of them exist at all? Does he think that all of it is fake? Or does he think that, I'm curious what like, does he make any like positive statements? Like, does he make a statement with relation to what he, like, I'm very curious what his position is on it.
Social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garnish...
People say this, where the fuck was the mountain of Israeli propaganda after October 7th? It was exclusively Pali slop. You can tell this too, because these people, by the way, today, people like Professor Dave Hassan will still tell you that big hospital bombing on like the 13th or whatever, that was an Israeli JDAM that hit a hospital and killed 500 people. It was like a Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Like, no way is he still going to back this talking point. Or will he? Rocket misfire that maybe I think like hurt like 30 or 40 people or whatever. Like it was not a fucking missile.
What the fuck are you rambling about? Israel has bombed every single hospital in Gaza. 90% are completely non-operational. Just a couple are operating with highly limited capacity. This moron is whining about who bombed one of the hospitals as if to say that Israel doesn't bomb hospitals. They've bombed every single hospital.
Oh, I don't know if he wasn't I don't know if he wasn't following the news or whatever. The one that I'm talking about was specifically egregious because the claim was that Israel had sent like a targeted munition into a hospital, blew it up, and killed like 500 people. It was a massively egregious claim. It was like a week after October 7th. Al Ali Hospital, I think, yeah. It's surprising to me that he's not aware of that claim, but okay.
In Gaza, every single one. They also specifically targeted and slaughtered doctors. Pally slap my ass. You know, horrible, vile anti-Semites like Miss Rachel, the children's content creator who scandalously requested on social media that Israel stop bombing children and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers.
Good misdirection, I guess.
How dare she humanize children who have had their legs children and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers? How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters? As part of these smear attempts, founder of Stop Anti-Semitism, Leora Rez, and other wastes of human life. I'm explaining how Ms. Rachel qualified as anti-Semite of the week for requesting that Israel stop bombing children and singing songs with Palestinian double.
Like, why? Like, I don't have a strong opinion on the Miss Rachel shit because I haven't dug that much into it. But like, the thing that hurts your credibility, but I know he doesn't care because none of these people actually care about their credibility because it's all propaganda at the end of the day for all these fucking losers regardless, is when you can't even accurately state why somebody does a thing. Why the fuck should anybody believe you? Like, they shouldn't. You should have no credibility. Nobody should believe you. Whether or not you think that people were too harsh or not harsh enough on Miss Rachel or whatever based on the comments that she was liking or the things that she was making in the comment section, when you can't even accurately state why people have an issue, then nobody should believe or trust anything you say, right? Like, was that really the issue, was that people were mad that she was
qualified as anti-Semite of the week for requesting that Israel stop bombing children and singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers?
That's why people were mad at her, really? I mean, I don't know.
His response is to smile like a creep and mutter dude under his breath or whatever the fuck he said. This is the whole video. I'm going to talk a lot about how awful Israel is. Truly, they are the most potent force of pure evil in the world since the Nazis.
Jesus Christ.
The less that destiny has...
The cartoons.
Awful Israel is. Truly, they are the most potent force...
What? What is the intellectual commentary that I'm supposed to provide for the Israeli soldier looking in the mirror? Oh, and he's got the inbred face and everything. Nice. And we see that, oh my God, he's become the Nazi. Like, what is the commentary and feedback that I'm supposed to give on this? You know, if you really wanted to have a really good back and forth, we used to do this way back in the day. It was called a debate. You cowardly, spineless fuck. If you want to just have a debate about any of these topics, then we can fucking do it instead of doing the response to the response to the response. Like, I don't treat a lot of these claims seriously because you're a very unserious person who clearly knows nothing about the conflict. And so why the fuck, there are other people that have done more serious debunkings of this, but you got mad because you thought theirs were too long. Loaderbox did a good video on this. Pangburn has done several on this. There are other people that have talked about a lot of these issues ad nauseum. Like, why do you think you're even entitled to that much of my response or my time? If you really wanted to, we could debate on it. Now, he claims that he won't debate because I'm bad faith, despite the fact that he made a living debating flat earthers and science deniers, which is really weird. So those people were good faith. Like, it says something about the weakness of your position, but it also communicates to me that you know that your position is weak if you're so fucking afraid to have a conversation about these topics when apparently it's all overdetermined for you, right? You know that like these topics are all, you're so heavily favored for all these topics. Why would you be so afraid of having a conversation?
The pure evil in the world since the Nazis.
Jesus Christ.
The less that Destiny has to say, the higher in pitch he goes. Yes, the Nazis exterminated Jews, and Zionists...
I'll laugh in a low-pitched voice. Oh.
Exterminate Palestinians. The disregard for human life is identical. Shouting Jesus Christ sarcastically is not a refutation of this obvious fact.
A lot of these things are like half-truths or like crazy people interviewing. I think that Yoav Gallant thing, I think I've looked it up before. I think he was explicitly referring to Hamas when they were going into fight, though. This was said like, I think, within a week or two, I think after the war began, because I think that quote made it into the South African case that they brought against Israel for the genocide prevention stuff. And I feel like I looked into the source of that quote, and I think a few of them that they'll say they're talking about all Palestinians, but they're referring to Hamas.
Nope, they're talking about Palestinians, always. I showed so many clips and statements where genocidal intent towards all Palestinians is explicitly expressed. Nuh-uh is not an argument.
Okay. A few of them, the South African case. This is the last thing I'm fact checking, and then I'm not going to do this for the whole video. Okay, South Africa, ICJ, genocide claim, Israel.pdf. What was the specific quote that he referenced? This was said like half truths.
Life is identical. Shouting Jesus Christ sarcastically is not a refutation of this obvious fact.
A lot of these things are like half truths or like crazy people interviewing. I think that Yoav Gallant thing, I think I've looked it up before. I think he was explicitly. Okay, well, we have one Gallant quote referenced here. Oh, it's this one. It's the human animals one here. When this is the article that quotes him. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said that he has ordered a complete siege of the Gaza Strip as Israel fights the Hamas terror group. I've ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed, Gallant says, following an assessment of the IDF Southern Command in Beersheba. We are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly, he adds. I would say, without more context, it's a stretch here to assume that he's just talking about all Palestinians, right? When they're literally referencing a specific military operation against a specific group that is the government of, I mean, like, if Ukraine were to say, like, we're going to go to war and we're going to kill all the Russians, like, are they talking about every Russian civilian? This is not enough, in my opinion, this is not enough to say that.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם.
Oh, this translated as human beings instead of human animals. I'm pretty sure animals is the word, but this is not enough to claim that he's talking about every single Palestinian person is a human animal or whatever in here. No. And I don't think there's any more in the filing here about that statement. That was footnote 452 and then 453. Are they still auto-translating? I remember seeing this quote where it was this one. He further announced that Israel was moving to a full-scale response and that he had removed every restriction on Israeli forces. I remember seeing this quote showed up, and I'm pretty sure, I think he got asked to clarify that later. It might have been in this article itself. But like the remove every restriction, some people are like looking at this like, oh, so they're going to just kill civilians indiscriminately. It's like, that's not what that means. Stop. That's ridiculous. I think they might have been asked specifically about that quote later on. But in the hours after his country was attacked, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared war on Hamas. On Tuesday, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant toured southern Israel along the Gaza border, telling soldiers they're moving to a full-scale response to the Hamas surprise attack and that he's removed every restriction. Hamas wanted to see a change in Gaza. The reality is Gaza will make a 180. They will regret their actions, Gallant said, or Gallant. If there are some, I think, because I went through all of these, I had to go through all of these quotes in preparation for my Finkelstein debate. They think there are a couple in here that are not good, that are pretty fucked up. But a lot of these are not like, it'll be a statement where it's like, we're going to move in and destroy, these people. and then they interpret like these people, meaning like they're going to kill every Palestinian. But then obviously when you look at the way they've conducted the military operation, that's not what's happening. But then when you ask people, well, why aren't they just killing every single person? Then they say, well, they're not killing all of them because if they killed all of them, it would be too obvious that it's a genocide. But then when you ask them why they're bombing so much, they say that it's a carpet bombing campaign. And Professor Dave himself just said that they're intentionally targeting civilians. Like the story something is not like lining up here. It's the South African case that they brought against Israel for the genocide prevention stuff. And I feel like I looked into this like when I think a few of them, they'll say they're talking about all Palestinians, but they're referring to, do you know if Gallant, is it Gallant or Gallant clarified later? Well, in that one, if somebody gives a statement like this to the media and there's no clarification afterwards, you can't assume that it's that dramatic of a statement because the person interviewing the person would probably ask for clarification, right? Like if somebody were to say, like our troops are going to be pushing in and we're going to be fighting, we're going to destroy all of them or whatever. If it's a statement like that, you would never just assume that, oh, they must mean kill every single civilian too, because there would be a follow-up question or something related to that. That would just be an insane thing to just kind of hang out there. And then none of the behavior relating to the Israeli military seems to have followed that like mass extermination policy. But then when you ask them why there was no mass extermination, they'll just say, because it would have made the genocide too obvious. But then why would they be making statements like this to the media if we're going to interpret them in the worst way possible, statements that are all of genocidal intent, but then not just go and do the genocide itself? It's like so much of this is like, somebody in chat just said Schrodinger's genocide, where it's like sometimes they're genocidal and sometimes they're not. It just depends on the particular statements and action we're looking at, depending on how we want to interpret it. When the statement that I've always made, or the question I've always had for people that are on this side of things is, how do you differentiate between a war where one side is clearly more powerful than the other versus like a genocide? And I really don't think that I've never heard like a response to that. I don't know if I asked that in this video, and even if so, I don't know if Dave would even be able to give a response to that, but to Hamas.
Nope, they're talking about Palestinians, always. I showed so many clips and statements where genocidal intent towards all Palestinians.
So like, we will turn Gaza into an island of ruins. This is not good, but like, genocidal? It could be, I guess. It's Netanyahu. We are dropping hundreds of tons of bombs on Gaza. The focus is on destruction, not accuracy. But like, clearly that's not what happened. Right? Because why didn't they just bomb? Like, I don't know how to convey how nonsense that the statements of indiscriminate bombing are. It's an incredibly small area. There are so many people that are so densely populated there. Why aren't there 1 million dead people? It doesn't. Now, there's only one goal: Nakba, expulsion of the Palestinians, a Nakba in Gaza that will dwarf the Nakba of 1948. That's a pretty clear ethnic cleansing, mass expulsion comment. That's not good. I would say this comment is not defensible. Now, I'll also say this was an October 7th comment, which is probably when people are going to be saying the most unhinged shit, but still not good. Why about their families, their mothers, and their children? These animals will not be allowed to live any longer. I think I remember watching this guy give a speech, but this is just like a random dude. He's not like he's not even a politician, I don't think, veteran of the Israeli army. I want to tell the world what they have long known about me in Israel. I don't care about Gaza. I literally don't care about Gaza. They can go swimming in the sea. Maya Golan. Okay. It is an entire nation who are responsible. This rhetoric about somebody supposedly not being involved is absolutely untrue, and we will fight until we break their backs. I mean, this is like kind of true. A lot of the population is involved with hiding and everything. Now, you can't just go kill all the civilians, but again, that's not happening. Jericho missile, doomsday weapon. That's my opinion. Powerful rockets to be fired without borders. Gaza to be smashed and razed to the ground without mercy. Okay. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything we are closed. Oh, this is the Yoav Gallant thing that we just said. But again, this is in the context of fighting Hamas. You can pretend he's saying all people. Here's what I don't like. I've already said it earlier, so I don't like these quotes. If you try to you can just take honest quotes. If you were to take all quotes from Sinwar, from Haniyeh, Sinwar, leader of the Gaza Strip. Haniyeh was the head of all of Hamas, and then there's the Politburo, and then Mohammed Diaf, I think. Diaf was the Al-Qassam Brigade's leader, the head of the military, I think, right? If you were to take quotes from Hamas leaders, you can find 1 million quotes like this, and you can smear them on pictures and everything else, or of any other like Hamas leadership. But as soon as you do that, like, I don't know, you get into this like Hamas doesn't represent all the people, or they're a smaller, they're an oppressed people, so they can say or do whatever. Like, one thing that's kind of interesting is, why is it that, no, I already know the answer. I was gonna say, like, why is there infinite charity given to the Palestinian side, but then none given to the other side? And it's because they always just say it's the oppressed people comment. I don't know. This is like a thought terminating. It's thought terminating, I guess. Yeah.
Is explicitly expressed. Nah, is not an argument.
I'm sorry, I'm never going to be going to look up every random fucking TikTok video that you find of whatever the fuck the citations are and all this. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Lonerbox and I think Penguin, I think did. You can go and have every TikTok video debunk thing ever if you want, but like this is retarded, bro. Like how is the science debunker professor guy literally doing, look at all my TikTok videos?
Pretty fucked up, huh? A chuckle and a grin is your response to Israeli Karens chanting about wanting to burn villages down while jazzercise.
Like, we can point out the, fuck, what was the name of that one, the Mickey Mouse cartoon? What am I thinking of? Somebody knows it. Farfor? When he sacrifices himself to the Israeli beats and kills Farfor, the Hamas Mickey Mouse.
فرفور بدنا نشتري الأرض شري يا فرفور بدنا نديك مصاري كتير لا مش إحنا اللي بنبيع أراضينا لناس إرهابيين فرفور نعم بدك تجيب الأوراق يعني بدك تجيب الأوراق مش سايب الأوراق ومش سايب إيه مش سايب الأوراق فرفور نعم بدك تجيب الأوراق فرفور.
I mean, I like it's these are just not like a serious approach to this. I don't know what you want me to say. Like, what like we could do the here's TikTok clips, everything game, yeah.
Or whatever the fuck this is. Great contribution.
A lawmaker from the far-right Otzma Yehudit party told the Knesset on Wednesday that there are no innocent civilians, no innocent children in Jenin, I think they might call this. Okay, so that's a fairly unhinged quote, but like this Jenin is known as a place that you shouldn't go because you'll probably get fucking killed. Like even our Palestinian tour guide that was willing to take us to Nablus wouldn't take us to Jenin. That's like, I'm not saying that that's an acceptable quote, but that's like I think I see it as like one of the most like, you're gonna get fucking rocked if you go to this place.
Right. It's bad to say that children aren't innocent, but this is a super bad place, so it's okay to say it about that place. Murdering children in that specific town is therefore more defensible. Are you listening to this douchebag?
I don't think I've ever said that, but also your very white, very American, very wealthy concept of a child is anybody under the age of 18, whereas in a lot of these places, like, kids are given AKs at 10, 11 years old and taught to fight. Like a 15, 16, 17-year-old fighter is not just going to be like a child from fucking Disney World that you're murking for no fucking reason.
Revital Gottlieb of the Likud party says, bring down buildings, bomb without distinction, stop with this impotence.
Like, I would never defend the crazy... There are some fucking insane Israelis, like there are. But you can find them saying insane stuff all the time. It's really weird to come down on somebody saying insane shit, like on October 7th, though.
It doesn't matter what the date is. Genocidal intent is genocidal intent.
This is such a stupid non-response. It's such a dumb comment. This is also an annoying thing that just happens in this conflict is there's like infinite charitability given to the Palestinians, right? Like earlier, I think he said it in this video earlier, that if you oppress a certain people for long enough, of course it's going to radicalize them. And it's like, so wouldn't you expect people after like an insanely violent action and an insanely violent attack, wouldn't you expect them to be a little bit radicalized? Like a lot of Israelis were kind of sort of radicalized after the Second Intifada. Like that was a lot of the conservative movements there have been a response to all of the terrorism that occurred during those 4 or 5 years. Like, why is it only one side you would ever expect to get radicalized over comments? No?
And you are indeed defending it. And they say this shit all the time. Before October 7th and after it too. Countless such statements in this video that you blow right past without acknowledging.
Destiny, why don't you just debate Dave? Dave will never talk about this subject. The pro-Pallies have to remain as isolated as possible on this topic because they know nothing about the region, they know nothing about the history, and they have no prescription for this place.
No, I won't talk to you about this because you're a worthless genocide-denying propaganda peddler who will just motormouth a meth-fueled, gish-galloped avalanche of lies and unrelated minutia to deflect from the very obvious genocide you deny.
But none of the anti-vaxxers are like this. None of the flat earthers are like this. None of the young earth creationists are like that. Like, I'm uniquely, like, it should tell you something, and maybe at some point it'll break through, or maybe not. Maybe it'll be 5 or 10 years, and then once the Israel-Palestine fantasy that all these people have been living for so long, maybe it'll finally, I guess, like, get old and boring. You have a guy who literally markets himself as the aggressive online debater bro, who is like screaming at people in comment sections and YouTube videos and is like eager and keen and horny to debate every single fucking science denier on the internet. Every single one of them. He will constantly say, actually, didn't I fucking tweet out a video of him literally explaining this concept? But for some reason on this topic where it's like overdetermined that I'm wrong, right? Because a billion people say it's a genocide, right? On this topic, he can't engage. Fuck me, I tweeted it way too long ago. There's a video that he released where he talks about like the only reason why people dodge debates is because they are they're cowardly or whatever. Somebody find it.
You're a coward because you've never... No, you're a coward because you've never emailed me a single time to set up a debate. Because you don't actually want to debate me. Because you're a pathetic toddler coward.
He can't handle being humiliated because his fake image as some kind of scholar is his entire currency. He makes 100% of his living off of donations. So to be seen for the pathetic science-illiterate loser that he is would be career suicide. But of course, he can't actually debate me or he would look even dumber than he already does.
Why? You want this nice, safe back and forth?
Said the cowardly loser who does nothing but post videos for his fans instead of actually emailing me to set up a debate. I'll still gladly humiliate you on the internet for free, but we both know you're too much of a coward to agree to that. Next, he privately exclaimed that he thought the episode was great. He followed up on wanting me to debate Brett Weinstein on his show, who presumably declined like he already has before on Piers Morgan since he's a cowardly little wiener. Many of you saw my recent video detailing what I would have said to Brett Weinstein if he wasn't a little coward who declined to debate me on Piers Morgan. These two shitheads are universally known to be worthless frauds by literally everybody except for the other grifter influencers in their cabal and their hapless victims. There is no debate, and in fact, they avoid debates like the plague because they know they're lying frauds. Each of them had an opportunity to debate me on Piers Morgan, and each of them declined. And when Eric grew some plums and faced Sean Carroll, the resulting debacle obliterated the tiny sliver of credibility he was desperately clinging to. And you will be taunted until the end of time because of it. The only way out for you now is to agree to debate me online, since I'd gladly do that for free. But we both know you won't do that either, right, buddy? Because you are a... What's that? You would totally destroy me in debate, but you don't want to because... What's that? It's because I'm such a mean pants and I don't deserve your illustrious attention? Or is it because... You're a joke, Sabor. Your entire existence is a punchline. I'll see you around. Oh wait, no, I won't, because you'll be hiding under your bed anytime someone even mentions my name to you. Later, loser.
Like, bruh.
There's no point. I know plenty about the region and its history. That's how I know about the decades of occupation and apartheid that this genocide is a continuation of. That's how I knew on October 7th that it was the beginning of ethnic cleansing and land acquisition, not a war against terrorists. That's why I was booted from Twitter. And sorry, no prescription? You mean like I don't know what should be done in the region? Just like all these idiot trolls shout at anyone who exposes Israel's genocide? Of course I do. Everyone with a brain and a conscience knows. Dismantle the state of Israel.
Oh, we just need to go do regime change. We need to invade and do another Middle Eastern country regime change. Oh, you're so smart. Fuck me. How could I not have realized that?
Move all Zionists from any position of power. Call the region Palestine, and everyone there can live under a new governing body with equal rights. End apartheid. End occupation. It's not that fucking hard to wrap your head around.
Holy shit, he's so smart.
Too bad having a brain and a conscience doesn't come along with the political power to do anything about it, right, dumbass? Israeli politician Moshe Feiglin states outright that Hamas is not the enemy. It's every child in Gaza. Every child. Toddlers. Babies. Babies are terrorists. Anyone who would say this is a sadistic monster.
Terrorists. Who said that? Who says that? Who's the famous baby settler guy?
Who's the famous baby settler guy? I'm showing bloody children, which are the reason my video was demonetized, despite his idiot troll army insisting I was lying about that, along with statement after statement demonstrating genocidal intent towards all Palestinians, including children, and his response is to bring up some random thing that Hassan Piker said once that his camp will forever quote out of context to demonize him.
Okay. All right. I'm good on that one. Out of context? You are a fraud, and you are a fraud. I think that one, the Israeli dude, I think one of the reasons he triggered you was right. Because you do lie about being a professor. I don't know why you constantly put that in all of your videos, and then you say, well, I was a assistant teacher one time at a college. You're not a professor. You don't have a PhD. But, I mean, if you want to make a living online debating retards and just beating up on retards, that's fine. But the amount of cope for why I'm apparently the worst person on the planet to debate when you've literally made a living on debating, like, flat earthers and science denialists is crazy. That's like it's just such a crazy, weak, spineless position to have. And it's like obviously crazy, weak, and spineless. Start calling him a TA, Dave. True.
Destiny's job is to shame progressives into being less progressive to protect the establishment. Anyone trying to pressure the party into shifting leftwards from their current right-of-center position must be demonized.
From the right-of-center position? Okay. All of this... Okay. I'm trying... Okay. Hold on. Let me put on my reacting face. I need some cocaine. I need to get something to like fucking pump me up for shit that I don't give a fuck about. That's what I need.
You need a fluffer, a content fluffer. I do what I must.
I don't have the bra sound. Okay, I don't care. Don't worry about it.
Destiny's job is to shame progressives into being less progressive to protect the establishment. Anyone trying to pressure the party into shifting leftwards from their current right-of-center position must be demonized. He's defending a sinking ship, and he's gonna go down with it. And if you don't believe me, check this out.
I do think that you should have said yesterday when that's me. Pisco moved it on you. JD Vance or AOC? I think that that's a pretty easy answer.
The thing is I don't actually know that. Like, in a vacuum with no political influence, I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. Like, the guy was a more moderate Republican type person, but the problem is JD Vance, like AOC, seems to have no capacity to deal with his own side, right? In that he's fully bought on to co-signing whatever crazy dick sucking shit Trump needs. So I mean, like, it's not like I would trust, even if Vance was more moderate. I don't know if I would trust him to govern more moderately if there were extremist voices in his camp. I also don't know how much he is actually like a crazy fucking crypto loony fuck after getting brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel and everything.
Do you know who he is? What do you mean brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel?
He's not even watching. Oh, I just realized he's not even watching me. He's watching the Vanguard reacting to me. And I'm sorry, he's not even watching the Vanguard reacting to me. Wait, I can't tell if it's because I see the Simply Substance thing down here. Are the Vanguard reacting to a Simply Substance tweet of me, or is this a tweet of all of them There's like 7 levels of like anti-thanning going on here, where Simply Substance is like one of the big like snark left logistical dick rider people who's posting clips of me on Twitter, and then the Vanguard are like snarky fucking losers covering my shit, so that Professor Dave could be a snarky fucking loser covering my shit. Oh my god.
Good business.
Thiel created JD Vance. Okay, go look at Naria Capital and where they got all their money.
That's right. AOC, an actual progressive who is genuinely fighting for policy that will benefit the citizenry over the oligarchy, versus JD Vance, Trump's sidekick and Peter Thiel puppet, who is essentially an empty vessel for the oligarchy. Destiny just can't seem to make up his mind between them. Democracy versus fascism. It's
always one of these stupid fucking things, and I saw somebody in my subreddit posted, but I didn't feel like fighting against it, is this idea that like everything on the left is good and everything on the right is bad. And the more left you go, the more good it is. And the more right you go, the more bad it is. So there's this stupid fucking idea that communists or socialists or whatever are further left, so they must not be that bad, so they're kind of good, I guess. And then anything to the right is like literally Hitler. And it's just like, it's such a fucking stupid one-dimensional view of politics. It makes me, ugh.
Toss up for him. Can you wrap your head around that? What more do you need to hear to understand what this douchebag is? Oh, and politics aside, there's another reason why Destiny hates Hassan specifically. It's because he wants to fuck Hassan and he was rejected.
He got you there.
Okay.
Check out this clip from a few years ago. It's Destiny and Hassan back when they were more amicable, plus Andy Milonakis for some reason. Watch how Destiny just blatantly gropes Hassan over and over again in a way that would get him immediately canceled if Hassan were a woman.
I touch a lot when I'm drunk. I see that. I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead. It's booby time, isn't it? Can it be? No. Okay, just...
This is another substance tweet?
I still like rocks. You gotta recover your muscles. I'm a serious food addict, dude. I know, but like, you need your muscles have to rebuild. After you work out, you need protein. You understand?
Oh, you have a straight alcohol list too,
I'm sure
right?
you do.
Yeah, did you want to see our
This is leftovers H3? I don't even know where this one came from, but okay.
Why do you think you could just sign on to our internet? We're using it right now. All right, sit down. I wash my hands with soap.
How drunk are you? I'm fucking wasted here. We were doing so much.
Your boobs aren't gonna grow if you don't.
This was like an hour and a half stream as well, too, I think.
You distribute the trash cans? I'm so sorry. If I touch you
A ton of his clips came from Kiwi Farms. Oh, nice space.
too much, push my hand away, okay? I don't want to insult you. Okay. I'm gonna touch you when I'm drunk. I know, dude. All right, stop. If I ever make you uncomfortable, just let me know. Okay, stop. Fine. This is okay. Yeah, okay. Acts like he's a sociopath, so when he's drunk, all of these emotions that he's hiding inside of him to make it seem like he's this cool, calm, and collected guy who doesn't care. Stop rubbing me, dude. Call battery out.
Hey, guys.
1%. Okay. Just, I fell on you for a second. I'm so sorry. Stop, dude. You're back Stop. We live in an international market. I know. We're gonna live here in America. We're gonna go over here to China. Okay, dude. Well, China's like, is that where they're going? We're gonna visit Europe. They're gonna go. Alright, dude. You don't have to like literally stand on top of me, dog. What the fuck?
How long is he? How much
Fuck
of
me, what a lecherous creep, right? He clearly has been reeling from this rejection ever since, given that he made actual death threats against Hassan just because Hassan pointed out that his son sounds like a neo-Nazi. That really justifies murdering some...
I don't even know if those two things were connected at all. I don't know if all three of the things you brought up were connected at all, but okay.
Someone, Steven, really? This is not isolated either. Here's Hassan talking about all the doxing and other weird shit from Destiny.
It's perfectly okay to ban this harassing doxer from your events. I've seen people posting the logs of him asking Dan to create a stalking app to harass Hassan during his IRLs. I wanted to include the context of what he was last talking about 2 to 3 hours before asking him to do that. How fucking base would it be if Hassan actually got... It was an honor fed posting. How fucking base would it be if Hassan actually got? Just a heads up, I'm gonna...
By the way, that Fed posting right there is the same shit that Mike from PA Fed posts about me. Now, instead of just saying the words, because everybody will say like, oh my God, like Jesse's being crazy. Now I'll just post fucking Mike from PA saying it. But like, if you think that's crazy or radical or whatever else, then yeah, I agree. You should tell your people to stop doing it all the time. Maybe? Actually, I think I just tweeted this a few days ago. How long before it happens, you think? His people say this shit about me all the fucking time, but good one.
Going to be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy, he's talking about me.
Isn't it pretty homophobic just to assume the bi guy wants to sleep with every man around that? What people are, everybody's homophobic when they can be. That's the thing that I've gotten used to. All these like far lefty people get super homophobic around me, which is whatever. It is what it is. I don't give a fuck. Knock yourselves out.
Free interviews from now on. Someone is going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure. I don't know who, but there's nowhere to go on. Literally anything. Every single person is a pedophile child molester. Every issue is about infinite genociding Palestinians. Every single person is so fake and virtue signaling.
True.
There's literally nowhere else to go at this point. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen soon. Like, the tankies like Hassan can do all the sex pest memes, propaganda memes. Lib left are all, oh no, I can't touch that. That's too dramatic. And I need to be self-critical of other libs. It's actually so far beyond fucking cucked. It's all over. Waiting for the Civil War reset or something. I mean, this is a guy who writes school shooter manifestos on a daily basis.
None of my manifestos have been about school shooting, and I think the last one we did was like 7 years ago or something, or 5 years ago, but
pretty much about me and anyone around me. And then there are so many people who are just like oblivious. There's so many people who are oblivious. 7 years of defamation, mass harassment, direct cyber stalking. It's just insane. Most people don't know who he is, but the ones who do know who he is find him to be a despicable little rat. And that makes sense. I mean, here he is in Israel, surrounded by his fans in the Israeli occupying forces.
Really? Yeah. Wait, we should find me and we can chat after. I'm curious. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Have a good one. I'll see you around. You're next. Yeah. Thank you.
So yeah, no, he is actually legally stalking and harassing me. It has definitely gotten to that point. And not only that, but he's also openly admitted it on numerous occasions. So I think there's sufficient evidence to do so. I mean, if I had literally done a fraction of what Destiny has been saying about me, trying to identify where I'm at in real time, saying someone's got to do it, someone should kill this guy, Hassan has said enough that is like it's worthy of killing him, and also openly admitting to harassment of this sort. And on top of that, it's been 7 years, and he's...
It's just so annoying to see that he lies and lies and lies and lies and lies about everything, so much of his fucking audience. Any clip that I say about Hassan, somebody could kill her for this or whatever, is in response to him making what are essentially sometimes not even thinly veiled death threats towards people. The thing about you could justify killing even your favorite content creator's wife when they're getting skulls mailed to their house is fucking crazy. But the fact that his audience never has to contend with any of this because all of these fucking people, including Professor Dave, will hide behind, well, I'm not going to be confronted about this because I'm too afraid, or not I'm too afraid, because they're bad faith or whatever, especially when at some point it has to break through to their audiences. Given that Professor Dave is literally the bad faith debate guy, he debates the bad faith people, the 6,000-year-old young earth creationists. He debates the flat earthers, the anti-vaxxers, the science deniers. These are the craziest, most bad faith people that all of society has to offer, and he can debate all of them, but somehow every person has a reason why little old me is too much to handle? Really? I don't know. That's pretty weird. I think that's pretty weird.
Not let up, and his freak-ass audience are constantly trying to intercept me in the real world.
This was the tweet that made Mercado unfollow you. He legit thinks you want to mass harass journalists. But yeah, by harass, I mean like tweeted them like, why are you not asking Hassan real questions? By engaging in the exact same behavior, not even really the exact same, but I would say toned down, that Hassan does. Literally, and every single journalist that's been on the receiving end of Hassan's harassment knows this. That if somebody says something about Hassan that he thinks is not acceptable or doesn't accurately characterize him or whatever bullshit Hassan thinks about it, like, he will send his audience to them. He will sick his audience on them, and then his audience will fucking go full on, mass harassment mode. Like, Hassan literally explicitly says this on stream, and every single journalist has been on the receiving end of this has said the exact same about Hassan's audience. And all I'm saying is, we need to start doing the same. When journalists give a free pass to Hassan's shit, we'll fucking mass tweet at him now, and we'll give him fucking, here's all these videos. Why did you let this slide? Why did you ask about this? It's the same fucking type of treatment. And I think it's totally fair.
World at the direction of Destiny, you know? It is stalking. It is organized harassment. It is organized stalking and organized harassment.
This is Hassan's shit to deal with. I'm just showing everyone how completely deranged Destiny is. This toxic behavior is encouraged in his fans as well. When Destiny got banned from Twitch for hateful conduct, including using racial slurs, his fans brigade...
What? That's not at all what my ban was for, but okay, Chief. Me when I lie constantly.
As usual, and made a big stink over anti-Semitism on the platform because Hassan exists. This resulted in all kinds of controversy for Twitch and sponsors pulling spots, continuing with what a heinous piece of shit.
Wait, hold on.
Direction is like, it's worse than he, you know? It is stalking. It is organized harassment. It is organized stalking and organized harassment.
This is Hassan's shit to deal with. I'm just showing everyone how completely deranged Destiny is. This toxic behavior is in...
We will kill for our dear leader. Meanwhile, Hassan has multiple fans that have been convicted of crimes now, and we're still waiting for the Destiny one. I'm sure there'll be one somewhere, but...
encouraged in his fans as well. When Destiny got banned from Twitch for hateful conduct, including using racial slurs...
I hate how much this guy... I think that, unfortunately, I feel like this guy got... Well, actually, I can't say this because I don't watch the rest of his content. I guess we'll see the next time he does, like, a science debate. Because it feels like he got a little bit AI psychosied. Right? Like, all of these things are, I don't know which one it is, but he's asking an AI for answers on all of this. I'm curious what his prompts are.
Do you feel like he was, like, just smurfing against, like, the Omega retards that he was debating?
I mean, to some extent, yeah. Because, I mean, it's the same debate over and over and over again, and you should know the material. They're fucking flat earthers, right? Yeah.
His fans brigaded as usual and made a big stink over anti-Semitism on the...
Like, these aren't connected. Me getting banned from Twitch and then Dan's crusade, which I think was perfectly supportable, by the way. Like, Hassan says crazy shit on this platform. What do you want me to say?
The platform because Hassan exists.
That was it, just because we're just mad that Hassan exists. But really because he turned me down so long ago. Rip.
Resulted in all kinds of controversy for Twitch and sponsors pulling spots. Continuing with what a heinous piece of shit Destiny is, here's some more miscellanea.
You have no...
And then the 13, 14-year-old video clips come out, the greatest hits for the DDoS kid. All right, let's go.
Like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family.
Hell
It would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I had...
It's because he was Palestinian, by the way. I never said that in the past, but that's the real reason.
And I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of... Oh my god. Oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you had no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting interest in, like, owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything. Holy
Yes, Destiny is talking about how he almost killed a kid and his father. The context is that some kid was engaging in cyber attacks that harmed his income at the time, and apparently the police wouldn't do anything, so his solution was to murder him and his dad.
Okay, we're downplaying a lot of that, but okay, sure.
But don't worry, he didn't do it. Not because murder is bad, but because he didn't want to jeopardize his awesome life making so much money. What a great guy. And...
Well, I think it's because I didn't want to go to prison, but okay.
Would have been bad business.
Now for the meat.
Yeah.
Of it. Remember that lawsuit I told you about last time but didn't go into many details? Destiny said, no way, he's lying. Pangburn said, oh my gosh, Dave could get sued for slandering Destiny. Nope, what I said was true, and here's a quick summary of that and more before diving into all the details. Destiny was caught sending non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a 17-year-old and receiving pornographic material from her as well.
So, non-consensually recorded this is not the subject of my lawsuit at all, so we're already wrong on the first part of this sentence. Apparently, I didn't send anything to any girl at all. It was a whole other dude, and received pornography, and I didn't receive anything from that girl as well. It was a whole other dude running the account, so we're wrong on every single part of this, but that's okay. Based, all right.
This qualifies as CSAM, or child sexual abuse material. He also shared that CSAM with his friend.
Non-consensual recorded pornography to a minor and received pornography. Okay. Oh, and then shared it on Discord. This is just a claim that Gisticle and friends make that apparently I was sending her fucking porn videos all over the place to everybody.
It's in a private Discord.
To find the minor in order to find the minor he desired for sex?
Diving into all the details. Child sexual abuse material. He also shared that CSAM with his friends in a private Discord in order to find the minor he was soliciting. He tried repeatedly to fly her out to be with him, despite making no attempt to confirm she wasn't underage.
So when we say tried repeatedly, I think we talked about her visiting a few times. She brought it up, and then I brought it up, although apparently it was a guy that brought it up. But like I would have known her age if she's flying out, especially if I booked the ticket for her, because she has to give me her fucking information for it. Like what? Well, like with this. None of this is even related to my current court case, though. This is all literally just like stuff from my Kiwi Farms thread. None of this has to do with my current court case at all. Literally none of these points have to do with maybe the first one, but there was no non-consensual recorded pornographic stuff that's even the subject of my current court case, but okay.
He tried repeatedly to fly her out to be with him, despite making no attempt to confirm she wasn't underage. Next, he was sexting the wife of a groiper, which is like those Nick Fuentes types, and it involved age play molestation fantasies focused on her own children.
No, it didn't. Unless I guess you take Connor's word for it and Lena's word, who was reading all of my DMs 8 months ago and felt like nothing was happening like that, but then changed her mind on that a month or two ago. I don't know why, but...
His ex-girlfriend saw the messages between the two, as well as beach photos of the wife's teenage daughters and their feet. I don't shame people for their fetishes or sexual preferences, but I do shame them for violating consent and for stuff with minors. So...
Thanks. Good. Yeah, okay.
Let's dig through the receipts for all this shit. Okay, first up, Destiny knows that you need consent from people to share pornographic material that features them, right?
Yeah.
I kind of like have like my little archive of like Coomer material that I'll send to people if I want to. There were girls that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of like either me or Melina. And Melina talked to me and she's like, hey, if you're going to send any videos.
Hello?
Girls that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of like either me or Melina. And Melina talked to me and she was like, hey, if you're going to send any videos to new girls we haven't talked about, like, let me know that first. Because she wanted to be careful. I was like, okay, sure. I think about the times I think about it. But yeah, sure. So I thought about that. So that was like an issue that me and Melina had that we talked about and then we resolved, right?
Oh, good. He does know that. Except he has violated this consent with an incredible number of people, including his ex-wife, Melina.
Things that's been done to me.
Walk every media. Thank you for the tier 3.
Without consent.
Or the 3 tier 5 subs.
So that has been my past 5 years. Nothing has happened with consent. With anyone. Not me and not anyone else. Like there's been no consent.
Okay, so who was well into his...
Was Melina lying? I'm not going to comment on Melina's feelings here, other than this was after, I believe this was right after our breakup or whatever. Listen, she's entitled to say whatever she thinks about whatever the fuck. I'm not going... I've already said this. This is my standard for the past couple of years, I think. I'm not relegating every part of my personal life, especially now if people want to sue me over shit. We can go to court and we can settle it out. If somebody that wants to get into that back and forth, but then we can settle in court. But especially when fucking losers like this want to drag out random shit from my personal life, I'm not going to litigate that. I'm not going to litigate that publicly, especially because for me to respond to anything would be for me to drag out a whole bunch of other shit that I just don't even think is worth it. So Melina can have her feelings on things. Same way I said Cherry can have her fucking feelings on things or whatever. If you want to file a police report, you want to go to court, we can settle all of it there, where we have to look at all the evidence in a formal setting and people can decide what they believe and what they don't believe. But the dragging shit out from our personal lives to have arguments with, yeah, I'm good on that one, Chief. Fuck that.
30s Destiny sharing non-consensual pornography with back in April 2022.
I think Melina in that conversation even claimed, I'm just going by, I think she even said in that the three, like she was saying threesomes we had were things that I was pushing, which is not like, but again, like we broke up, our breakup was a little bit messy at the end, which is, you know,
Same
whatever.
for court.
What? Sure. Well, I don't think, Melina didn't want to be involved in Pixie's court process at all.
Exactly.
And neither did Cherry, even though Pixie kept sticking both of them in the court thing. That's not to say anything, though, to the truthfulness of anything that Melina or Cherry say or a perspective that they might have. I'm not saying that necessarily makes them incorrect or that they're lying or whatever else. I'm just saying that to associate all of this with Pixie's case is not, it's stupid and not true. And to relegate, or I'm sorry, to litigate any messy personal shit in public for, especially when this has literally nothing to do with anything. It's just like, I have zero desire ever. Yeah, that's fucking retarded.
Term partner, perhaps? Nope. Meet Rose, a brand new Twitter account looking very suspicious for an 18-year-old selling not safe for work material. Even Thirsty Destiny seems suspicious, but not quite enough. 1 day old account seems legit. No ID.
On every single thing that he does in this section is like unhinged. So he posts pictures of this girl from her Twitter account where she's underage, and it's very clearly like CSAM that he just has in his fucking YouTube video. He posts her full name, and I don't know if there's other doxable information in there. And yeah, the pictures, the full name, it's just, I don't know. It's just, but I guess like when you're attacking me, like everything is on the table, so fucking, you know, go hard. Oh, I think he labels something in that last picture.
Thirsty Destiny sharing non-consensual pornography with back in April 2022. A trusted long-term partner, perhaps? Nope. Meet Rose, a brand new Twitter account looking very suspicious for
Did you make sure to report him?
Oh, is this? I did for this, yeah, 100%.
I did too. Yeah.
He has publicly acknowledged that he knew that this hashtag meant underage porn. Not safe for work Twitter is just the not safe for work Twitter hashtag. Nothing about this implies underage. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know why or where he even got that information from, but
18-year-old selling not safe for work material. Even thirsty Destiny seems suspicious, but not quite enough. 1 day old account seems legit. No ID, no problem. Just write something on a piece of paper. That's good enough for me. It's not like I'm getting off on you being underage or anything. Destiny often claims she said she was 19. He's lying. So barely even knowing this obviously underage person, he starts sending the porn. Lots of it.
Yes.
Some non-consensually filmed, the rest non-consensually shared, and receiving it too.
True,
Anyway,
yes,
exchanging
all
porn
of
is
it.
fun and all, but Destiny wants to bang. Where are you? Fly to me with my frequent flyer miles? I'm gonna be in some other place. Just fly there to meet me. How about this place? Let's meet. He's relentless about it, but she just says her parents won't let her or something of the sort. Later, he will give photos of her to the website Kiwi Farms for them to figure out who and where she is, which qualifies as doxing. He wasn't even...
We're skipping a lot of things in here. Also, I don't even know why you would criticize me for doxing when you had no problem with everything that you just posted about this person. When I was looking for this person, I'm trying to find out who's leaking fucking 30 videos of me online. I had every right to find this person. I've said this a million times. The motivation is obviously a lot different from you posting all of your information in your video over Kiwi Farms people trying to find her just to drag her to a fucking court case that she doesn't want to be involved in.
Censoring her genitals when he did so, despite having firm reason to believe it was CSAM. He later claimed that he was baiting them into looking, which would be stupid if he knew she was 17, and indeed it was, since he never verified her age because he didn't want to know. They find her, she was indeed 17 at the time, CSAM confirmed. Then in November 2024, we meet Solo, Rose's boyfriend. Solo started by confronting him about the stuff with Rose. She was underage, and you knew it. Destiny figured Solo was just trying to scare him, so he ignored it. Then 5 days later, Solo
Rose's
persists,
boyfriend is a pretty nice way of saying that, I feel like. This is Rose's fucking trafficker.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Leaks all the porn Destiny sent to Rose. Destiny doesn't seem to care much. What's the worst that could happen? Enter Pixie, aka Jane Doe from the lawsuit. She found out Destiny shared her pornography without explicit consent and was not pleased. He usually counters this with some song and dance about implied consent since she shared things with him, but it's bullshit. She had consent to share, he didn't. Cherry, Stasia, Abby...
Why? Why would I even why would I ever even enter an agreement like that with somebody? That's such a fucking retarded statement to make.
MC, these are other women who were also exposed in the same revenge porn leak to Rose. Plenty of incriminating testimony here.
Mantis was in the revenge porn leak? Okay, based. All right.
All saying he did not have permission. Destiny non-consensually recorded some content and shared that and other content non-consensually, and when backlash hit, he and his loser cult fabricated rape allegations against someone else regarding one of his victims to deflect some of the heat from him. Altogether, there are currently 5 women who have credibly accused Destiny of sex crimes. They have proven...
What is it, credibly accused? Only one of these people is really involved in my court case, but okay.
They are in the videos shared non-consensually or shared logs of him sending them their stuff. He does nothing but dox and harass the shit out of all of them. And most importantly, that he was exchanging pornographic material with a minor was confirmed in court. Sorry, Pangburn, no false allegations in my...
Confirmed in court because it was in one of the motions that the other party filed? Okay.
Content. So what about Rose's boyfriend, the leaker? Surely Destiny would help expose a guy who leaked revenge porn of him and all his good friends. Conveniently, Destiny had nothing to give the police, despite having proof he solicited a minor and that her boyfriend was complicit in it, and he knew how he was doing it. He already had a year-long head start on putting together a packet for the FBI, but no dice. So essentially, Rose was an Illinois minor being trafficked by Solo, who...
A years-long head start? Didn't Pixie announce her intention to sue me in January? And then I think the leaks happened in like the 29th of November?
Coerced her into making CSAM for Destiny and then leaked everyone's explicit videos when he refused to speak to him. Now another problem is that Destiny held on to the CSAM.
Wait, you answer this question then? I did.
You did?
Yes, I did. Yep. Now what?
That's amazing. Did you have audio recorded, or do you have consent to audio record all the gay men that you had sex with?
There was one. Yes, I did. Now what?
Oh, okay. Do you think it's prudent to send all of your homemade pornography to somebody you've known for 2 weeks?
Wait, what was I saying yes to in the beginning of this? Was this even answering this question?
Yes, I do. It was hot.
How long did you hold on to the pornography of a 17-year-old?
As soon as it was obviously no longer required to have done the thing. I'm not going to answer questions about my current court case, Connor. When every 2 days there's a new motion filed. Connor, do you think that's prudent?
While you're being sued for sexual misconduct?
I'm engaging with a suicidal man right now, so I don't know. You tell me, Connor. So, now
Solo's identity is...
By the way, I was 1,000,000,000% correct on all of this because the last thing that we're fighting about now in my court case is them claiming that I deleted videos that I should have never deleted because I didn't send all 23 or whatever fucking videos I sent to Abby. I didn't send them all my fucking sex tapes. So I will maintain the exact same line that I have maintained on this, that I am fulfilling every legal obligation and every civil court obligation that I have. That's what I'll say.
Well, your goddamn porn.
It's been public since January 2026, yet Destiny still hasn't given info to the authorities or filed a civil suit. He faced a...
You have no idea what contact I've had with the authorities or not. And I can't file another court case involving the details of my current court case while I'm in a current court case.
Sanctions hearing for spoliation on August 19th. He's accused of withholding his DMs with the trafficker from Discovery, only to leak them to his YouTube audience after Discovery closed. Good thing the plaintiff's lawyer was watching the stream for that, huh? So he had to...
Oh my God.
Delete some videos or pictures he received from the Rose account, but he's not able to admit he deleted them because it would potentially be responsive to his Discovery on a civil case. He also deleted 5 years worth of explicit videos on Google Drive and all the attachments to all the conversations with Rose, Solo, Abby MC, and so forth. Destiny claims he archived them all just in case, but refuses a neutral third-party inspection to prove Pixie's video wasn't shared non-consensually among those archives. Then there is the Groiper husband threatening Destiny...
That's not a real thing. There is no neutral third-party sex-vestigator that goes through things.
For an online affair with his wife Britt and lewd photos of his daughter. I'll let this other guy explain it. A former Destiny pal named Connor. He started sexting a girl on Discord named Britt. Britt and Devil, the man that I was just talking to, are military veterans who both have PTSD and military sexual trauma. In November, Devil contacted me and said that his wife was sexting with Destiny and engaged in roleplay.
Remember when Juice Sucker wanted all the evidence and timeline for the court case? Could he have provided it to Professor Dave? Yeah, probably. He's the one that pumps out a lot of this information to Hassan or these people that cover me so that they know like what to go over. Yeah.
Scenarios in which they pretended to be each other's step-parents, step-family, and they role-played molesting their kids. Then...
Such a wild...
They also pretended to be the kids themselves. So, they contacted me in November. Devil said exactly that. Britt said that they only engaged in babysitter roleplay, and it wasn't that serious. So since I had conflicting narratives, I confronted Destiny, and I wrote him a letter.
What's the point of going over all this again and again and then again? There's no way it makes sense for you to watch on stream. No, I wouldn't in the future. Yeah, there's no point for people to repost the exact same like weirdo allegations over and over and over and over and over again. And then it's like, I'm just going to replay it every time. Like it's retarded. Yeah.
For further confirmation of what went down, Britt anonymously called into someone named Mr. Girl, crying over what she let Steven do regarding her daughters.
This year I was involved in an online...
Read what it said over Connor.
And it wasn't that serious. So since I had
Connor Points is a corrupt ex-cop, ex-construction worker, alleged pedophile who sent pics naked of his boy toddler around to his friends. His wife was being a sniper.
Narratives.
I don't. Is that seems true to me? I have no idea.
And I wrote him a letter that I read to you on stream. For further confirmation of what went down, Britt anonymously called into someone named Mr. Girl, crying over what she let Steven do regarding her daughters.
This year I was involved in an online affair with a guy for almost a year. My husband wouldn't engage with any of the weird trauma-induced kink stuff that I was curious about, and so I was compelled to impulsively...
Wait. Destiny, really weird clue. He brought up the third-party investigator. That's a claim that is given when you ask AI and you give it the last couple docs on court listener, because Pixie's side keeps doing this weird claim where they're saying that we both should have submitted like every single thing we had to some third-party authenticator, but this is like not a thing that you have to ever do in Discovery. It's not a normal course of business. I don't know if this came from Joan asking something from an AI, and then that's what they said to do. But like, this is just not like a thing that you normally do. So,
and regretfully, engaged with this guy online in some pretty intense and taboo age play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step-parents to each other's kids. And obviously, it went way too far, but felt really intensely good in the moment. But afterward, I felt sick and cried all night because it obviously felt really bad too. How do you know if the other person also feels the same way, or if they would actually do it? My understanding is the best predictors are drug use and low empathy. And even worse, what if you felt like you love them so much that you wouldn't care if they did, and you get off on what you would potentially be willing to allow them to get away with? What if it is kind of enticing to you in a way, even if you deny it or try to lie to yourself about it? Even if you never act out on something like that yourself, lucky for me, it's over now. If you're saying that you doubt your willingness to hold boundaries in real life, then that is dangerous. Yes.
But Destiny didn't like this bizarre activity leaking, so he framed his friend Connor as the villain for reporting potential child abuse to the authorities. And in retaliation, Destiny posted a cropped photo of Connor's child, accusing Connor of sending him CSAM. Every accusation...
Listen, here's the same thing that I've said in the past. I'll say the same thing again. If people want to fucking report me to the FBI or want to report me to law enforcement, knock yourself out, I guess. Like, whatever. At the end of the day, listen, they got a big old file on me. You can add to it if you want. The thing that's weird, though, and the thing that doesn't really make sense is that if you genuinely believe that this type of stuff is happening, why the fuck would you ever go public about it on YouTube? If I'm plotting with some other person to, like, harm children, why would you give me and this other person the opportunity to get ahead of the cops and to go, you know, have our plan? Like, why would you ever do that? The same thing with the Willie Mack video. If you think you've seen some crazy shit that in your mind, like, is evidence that I'm engaged in some crazy pedophilic behavior, whatever bullshit, whatever the fuck you think, okay, fine, knock yourself out, have fun. But why would you give me like a head start? Or why would you give anybody accused? It doesn't make any sense, right? What you're doing is, it's like a weird, like, you're turning like child porn and child harassment allegations, or whatever, into like content. That's what you're doing, right? Otherwise, why the fuck would you say any of this out loud? It's just content farming, which is retarded. Why would you do that?
Is a confession, just like Israel, huh? To get a sense of how Destiny reacts to shit like this in general,
just here he is publicly
Israel.
True.
Advocating for doxing people when his behavior is exposed.
I expect behavior from Kiwi farms. It is what it is. Like I said. Things like that always exist, but it's really gross when people like Justical, whose information I hope I can find soon, are like trying to amplify or put a magnifying glass on it for over there and then have it spread to the other world. That's just wild to me, but you know.
Here's Destiny publicly celebrating the death of someone's father while dropping his real name just because he dared to expose Destiny. Plenty of other admissions of him
True. Just because Justical dared to expose me. That's why I don't like him. True.
Intentionally doxing and harassing absolutely anyone who mentions his court case or any of his shady behavior, bragging about how easily he can get away with it, even though it's really shitty. If she was legit a minor, I'm probably done. Indeed you are, Steven. And still, Destiny's...
That was right from a Justical conversation.
Loser cult never ceases to show up for him. The haters are so mad that we know about all of this shit and still defend him. Grotesque. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, there was the time that he tried to get someone deported by ICE. Apparently it's possible that Pixie's wife was a green card marriage. Here he is talking about it in his chat room, and also outing her by full name on Twitter, which I blacked out.
Good.
He's doing this because she screamed at him in a
Oh, he edited out Pixie's wife's name, who, by the way, posts all of their shit publicly on all of her social media, but decided to include the full name of the girl, the Rose girl. Oh, okay. Interesting priorities there. Nice.
Pixie's wife
They'll
probably
lobby one time for obvious reasons.
That's an evil, or that's
True.
a fake marriage.
True. Yep.
And he decided that he should dox her and then quote tweet some other guy sharing instructions on how to get her deported by ICE. Classy move. Oh, and here's a fun bonus tidbit about this Myron Gaines guy he's quote tweeting.
Myron Gaines is a freak, an anti-Semitic freak.
What the fuck cares about the anti-Semitism? Like, Aaron's positions on anti-Semitism are...
You do, dude! Fucking that's Dan's whole MO! His whole project is to fire Dan Clancy, and the whole thing is like saying fucking Hassan is going to genocide the Jews. You do!
Did you get that? Real anti-Semitism doesn't matter to Destiny, especially when it comes to having sex. He'll bring barely legal...
Never done anything sexual with this person ever. Is she barely legal? How old is she? But also, the issue with Myron, I like how he clipped that thing. My understanding is Myron doesn't get special protections from Twitch to stream and engage in infinite anti-Semitism, so it wasn't related to that conversation in any way, size, shape, or form.
No Nazis around with him on tour for sex. That's how much he actually cares about anti-Semitism. Because nothing actually matters to a sociopath like him except his fetishes and petty grievances. That's why he attacks people like me or Hassan for imaginary anti-Semitism instead. Real classy. And how does Destiny feel about all this disgusting sociopathic behavior? If you ask him, he claims he's unimpeachable.
I feel like I'm largely immune from any big cancellations, unless like fucking battle.
Well, I guess we'll see what happens when the court case ends. I'll either be a super ultra pedophile, super rapist, turbo rapist, or there's going to be a whole bunch of people left scratching their heads wondering why all the insane claims that have literally already been proven about me in court all got dismissed. But I guess we'll find out. Stay tuned.
That logs get leaked to me from like 20 years ago or something. So yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I'm not really worried about that. I just don't do much to get canceled. I don't have like edgy opinions sometimes. But the way that I live like my private life and my professional life are all pretty above board. I'm a pretty good person. I pay my taxes. I don't cheat on any of that shit. I take care of all my paperwork. I do. Yeah, I think for the most part, I'm pretty unimpeachable as a person.
And with his political canvassing operation digital ground game running damage control for him, messaging people and whitewashing all the shit he's done, who could blame him? He feels invincible. Hassan sure noticed. And that's probably the end of this saga for me. I have absolutely no intention of being dragged into the cesspool that is never-ending reactionary YouTube political slop and tribal mudslinging.
But all you've done for the last, like, fucking 30 minutes of your video was slop and tribal mudslinging. What the fuck?
This would be a fruitless distraction from my science communication. And honestly, combing through all this stupid drama, he said this, she said that, I sent this, they posted that, it nearly made my fucking head explode. Who lives like this every day? I've never felt so old as I did putting together this last section, and I hope to never have to do anything like that again. Reading esoteric primary literature on astrophysics is way more forgiving. The point is that Destiny made a clickbait video pretending to expose me as a Jew-hating Nazi, so I clapped back to expose his slander and make the case for Israel's genocide. He made a limp dick response, sent the troll army after me, and Pangburn went off the fucking deep end, filleting AI for 50 hours to do damage control for his prized pig, desperately trying to smear me, even though he has nothing but fake accusations of anti-Semitism, while Destiny is a sexual predator and genocide apologist, who Pangburn will now be judged very harshly for platforming, with all the facts out in the open. So I gave you this one to mock both of them for all this activity, and I'm out. I have way more important things to do. But once again, for the record, I did not start this shit. I rarely do. Even when I do start things, I'm always super charitable at first. James Tour, Sabina Hassenfelder.
True. So charitable to me at first, yes.
My first videos poking those figures were incredibly forgiving. It's when they react like toddlers that I go full Hulk. This wasn't even that. Destiny was not on my radar. I've vaguely known about his Zionism for a while. I didn't say anything. Then I noticed he did a reaction video to my Danny Jones appearance. There's a whole genocide happening over here that no one's talking about, right? You'll never know about it because
there's the reason why Dave hates me is because he's obsessed with the Israel-Gaza thing, which is funny because he commits all the same errors when it comes to Israel-Palestine as he sees other people doing the vaccine shit. True.
Still, I let this one bullshit comment slide since he was joining me in mocking Danny's supplement chilling and incompetence.
The one comment. Oh my God, he's so nice. He let that one comment slide. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're what a nice guy. Jesus.
And at that time, I still thought he deserved points for his anti-MAGA efforts. But then he throws this shit out there, calling me a Jew-hating Nazi, and then dispatching his troll army to attack me as though there wouldn't be consequences. It's like, do people somehow still not know who I am and how I do? When you fuck around, you find out. He poked the hornet's nest twice now, and this is what you get. You get your pitchfork-toting mob sprayed down with a power hose, and your house of cards set on fire. Destiny thought he could run cover for Israel as a backup plan for getting exposed.
Yeah.
As a sex pest, and both threads are unraveling simultaneously. His Israel apologetics have become totally indefensible, and his revolting predatory behavior is finally having legitimate real-world consequences. He has nowhere left to run. He could come clean and admit that this is genocide and start telling the truth about Israel, but that's the thing about sexual predators. They always protect themselves first. As for Destiny's pathetic cult members, the brigading troll army, the cockroach party, it's your turn to listen up. What I've done to your dear leader is quite devastating. I'm not the first to expose all of this, but it's now all in one convenient location for an entirely new audience to see what a worthless piece of shit your hero is. You mindless lemmings who dox, threaten, harass into oblivion anyone who dares shine a spotlight on the spineless pervert you've been trained to insulate. You who have already desperately tried to get my channel terminated on the grounds of imaginary terrorism, like pathetic little babies, I can feel the rage towards me bubbling inside you. Your instinct will be to target me even more directly, puffing up your little boy chests and doing anything you can to ruin my life.
Free Destiny! Free Steven Kenneth Bottle-Lasecki! Hey, Frogan! Free Destiny, motherfucker! Free Steven Kenneth Bottle-Lasecki! He did nothing wrong! You take that shirt! No! I just did! Oh, you did nothing, pussy! Shut your bitch ass up, nigga! Don't come at me, bro! Don't do something! Don't touch me! What you gonna do? Fucking retard, kill yourself!
Listen, I'm not Destiny. I'm not gonna play around and troll you. I will do a one-way trip to your house, and I will knock on your door with my shroom right outside, and I will bang, bang, bang until you answer. Keep fucking with me, and we'll see what happens. That's a threat. Do it.
Yeah, this little asshole named Darius is a whole other rabbit hole. And if you think he's the only Destiny worshipper who's like this, you'd be dead wrong. But know this, tough little children. If you show up at my house, if you come near my wife and kids, if you put any of us at risk for a single second, I will destroy you. Real world consequences will arrive for you at lightning speed if you do absolutely anything beyond acting like a little bitch in the comment section, which you're welcome to do to boost my content in the algorithm. So think long and hard about how badly you need to continue acting like disposable fonts for your sex pest cult leader who doesn't give two shits about you. And finally, the American-Israeli war machine, which was the impetus for all this. Like I outlined in my previous video, the genocide, the Orwellian surveillance, never forget that this is all one thing. Zionism is the oligarchy. Weapons manufacturers testing new toys on Gazans to market them as battle-tested for global export. Real estate moguls planning luxury resorts and high-rises on the ashes of slaughtered children in New Gaza. Palantir mass surveillance tech being used on both Gazans and American citizens for techno-fascist billionaires that are actively planning to tank the global economy and replace federal governments with independent corporate-owned and operated dystopian city-states. The moral failure of Zionism and the genocide of Palestinians we are witnessing in real time is inextricably linked to this last gasp of predatory capitalism, as the unquenchable thirst for profits finally consumes every last institution, gutting and privatizing every last public service, destroying entire democracies and ecosystems in an effort to maintain untenable short-term gains. This is the real existential fight. Everything else is a distraction, including Destiny's weird-ass sex stuff. So I'm gonna get back to my efforts now. So that's it for Destiny and Pangburn. May their reputations continue to suffer appropriately. I guess some people just never learn. And with that, it's back to debunking all the anti-science propaganda peddling frauds from every corner of the internet to every corner of Trump's cabinet, since that's what we're all here for. Until next time.
Okay. That was a good science-based takedown of my stuff. I appreciate it. How do you think Dave gets away with all this shit? Well, these are like the standard narratives about me. in like every lefty community. So I mean, it's pretty easy to get away with it. You just repeat the same shit that everybody else says.
Bought it.
So he's got to get like a ban for posting
exposed.
CSAM to his YouTube video, right?
I don't know how. I mean, I feel like YouTube takes that pretty seriously, but who the fuck knows?
I
Who
would
knows?
assume that's pretty fucking crazy.